Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I don't have a good intro. I thought it would be fun to shove all of my redesign and rewrite videos about my Hazbin AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies, into one massive mega compilation. Some will be in chronological order, others will be peckered in randomly, some will be chopped up and edited together as I see fit, and I'll have a few edits throughout to clarify context or changes as necessary. There should be chapters if you want to skip around. Keep in mind some of these videos are very old, so quality between them is going to vary a lot. Enjoy and Happy New Year! So, I was gonna make a video about how my animated series Otherverse is going right now, but then Hazbin Hotel dropped on Amazon Prime, and I simply had no choice but to watch the entire thing. Hazbin Hotel is an animated series created by Spindlehorse Studios about sinners trying to redeem themselves and get into heaven, and it takes a lot of inspiration from Christian mythology. Though the writing isn't the greatest stuff to ever be written, it succeeded in being entertaining enough for me to get hyperfixated on both it and the actual Bible. I legitimately got back into reading my scriptures regularly because I love this show so much. It focuses around the main character Charlie, who is the daughter of Lucifer. The hotel that rehabilitates sinners was her idea, and she's trying very hard to get heaven on her side to make her dreams a reality. Of course, this doesn't go well in the slightest. Our Season 1 boss is Adam, the first angel in heaven who has a god complex about being humanity's dad and is an enormous jerk about it. And that's it. That's his entire character. Now, before you crucify me, you Adam stands. I see you. I hear you. I'm one of you. I like him too. I think he's silly. He's one of my favorite characters, and I would be lying to myself if I said he was anywhere close to well written. He just objectively is not. His personality doesn't make any world building sense, and he doesn't have any motivation to do the things that he does. Also, the amount of Eve erasure in this show is ridiculous and it's rude. Not only did they replace her once, but twice. First with this girl named Lilith, who we haven't really seen anything of yet at all, and then later with Lute, who just hangs out with Adam, and really I don't understand her relationship to him. I don't know if he sees her as a daughter or as a friend. Are they dating? It's unclear. So, I wasn't going to redesign Adam at first. I was just going to change his writing because I really do like his design, but then I looked at him for too long and I realized, but what if I made it better? So, I didn't change a whole lot. I just, changed a few minor details. I gave him like an opening in the front of his cloak so we can see the abs. The chest. The best part of a man. Anyway, the main part of him that I changed was his actual face, because in the show, at the very end, the ending battle, we get to see that all of the angels are actually wearing masks. That's not actually what they look like. And I think what's under his face, I feel like I'm not the only one who was incredibly disappointed with how he looked. Like, he's fine. He looks fine. But he just looks like a normal guy, and it doesn't look right in the show. Like, in the show, they go to heaven to go have like a talk about trying to get their hotel to happen, right? And in that episode, they have a song called "Welcome to Heaven," and in that song, there is a line where they say, "Everyone in heaven is hot." And I'm sorry, but this is just not my idea of angelic hot. This is just normal guy, fine. So for when I redesigned his face, I decided to go in the same direction that they went when they drew Angel Dust, where like the head and the hair don't have any lines separating it. It's just one big ball of fluff. And add some gradients. I added some gradients in there to give like the illusion of hair and face being different bits. But that was it, really. I also added like some scars in there because Adam was the first man to ever live. And if we combine what we know about science and what we know about the scriptures, he probably was alive for a good portion of Paleolithic times before they had invented farming. So he might have gotten some scars from fighting and killing animals and that kind of thing. So now to change the writing. Hazbin Hotel is fantastic at writing character interactions, which is the only reason why the show is good. If the characters didn't have an immense amount of chemistry between them, I don't think anyone would like this show, because the world building is just trash, especially surrounding heaven and angels and everything to do with that. For as entertaining as Adam is, oh my goodness, they butchered him so bad. He's not written like the first man to ever live. He's written like a modern-day youth pastor with an ego problem. You could simply change that. You don't even have to change the name, and the show would be greatly improved. For heaven's sake, there's even a line in the show when he says he got into heaven by, quote, sticking it to the man. No, he friggin' did it. There was no man. He is the man. This man invented society. He could not rebel against anyone other than God. And the first time he did it, it was a one-time thing. The only time where he did anything rebellious, it ruined everything. It brought death to humanity and was just overall a bad experience. They also characterize him in the first episode as having adult relationships with other women that are not Eve, and that's just so weird. You're telling me this man has a god complex about everyone to ever live being descended from him, but is also sleeping around? It just feels icky and weird. And he doesn't even bring Eve up once. The show only acknowledges her existence twice. Once in the beginning narration as like a footnote, and as a one-off joke in the finale. They never give him any motivation for wanting to do the extermination so badly. Oh, if you haven't watched the show, once a year a special team of angels goes down to hell to keep their population under control by just destroying a whole bunch of them. What is Adam's motivation for doing something so extreme that he refuses to do anything else, even when confronted with evidence and that there are other options? He's a jerk. That's it. That is just objectively bad writing. I just don't understand how they fumbled him so bad when everything you need to write an excellent character was sitting right there in the source material. So, how would I write Adam? First thing I would do is switch out Luke for Eve. I want Adam and Eve to be treated like one person. Separate beings with their own personalities, strengths, and weaknesses, but so unified in purpose, morals, and drive that they function as one character. Hazbin Hotel does a lot of subtle characterization for its characters in the way that they move around and are animated, so we can do the same thing for Adam and Eve. They would be constantly touching each other in some way, especially just holding hands. It would just make it really obvious that these two are a couple and they are still in love. I would also extend this to the combat scene at the end. I designed the two of them to fill in each other's gaps perfectly. Adam has big wings for covering long distances quickly, and Eve has smaller wings for making quick tight turns for evading shrapnel and fighting in small spaces. Adam is bigger and more muscular for stronger but slower attacks. Eve is smaller and more petite, but also way faster. When they're fighting, they would lock themselves together back to back to cover all their blind spots. Since they can't both have their wings out at the same time, they would have to switch depending on what kind of flying they needed at that time, which is a weakness that the main characters could exploit in order to separate them so that they're easier to pick off. Now for motivation. Getting a motivation for the two of them was literally the easiest thing in the world. It's ridiculous. They even have it in the show, written in, that Lucifer tricked them into eating the fruit of good and evil. I'm not quite sure how they choose to interpret the fruit of good and evil as being. Some people interpret it as being literal, some people interpret it as being intercourse before marriage, but I came from one of those sects where it's interpreted literally, so that's what I'm gonna go with for my rewrite. So eating the fruit of good and evil brought them knowledge, and it brought them free will, according to the show, but it also brought them death, both to them and every other human that would ever live. You think they don't feel horribly guilty about that? They would hate Lucifer with everything they've got, and his daughter by extension. Now, we could leave it here with them just with their only motivation being that they're angry and want revenge for being tricked into bringing death to them and their family. But there's so much more. We can push this even farther. You see, Cain and Abel, they were the first two of Adam's kids to ever be named in the original text. Now they definitely had more kids before Cain and Abel, but these are the first that are named. So their story is pretty simple. They were ordered by God to do animal sacrifices, and Cain refused to do that. He sacrificed vegetables instead, which got the Lord pretty upsetty spaghetti at him. And rather than changing his behavior or trying to figure out why he was supposed to do animal sacrifice, he decided to murder his brother because his brother was doing it right. Whether or not Lucifer told him to do this, Lucifer told him to do this in the original text, but whether or not Lucifer actually told him to do this in Hazbin Hotel could be up for debate. I think it would be kept unclear, at least in the first season. But Adam and Eve definitely believe that Lucifer tricked their son like he tricked them. So that would give them even more reason to hate him and his daughter. They would think of him as someone who didn't just bring death to them and all of their children, but also actively encouraged their children to hurt each other. They would blame Lucifer entirely for all of the sinners being in hell in the first place. Instead of refusing Charlie's rehabilitation idea just because they're jerks that don't want the status quo to change, they would refuse because they don't trust her. She's Lucifer's daughter. She cannot be trusted. In the Heaven Council scene, they would convince the court that Charlie's true plan wasn't to rehabilitate sinners, it was to get spies into heaven so she could conquer it. This would play on the paranoia that Heaven has surrounding hell, which has been established in the opening narration. That was why the extermination started in the first place, was because they didn't want hell to rebel against them and take over. I think Adam and Eve would also view the exterminations as a mercy to the sinners. Since they can't get into heaven and everything good comes from heaven, these sinners have nothing left to live for and nothing left to struggle for. They would see the exterminations more like putting down a suffering dog rather than ending the lives of actual people. All of these reasons combined would lead to a much more logical and emotionally complex story than the black and white story we actually got. And don't get me wrong, I love Hazbin Hotel. I'm deeply invested, I'm really interested, I'm so entertained, but I would be lying if I said this was an emotionally complex narrative. It just isn't. It tackles adult subjects with the same complexity and nuance as a kids show. And there's nothing wrong with that, but also, it could be more. And I wish it were more, but oh well, too late now. I am really excited for season 2. I hope they turn down the amount of swearing a little bit, because I swear everybody in this show, including the angels, talk like 13-year-old boys on COD that haven't discovered slurs yet. But the rest of the writing is pretty solid. I have no idea where the story is gonna go next, and I'm so stinking excited to see what happens next. Eve needed some pretty big changes, not enough to warrant an entire video to herself, but yeah, she did get big changes. She is going to be our loot substitute because I think Adam and Eve should be together. I don't like the idea of them being separated. They're my OTP. I made some tweaks to her face first. I don't know what past me was thinking when she drew this, because that was terrifying. I wanted to make her look nicer and sweeter than I did before. I made her skin tone a lot darker as well. I wanted her to really look African, and Native Africans tend to be way darker than African Americans. Glad I fixed that. I hope that isn't racist. I don't know. I'm ignorant and stupid. After that, I made her line art light blue. It was actually from Eve that I decided to give all of the angels colored line art. I gave it to her originally so that we wouldn't lose any of the details in her hair, but I liked the way it looked so much that I had to give it to all of them. I also changed her lashes and eyebrows to silver so that you can actually see them. I love the way that this looks so much. She's so dang cute, and I think she looks way more expressive now. They're my favorite part of her design, with a close second being the gap in her teeth. I love that little little gap. It gives her so much personality. I also gave her a second outfit. I first designed this outfit in a requests video. Eve is a kick-butt fighter that you definitely don't want to mess with, but she's also very traditionally feminine. She and Adam created gender roles completely by accident by being themselves. So I wanted to give her the princess moment she deserves. Her outfit is heavily inspired by Egyptian silks, but she's also got a cotton underdress on for modesty's sake. I made the skirt for that one look kind of like leaves as a reference to the grass skirts she and Adam used to wear. Now that the line art is light, you can actually see all the arm and leg hair. Eve's a caveman at heart. That'll never change. She doesn't shave. You'll be lucky if you get her to bathe. In this outfit, you can also more easily see that the angel that created her heavenly body made several mistakes. They made her feet really teeny and her hands too big and too long. That was the price that had to be paid in order to almost give her a nose. This time I did remember to include her halo in the reference. Her halo is made of angelic bronze. I just really love the way it looked, and I think it matches her outfit really well. Adam doesn't get a second outfit. He is ready to drop everything at any moment and get to work. The only time he even takes his mask off is when he's at home. He is extreme, even for heaven's standards. He made a mistake once and he has never forgiven himself for it. I made his line art gold, which really makes him look like he's glowing, and I love it. I also included his halo on the sheet. I swear, I always forget them every single time without fail. His halo is made of angelic gold to indicate his status as a prophet. I also changed his underskirt to be a simpler shape so it's easier to draw over and over again. I actually prefer it the other way, but sometimes you need to make sacrifices for the good of your hands. My name is AJ, and I haven't come up with an intro yet. A couple weeks ago, I made a video about Hazbin Hotel, where I redesigned and rewrote the main villain of Season 1, Adam. After that, my hyperfixation was sealed in with concrete, and now I have to make an entire AU. I'm an Undertale kid, and an overachiever. This was bound to happen. It's what I do. It's what I live for. Today, I'll be reimagining Vaggie and Carmilla. Quick disclaimer, I'm not trying to fix these two characters, this is just making them different, and it's just for fun. It's not that deep, please don't be mean to me, I'm sensitive. Also, major spoiler warning for Hazbin Hotel. If you haven't seen it yet, you might be a little lost, but too bad! Without further ado, let's get into it. I started with Carmilla since her design had the most problems. It took me a while to figure out what exactly was wrong with it because I do like all of the ideas they had going on, and in most shots, she looks just fine. But when it did hit me, it hit me like a freight train in a professional slapping competition. It's the horns. If we count her horns as being part of her head is as big as her entire body. It makes her feel very unbalanced and is incredibly awkward to look at. I also think her feet look a little strange, and I'm not a fan of the fat hands. Normally these big huge hands look really cool, but I don't think they contribute to this particular character design. Also, the hair that's peeking out around her face and on her forehead looks very strange. So here's what I did to fix that. I made the horns shorter and the rest of the body longer. She's supposed to be an overlord, and a very powerful one at that, so I wanted her to look larger than life. Her design has a lot of ballerina motifs in it, so I leaned into that. She's got an hourglass body type, so I took that and pushed it even farther. I also carried the same general shape throughout her entire body, so her head and legs both have places where they cinch together, though neither of them are as dramatic as the cinch I put on her waist. I liked the spikes she had on her waist, so I carried those over to my design. It looked a little strange when there were the only spikes there, so I added some sharp parts to her shoulder and skirt, as well as making the two hair strands at the side of her head more spike-like. I decided to ditch the feet entirely and just give her spiked legs. In her pilot design, she had really long fingies, so I snatched that too. Knowing when to de-emphasize something is just as important as knowing when to emphasize something. If you try to emphasize everything in a design, it ends up looking cluttered and strange. A pair of really skinny and creepily long arms really help to emphasize the shapes without drawing too much attention themselves. After that, it was color time. I used all the same colors for her, but made the dark gray that she had in this particular reference picture a little lighter for some extra contrast between the 4 colors. I also ignored the fact that her original skirt was ever so slightly pinkish. I fumbled around with their placing until I got something I was happy with. I thought the legs, arms, and horns looked a little strange being such a large block of solid color, so I added a dark gray gradient to them that starts near her body and lightens up as it goes out, so that they would all rhyme with each other. Next up, Vaggie. Vaggie was a lot harder to make changes to because her design is so stinking solid. Out of all of the characters, to me, Vaggie looks the coolest, and her design makes the most sense. It doesn't seem like it's based as entirely off of the rule of cool like the others are. Even though the hair makes absolutely no sense, I love it so much. It looks so cool. In my first pass through, I changed practically nothing except colors, and then when I sat down to go do the good drawing, the poster type drawing for my Patreon, I realized how boring it was. Not boring as in it's a bad character design, it's just that boring in the sense that I didn't change anything. So I took some time to myself to make some really indulgent comics and sketches of my Adam and Eve designs, and then suddenly remembered something that I hadn't thought about in a long time. Angels of death are a real thing. They were the last plague that God sent to the Egyptians after their pharaoh repeatedly refused to free the Jews that were enslaved under his rule. According to the science of all the Egyptian plagues, this miracle can be explained by a distant volcanic eruption, with the angels of death being explained by poisonous gases. In the Prince of Egypt movie, the angels of death were also depicted as a poisonous gas, heavier than regular air, flowing out of heaven that killed the Egyptian firstborns by passing through them and stealing their spirit. The angels of Hazbin Hotel have wings, so I got to thinking about large flocks of birds, which also move around kind of like gases when they're flocking together. All of this combined led me to writing the exterminations of hell completely differently than they were depicted in the original show. Instead of violent chaos, the exterminations are quiet events in my AU. Angels would leave their bodies behind in heaven and take the form of birds. I apologize for my own parrots. We had to move them upstairs while my grandmother was visiting because they're annoying. I'll try to edit them out as best I can. I apologize. They would flock together and silently fly through the entire city, taking the lives of anyone and anything they pass through. You can't escape them by hiding in buildings either, they can just fly through the walls. The exterminations would be the only day when everyone in hell is equal. No amount of preparation can prepare you for an enemy that you cannot run from, cannot hide from, and cannot fight. So why does any of this matter? Well, super duper major spoiler here, Vaggie is a fallen angel. Not just any angel either, she was an angel of death. In the original show, Vaggie's wings and eye were removed by Lute after she refused to kill a demon child. Now, I'm going to change this a bit, but for right now, all you need to know is that the basic concept is practically the same. Vaggie still fell from heaven during an extermination. OG Vaggie has a lot of moth motifs, and although very cool, it doesn't serve my AU, so I changed her into a bird. I designed the angel spirits to look kind of like harpies. They have their usual heads, but bird bodies. Angel bodies are the reverse, where they look normal, like kind of people-ish, but have wings. Since Vaggie fell from heaven in the middle of the extermination, I put her at the halfway point between a harpy and an angel, so she's got her wings on her arms and a bird face, but the rest of her looks like a regular angel. I used Stolas from Helluva as a reference to mimic kind of how Vivziepop draws bird people. It was really nice and to have something to actually reference, because it would look, the way that I draw beaks would look a little strange in this particular style that I'm trying to mimic. I took away all of Vaggie's feathers so that her arms look like they have big spikes on them, so it's not way obvious that she used to be an angel at first. But once you figure out that these are like the bits of the wings that would hold the feathers, it's so obvious. I don't know how to explain that quite right. I took her bow and put it around her waist so there would be some space to give her some horns up there, and then it was color time. This time I stuck strictly to Carmilla's color palette for her, since these two characters are supposed to rhyme with each other. In the show, Carmilla makes a joke that it's really obvious that Vaggie is a fallen angel because she wields an angelic spear and has a huge X over her missing eye, and I wanted it to not be quite as obvious that she's a fallen angel. I decided to instead put the X inside of her eye, like I did with Eve's eyes, and she doesn't get a spear this time. Since angels don't actually wield weapons in my AU during the exterminations, she wouldn't get a spear. I also kept the hourglass figure as a design motif so that she and Carmilla have some shapes in common, although I toned it way down for her. I also decided not to put any reds on her actual body. It would be just on the clothes that she wears, so that way she doesn't look quite as much like a demon. I don't know, I just kind of... It felt better to me. Now that I'm done rambling about my artistic process from a visual standpoint, I can finally talk about the writing that I haven't had space to talk about yet. Carmilla Carmine is an overlord in Hell and top weapons dealer in Hell. She is introduced for the first time in episode 2 and not seen again until episode 7. Most of her characterization is told to us rather than shown, mostly through songs and from her friend Zestial saying things about her. He says that losing her temper is very unlike her, although you would never really know that from watching her because she loses her temper the first time we ever see her, and in episode 7, she attacks Vaggie without warning in a manner that seems like she's really upset. This isn't helped by the fact that she has a very serious case of resting angry face. Carmilla gets a total of 3 songs, 2 that she shares with other characters and 1 all to herself. The first song, Respectless, is Velvet singing about how all of the overlords are old cowards and they should go to war with heaven now that they know that the angels can be killed. Carmilla's parts are her saying that the V's are rash and ought to move with more caution. To assist her point of view, I would have Carmilla act a lot more calm like Zestial. Zestial gets 1 line in the song, and that 1 line shows how calm he is, which makes him seem far more in control. If they're fighting against the idea that the V's are rash, then the overlords themselves should seem not rash and not acting on emotion. I would have the parts that she sings be sung in a manner that is more calm and collected like Zestial is, and I would also have her animated so that way that she doesn't seem like she cares about anything that Velvet is saying, and it makes Velvet incredibly upset, which would assist in the general storytelling of really conveying that Velvet and the V's are the ones that are acting on emotion and not really thinking things through quite right, and the overlords don't do that. Carmilla's next song is Whatever It Takes, which is an emotional duet that she shares with Vaggie. It also sucks. Not only is it kind of a bad song, but it's also in the same episode that we meet Carmilla for the first time, so you don't have any emotional attachment to this character and it feels incredibly unearned. And also takes away the mystery of who killed the angel completely, since you find out in freaking episode 2? Come on! Like, even if it's the most obvious thing in the world, just let us wonder for a little bit, okay? I would move this song to just a different episode. We can still have it, even though it's terrible, but just move it a little farther along. I would also take some more time to build up Carmilla as an ever-present figure, even though she's not physically there. I want there to be hints of her throughout the entire show. The last song she gets is a song where she's singing to Vaggie, so that's 2 songs where they're emotionally connected, and it is called Out for Love, where she's basically saying, don't fight for vengeance or anger, fight to protect the people you love, stay on the defensive. Now this is actually one of the best songs in the soundtrack, but in the show, it kind of comes out of nowhere. It feels like it was written for an earlier draft of the script where Vaggie did vengeance a little bit more. There's nothing wrong with it from Carmilla's side, so we'd have to tweak Vaggie in order to make the themes of that song a little bit more present in Vaggie's particular character arc. Vaggie doesn't get a whole lot of characterization in the actual show. Vivziepop has a really hard time giving her female characters actual faults unless they're a villain, and then they're two-dimensionally evil. Like, it's just, well, that's actually something she struggled with just in general, is she struggles making her characters fully fledged people where they have good bits and bad bits. But when she does get it right, she does it really good, but she struggles. In the pilot, Vaggie was a lot more distrusting of everyone, even in Charlie, though she was distrusting of her ability to do things rather than of her motives, which is completely justified because Charlie just keeps on getting in her own way. She also flew off the handle a lot more and was actually rageful. In the actual show, she comes off as bored or slightly annoyed most of the time instead. She also seems just blunt rather than actually rude. I would go back to the characterization of the pilot where she just has zero patience for anyone. I I would also direct the animators to have her look like she's holding back a violent tantrum anytime anything goes wrong. I'm also going to change her backstory a little bit. In the original story, Adam and his exorcist actually enjoyed the exterminations, and Vaggie got kicked out of heaven because she refused to kill a demon child. In my first video, I tweaked it so that Adam and his army don't actually like the exterminations. In fact, they really don't like them. They see it more as like putting down sick dogs. It's something that has to be done from their perspective. There's a reason why Adam is considered one of the highest angels. He and his wife just follow orders without question whether they like them or not. I decided that instead of sparing a demon child, that Vaggie fell from heaven because she actually started to enjoy the exterminations, when you're really not supposed to. I'm thinking, because everybody who's in this, most of the people who were in this show were alive at some point and then died in order to go to their respective kingdoms. Maybe when she was alive, she got caught in a random attack where she lost her eye and her life. The exterminations were a cathartic way for her to get her anger out, but it's still against the rules to get bloodlusty. You're never supposed to enjoy taking the lives of other people, even when it's necessary. This would also give more weight to the reveal that she used to be an angel. Charlie doesn't seem like the type of person who would care that Vaggie used to be an angel, but you know what she might care about? Vaggie actively enjoying the slaughter of her people and only originally supporting her project for purely selfish reasons. So we can have some actual drama instead of the petty, but you didn't tell me arc. Oh, it was so boring. So boring when that happened. Imagine it. Imagine a full character arc for Vaggie where she learns to let go of her anger and becomes a better person. That is actually exciting! That theme of Vaggie starting out as not a great person and then learning to grow and change with the rest of the cast would also assist the theme of forgiveness, moving on, and redemption, which is exactly what we want. There's nothing I love more than a good learning to forgive arc. And I don't mean forgiveness in the sense like you forgive the villain and then they become your buddy. No, I'm talking about forgiveness, like real world forgiveness, where forgiveness is actually letting go of your anger so that whatever happened to you in your past doesn't affect you anymore. So even if you never trust the people that hurt you ever again, you can still learn to forgive them. It's something that I've struggled with, and it's taken me a long time to learn how to do it myself, and I still struggle sometimes. I still hate my math teacher. But I'm sure I'll move on someday. Back to Carmilla. In the original show, she reveals in episode 7 that the way to kill angels is with angelic steel. Now, I hate to be mean to my beautiful trash heap, but this is lame. This is really lame. Also, it makes no sense. The exterminations have been happening for eons as far as we know. You're telling me, seriously, with a straight face, that no one, literally no one, has ever gotten an angel's weapon away from them and then stabbed them with it? Carmilla said that angels fight really sloppy and bad because they are invincible. This would make the chances of someone getting an angel's weapon away from them and then killing them with it way harder. Also, Vaggie's eyes and wings were removed with angelic weapons! How would she not know this? I already mentioned that I changed it so that angels leave their bodies behind in heaven, which makes them completely invincible, and they don't fight with weapons, so there's no way for Carmilla to get her hands on any angelic steel. Instead, Carmilla develops a serum that, when exposed to oxygen, turns into a gas. This gas would summon an angel's body to wherever their spirit is at that time, making it possible to kill them. To safely experiment with this, she would have to develop a whole bunch of different test gases, and then leave the traps scattered around the city during Extermination Day. These gas traps would be triggered whenever they see motion. They would also be equipped with cameras so that Carmilla can check to see which, if any, of her serums worked. Since the exterminations only happen once a year, it would make more timeline sense as to why it took so long for her to develop a serum that worked. My idea is that Carmilla originally started her project with the intent of conquering heaven so that she and her daughters could have a better afterlife. But by the time she found a serum that actually worked, she was no longer blinded by anger and resentment. She realized that an all-out war with heaven would end in total slaughter, and that she if they managed to conquer heaven, it would eventually turn to be just as rotten as hell. Instead, she decided to keep the serum to herself and set up defenses at her home so that she and her daughters would be safe during exterminations. Instead of trying to break into heaven, they would try and make their lives as peaceful as they can where they already are, and learn to be grateful for what they already have. One last thing, I don't like the way that Vaggie convinced Carmilla to help them. With how adamantly Carmilla is against war with heaven, at least in the first episode that we see her in, supplying someone with the supplies they need to take on an entire armory of angels goes completely against what she wants. In my version, Vaggie would instead offer to take credit for the death of the angel and the creation of the serum, so that the heat would be off of Carmilla. They could also use the serum as an incentive to get people to stay at the hotel, since it would be the only place in hell that was actually safe during Extermination Day. It could also set up more conflict with the V's going forward into the next season, since their attention would be off the overlords and focused in entirely on the Hazbin Hotel. In the first episode that Vox appears in, he tells the press that VoxTech is attempting to create a security system to stave off the angels, so the hotel creating it first would fuel his hatred for Alastor and give him more of a motive to ruin Charlie's plans. If you haven't seen the show before, I know that's a lot of confusing information all at once. I promise I will get into it in the next video. Woo! We're at the end of the video. I've decided... I've been writing the script for the past 4 hours and my fingers hurt. A couple last pieces of information before I go that I didn't really know where to put them. Vaggie gets her feathers back in order to fly when she finally lets go of her anger and decides that she's not gonna fight because she hates the angels or that she's bitter, but because she wants to protect the people that she loves. Also, I think I'm gonna call my Hazbin Hotel AU bed and breakfast for former baddies. I love comically long names.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ and I don't have a good intro yet. I've been putting off today's video for far too long, but also just long enough for my art skills to improve enough to make it. When I first started redesigning the characters of Hazbin Hotel, I never thought this was going to turn into a series. I thought I was just going to do Adam and Eve and then dip, but then I ended up having a lot of fun and I wanted to try my hand at the other characters too. My second video in the series was about Carmilla and Vaggie. I hadn't quite figured out my process yet, so I went into that video without doing any research or doing any planning or anything really. I hadn't needed to research anything about Adam and Eve since I was so familiar with the original source material. I thought I would have just as easy of a time with the other characters, and boy was I wrong. I do not like these designs anymore, especially Carmilla's. Vaggie is fine, but they're both kind of ugly a little bit. I also wanted to make a few refinements to their lore and story arcs since I have a better idea of where my story is going. Let's start with Vaggie since she'll be easier. Though I'm not super happy with the art anymore, I still like all the ideas I had in my first attempt. Vaggie is a fallen angel, and in my AU, fallen angels retain shards of their old wings. That's what those big black spikes are. After roughing in a sketch of a walking pose, I started sketching out all the details. I have discovered that it's much easier to design characters in a pose that fits their personality than what I used to do. I used to just turn on the symmetry tool and draw them in a neutral pose like you would do for a character turnaround. Not that that's a bad way to design characters. I've just found that for me, my brain works better when a character is posed in a way that fits their personality. I decided to get rid of the parallel storytelling thing that was present between Vaggie and Carmilla in the original show, if you can call it present. I'm sure there's some way to make those two characters parallel each other in a way that works, but it doesn't work for what I'm trying to go for. So I brought back Vaggie's original body type. I think it's called a pear shape, but I could be totally wrong. I brought back the eye patch, but this time gave it some X-shaped straps that are keeping it on. I kept the horns, beak, and eye all exactly the same too. I decided to shave off all of her hair except for the stuff that goes over her missing eye. I've never super vibed with Vaggie having long hair, especially after the Exorcist reveal where we see her short hair. I wanted to take the short hair all the way and shave it off. It's a much cleaner silhouette than the waist-length hair that I gave her before. I kept the uniform exactly the same, no changes necessary there. Also, before any of you comments this, the arms are a little too long on purpose. Heaven Lord dunk time. In this universe, when you die, your earthly body gets left behind. Only the Creator himself can make the bodies of creatures here on Earth. No one can replicate his work perfectly. The bodies of sinners are created by Lucifer, and the bodies of angels are created by archangels. No matter how hard they try, the seraphim physically cannot replicate human bodies. If the body they create is too close to what someone looked like when they were alive, the body will explode. In order to prevent this from happening, the seraphim purposely add things like horns, wings, tails, and fur. That way they can focus on making a vessel as accurate as possible without accidentally blowing it up and getting blood everywhere. The angelic creature that created Vaggie made her arms a little longer than human arms to maximize her wingspan so it would be easier for her to fly. Returning to Vaggie's design, I thought it would be cute if she had a casual outfit for when she wasn't working at the hotel. Vaggie died most recently, making her the youngest of the adults in the cast, and I wanted her outfit to reflect that, so I took some inspiration from my own wardrobe. I wanted to go halfway between casual goth and casual, so I gave her some striped leggings, a spiked choker, and an oversized t-shirt with an X on it. I was going to put wings on it, but that was way too obvious, and also it looked like the Deltarune a little bit. Not that there's anything wrong with the Deltarune, I love Deltarune, but I didn't want to do that for this. The X will be easier to animate anyway, even though I'm not animating this. Last thing I designed for her was her angelic form, mostly because I wanted to double check to make sure that I didn't make the wing shards too big and impractical. Spoilers, they are impractical, but they aren't too big. I changed all of her black features to a dark gray. It makes her look a lot lighter overall. Her sin is wrath, which is orange, so I thought I'd make her angelic form the exact opposite color, but I decided against it. I know that there are 7 virtues in heaven, though I don't know what they are yet. I'm pretty certain, though, that there is a direct opposite virtue for every sin, which would be the opposite color of said sin. There is no way that Vaggie would have the virtue of whatever the opposite of wrath is, so I made her purple instead. I think the light purple looks super nice with the gray anyway. I do have an updated backstory for her now. In my original video, I forgot to come up with anything for when she was alive. Whoopsies, I forgot that angels have to die in order to get into heaven. Oops. So here's the lore. In my church, women are allowed to go on missions when they're 19, which lasts for 18 months. Our missionaries are tasked with serving people and spreading the word to as many people as will hear it. Vaggie was on a mission like this. She was going door to door with her companion when they encountered a very evil man. Her companion got away, Vaggie didn't. Fast forward a few years, Vaggie decided to finish her mission by serving with the exorcists. The exorcists spend the majority of their time taking care of demons on Earth, but once a year they go down to hell to help the sinners move on by turning them into pillars of salt. Normally, the exorcists either do it so fast that the sinner doesn't even realize it's been touched, or they try to comfort the sinner and make their last moments peaceful. Vaggie was a natural at it, until she encountered the man that killed her. Not just her, but many other women of faith. Exorcists always leave their bodies behind in the heaven embassy, so they are completely invulnerable on extermination day. They end sinners just by touching them. Even a light graze will turn a sinner to salt, quickly and painlessly. Vaggie made the very purposeful decision to summon her body so she can make her murderer's death as slow and as painful as possible. As you might imagine, that breaks kind of a lot of rules. While Vaggie was on her way back up into the sky, her wings caught ablaze and she fell. Moving on to Carmilla. My first take on Carmilla was so heinously ugly. It's so bad. The ideas were there, but oh, they were so poorly executed. I wanted to make her look like one of those porcelain ballerina figures that are on music boxes sometimes, but my execution was incredibly poor. She looks like a Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic. So for my second try, I pivoted to a ball joint doll. I found this picture online of a ball joint doll that I thought was super stinking pretty. Someone in the comment section of that video said that Carmilla was supposed to be inspired by the ballet Swan Lake. Personally, I don't get that at all from her design. I don't think there's a single part of her that conveys swan except for maybe the mask-like patterning around her eyes. But I didn't really have anything else to work with, so I decided to use that as inspiration anyway. While sketching her, I was thinking about how I might make her if I was creating her as a doll. The majority of her clothing is painted onto her body, with only a few bits here and there being sculpted. The feathers around her chest and forearms are carved out of wood. They are not real feathers, they are stiff. Her hands are also stiff. The only soft, flexible parts of her are the back skirt type thing that is made out of fabric, and her hair, which is made out of doll hair. I haven't changed my mind about Carmilla's hands for my first video. I still don't think that huge, thick forearms fits for this particular character. Instead, I gave her doll hands, the kind where they're stuck in the same position and some of the fingers are fused together. Since her hands are nearly useless, this necessitates the fighting style she uses in the show. In the show, her main weapon was a pair of angelic steel ballet shoes. With her hands being as big as they are, you would think that she would mainly use her arms to fight, but it's the reverse. Now I think she has a legitimate reason to use such a strange method of fighting. I also think this will assist with giving her a reason to train Vaggie. The wing shards on Vaggie's arms are not sharp or stiff, they are flexible. This makes them really difficult to fight with. You can't use them as weapons and they kind of get in the way a little bit. Also, my version of Vaggie doesn't have any real combat skills, she's just a girl. Most of the exorcists are the same way. So having Carmilla train Vaggie how to use her legs as weapons will be vital not just for the battle, but also for living in hell on a day-to-day basis. I switched Carmilla's dumb hair horn things out for just regular ears. Though Carmilla is heavily inspired by Swan Lake, she is not actually a swan. I want only angels and fallen angels to be the only real birds. Carmilla's true species is a cat. In Swan Lake, there are two swans. There's the white swan and the black swan, and I could go into detail about that, but I've already sat down to record and I forgot to write it into the script. But basically, there's a white swan that is good and a black swan that is bad. I decided to combine them into one person. Backstory time. Just like with Vaggie, I forgot to write a backstory for her on my first try. Not this time. This time I have an actual idea. When Carmilla was alive, she was married to a wealthy man who owned a prominent weapons factory. When he died, she took over the business. This was still a very sexist time, so she had a male face of the company, but she was the person who was actually in charge of everything. The time in which Carmilla was alive was a very unsteady time for Spain. Tensions were rising between Republicans and nationalists. Carmilla grew more and more paranoid as things got more and more violent. In 1936, the tensions broke out into an all-out civil war. During the earliest months of the war, Carmilla's factory started being raided for weapons. Though she tried her absolute hardest to ignore it, the fighting soon came to her front door. Rather than let her daughters ever face the mercy of the soldiers, Carmilla buried all three of them alive, including her newborn. Carmilla was later beheaded by her own workers. Carmilla very deservedly went to hell. She was an evil person who abused her workers on a widespread scale. The working conditions within her factories were terrible, the hours were long, and the pay was terrible. Sure, it was her husband who started things off that way, but Carmilla purposely perpetuated it. Her two oldest daughters joined her in hell for evil, abusive beliefs of their own. The baby went straight up to heaven, as all children do. Carmilla does love her daughters very much, but in a very selfish sort of way. So, loving your family doesn't automatically make you a good person. It's not enough to care for the people in your immediate circle. That's not going to get you into heaven. I will have to make the two older daughters a video of their own. Since they are such important characters for Carmilla's motivation, I want to flesh them out a bit. Their names are never even said within the show. How am I supposed to understand how much Carmilla cares about her daughters if we don't know anything about them? If they were younger, then I could get it, but these are adult or older teen girls. I'm going to need you to do a little bit more than show them on screen a couple times for me to care. When I write it, I want you to understand why she cares so much, outside of just, common sense, You have to do a little bit more when you're writing a show. And now we've reached the point of her backstory that I did already have written, but I do want to make a few changes to it to make it better. In my first shot at a backstory, I came up with this idea that Carmilla invented a sort of gas that can force an angel back into its body. I want to change this a little bit. Let's get into that. When Carmilla arrived in hell, she met up with her 2 oldest daughters and found her husband, but the baby is in heaven. Carmilla wanted her entire family to be together, so she made it her mission to find a way to capture an angel so she can use them as a hostage to exchange for her baby. She, her husband, and her eldest daughter worked together to create a device that combined magic and science to trap an angel spirit. They were able to successfully capture an angel with it, but they didn't know that at the time an angel can summon their body. Human angels have the ability to summon their bodies and small objects to themselves, but they can't send things in the opposite direction. The exorcist they captured summoned their body and they were able to escape. Carmilla's husband died trying to keep them contained. After that loss, Carmilla gave up. Even after her eldest daughter came to her with a prototype that would destroy the angel spirit when they were captured, Carmilla would have none of it. All she wants to do now is lie low and make certain her remaining family stays safe.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I don't have a good intro. Today I'll be redesigning Carmilla's daughters for my Hazbin AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. Let's get into it. In the original show, Carmilla has 2 daughters that she's very protective of, and killed an angel in order to protect them. In my most recent video about Carmilla, I had this idea where one daughter went to heaven and the other one was in hell. In that video, I had the idea to add a 3rd daughter, and the 3rd daughter would be the one that's in heaven, but after thinking about it for a while, I think it would be better to keep only 2 daughters. If I can reduce the amount of characters, I want to do that so I can flesh out the characters we do have. Carmilla's daughters really don't do anything in the original show. Odette has a singular voice line, and frankly, I didn't even realize that it was her when she did say something. She and her sister Clara delivered something to Pentious, which is when the voice line happened. They're so in the background that I barely even noticed that they're there, and that would be totally fine if they weren't so important to Carmilla's character. Carmilla's main motivation is her love for her daughters, but you can't just put a character on screen and expect people to care. Yeah, people understand, oh, these are your kids, so obviously Carmilla wouldn't want them to die, but why should I care? I don't care about these characters, so it's hard for me to care about Carmilla by extension, since her entire character is about her daughters, which is nothing. The first daughter we're going to tackle is Odette. I like Odette's design. It's simple, effective, and you can get like a pretty clear read on what her personality is and her interests just from looking at her. Solid. However, it's not what I'm going for, so we're just gonna mostly ignore it. She's just gonna be in the corner over here. Now, I don't know this for certain, but I'm pretty certain that both of Carmilla's daughters are adopted because while they do have similarities to both each other and to her, they don't look that much like her. In my version, they are both biological children, so I will be darkening the skin tone to something more similar to Carmilla's, at least for Odette. I'm gonna have to lighten Clara's skin a tad, which I feel a little bit weird about, but we'll get there when we get there. Odette was buried alive, so my original idea was to make her like a sort of rock monster, but combined with like some ice, because I was thinking of ice skates, but I didn't do that. My original sketches made me hate myself, so I won't be showing them to anyone. Those die with me. Instead, what you're seeing now is actually the 3rd attempt where I came up with a different idea. Carmilla is an extremely protective mother already, so I had this idea: what if Odette was disabled? Carmilla had children later on in life. The older you are when you have children, the higher the likelihood of birth defects is. Odette was born with spina bifida. Before the 1960s, the likelihood of surviving spina bifida was between 10 and 12%. That's not very high, as I'm sure you've gathered. Surgery was usually put off until the baby was at least 2 years old because only the strongest babies would survive the surgery anyway. Antibiotics hadn't been invented yet either when Odette was still alive, so yeah, Odette started life on hard mode. She survived, but barely. She was paralyzed from the waist down, developed incontinence and chronic pain, and lost her ability to speak. She was lucky though. Most children that did survive would usually develop severe mental impairments. Odette did have mental challenges, specifically with her speech, but she could read. She couldn't write, but she could read. She had nothing else to do except read, and she was brilliant. Her dream was to develop some sort of cure or treatment for herself. She started her experiments pretty darn young. She started experimenting on her pets, but Carmilla stopped getting her new ones because she assumed that her daughter just couldn't take care of them. When she ran out of animals, she started running her experiments on the house staff and the factory workers when she could get to them. She never did find a cure though. Carmilla buried her alive a week after her 16th birthday. Now that she's in hell, Lilith has given her the form of a teddy bear. Unlike the forms of adult sinners, the bodies of sinner children are not intended to be torment. They are not meant to be a reminder of what the sinner had done forever. The forms of sinner children are meant either to protect them or to be a wake-up call to the adults that failed them, preferably both at the same time. Odette's form is supposed to proclaim to the entire world that she was treated like a helpless child her entire life. That is why she's a child's toy. It's to try and get people to realize, oh, I need to treat this person like an adult because I've been infantilizing them forever. Carmilla hasn't figured out yet that her being overprotective and underestimating Odette's ability to think for herself is the problem here. She was under the assumption that Odette just didn't know better when she would kill her animals. Nah. Odette knew better, she just didn't care. If Carmilla had intervened, perhaps not as many animals would have died and Odette would have stopped. She is still incapable of speech, but she can walk now. She can't walk perfectly though. She has muscles but no bones. She also can't feel pain, so she's actually much more able-bodied now than ever before, despite how floppy she is. She can't keep her neck up for anything. She doesn't do experiments that hurt other people or animals anymore though now. There's no need. The pain is gone and she's no longer paralyzed, so she started experimenting with robotics. She's trying to invent an exoskeleton for herself so she can move around more properly. Odette was also the one who created the second prototype for the machine that could capture angels, this version able to permanently destroy them. For her actual design, I decided to make her a little darker all over to resemble fur, with her actual skin tone only popping up around her muzzle, tummy, and a few streaks in her hair. I did want to keep the hair pretty much the same. I did remove the parts that are around the sides of the head because they confuse me and don't work on a bear's head. I kept the big glasses. I like them. I also kept the lab coat and gloves, but I did want them to look more like toy clothes and not real clothes. I also emphasized the stitching around the seams of her body. I actually used suture stitching patterns for them. Time for daughter number 2, Clara. I said in my second video about Carmilla that she had 3 daughters, but I did ultimately decide to combine daughters 2 and 3 into one so I don't have nearly as many characters to worry about writing and making compelling. Clara died when she was only 3 years old, on the same night that Carmilla killed Odette. I don't really need to worry about writing anything for her earthly life since she was so young when it happened. I mean, what can you really say about a 3-year-old? She was 3. I did decide that she was born with a cleft lip though, which leads us into our angel design. Rabbits have cleft lips too, so the idea of a cleft lip birth defect maybe want to turn her into a rabbit. Clara's original design really gives us nothing at all. The only thing I could possibly guess from her design is that she might be a bit of a sporty girl, but like, that's kind of it. And you know what? That's fine. She's a background character. Her design doesn't need to be revolutionary. It serves its purpose, to be unimportant. The only thing that I really did keep was the crop top and her bun. Everything else went away. I gave her a high-waisted skirt that's intended to be a modern casual version of the flamenco dress to give us some hints as to where she originally came from. I decided to keep the fur color thing from Odette going. I felt really weird about lightening her skin too much from the original. People from Spain, from my research, aren't usually super dark, and the ethnicity, I mean, I'm certain they have diversity there, but you know, still. I also didn't want to get eaten by virtue signalers. But besides everything else, the pink that I chose for her virtue of patience just looked better on top of a mostly brown character. I think she's cute. I also did decide to draw her a quick exorcist form as well. I gave her the usual black mask and then also put a nun's hood on top of it, arms gone, wings only. She's also got the usual black top and the skirt with the belt in the middle. I also drew her with a bird's tail and made her legs a bit more bird-like as well. For anyone who might not know yet, angels leave their bodies when they go to do exorcist stuff, and when they do that, they take the appearance of harpies as a reference to the one time that the Holy Ghost took the form of a dove. I also gave her a simple steel band for her halo. Girly is not special at all, and she's alright with that. Now, I don't really have any like super backstory stuff for her, because it really doesn't matter. Her life in heaven, it was standard, you know, she found a family, she got adopted, all that good stuff, but it doesn't really matter, so there's no reason to waste time writing it. Yeah. Now, I would love to tell you all about the lore changes and, like, final tweaks I've made to Carmilla's story, but I would like to keep a few things secret for when I actually write stuff out on paper. But I will give you this brand new idea that I've had that I think you're all going to love. I wanted to make Odette a more important character, so I've decided this. The way that Alastor finds out how angels are killed has changed. What happens is that after the Overlord meeting, he talks with Carmilla. He manipulates her into telling him how to capture and kill angels, and in return he'll keep her daughter safe within the walls of Princess Charlotte's home, where angels are not allowed to venture. Carmilla agrees, only after Alastor says just the right thing, and now, boom! Now Odette is staying at the bed and breakfast. This means that we can learn about her slowly. I'm planning on having her interact with the Egg Boys and get some therapy, maybe even redeem herself. We'll see what happens.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I haven't come up with an intro yet. In today's video, I'll be continuing my series where I redesign and rewrite characters from Hazbin Hotel for my alternate universe, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. In today's video, I'll be rewriting Charlotte Morningstar. Spoilers ahead, so be warned. I started by designing Lucifer and Lilith, who are Charlie's parents, but I don't want to talk about them just yet. I was going to put all of them into this video, but there was so much to talk about that I had to split it up into parts. If you would like to see my design and concept for Lucifer right now, it's up on my Patreon if you give me $1. In my AU, Charlie shares the role of main character with Vaggie. This means her writing and design are the most important to get right out of all of the other characters. Lucifer and Lilith are just gonna have to wait their turn. I thought since I had designed both of her parents already that Charlie would be easy, and I was simply incorrect. I wanted to make Charlie look like she was actually related to these two, which means I have to follow their designs a lot more closely than I do Charlie's canon design. Something that Mimsy does a lot when she's designing a family is that she'll have the child look almost exactly like one parent and nothing like the other. Charlie's parents aren't the most egregious example of this happening, but it's not great. She looks incredibly similar to her dad, so much that if the two were the same gender, they would look almost identical. Her mom, though, I would not even come close to guessing that these two are related from appearance alone. The blonde hair is the only similarity between them, really. I did my best to combine the two head shapes into one, which does a lot of work to make her look like both of them right out the gate. I still wanted Charlie to look more like her dad, so I gave her his eye shape, hair color, and pair of featherless wings. Lucifer is a fallen angel, so I wanted to give Charlie some angelic elements too. And Vaggie is a fallen angel, so I've already set a precedent for what fallen angels kind of look like. So they've got like these, they keep like bits of their wings, but they don't have the feathers, so it looks like spikes or horns. From her mom, she got her leg shape and horns. I considered giving her snake hair, but I wasn't quite vibing with it, so I chose to give her regular hair instead. I didn't want to cover up her other eye like they do with Vaggie, but it didn't look like Charlie without the hair swoop, so it had to stay. For her clothes, I combined the pantsuit of the OG with the redesign of Vaggie's dress. I think that Vaggie's outfit is a uniform for the female bed and breakfast staff, and the male version would probably be a full suit, so Charlie gets an in-between. I did add a few details that wouldn't be on the regular staff's uniforms, like the sharp bits at the end of the sleeves, and I later went back and made the skirt a little shorter. Charlie is the owner after all, and I want her to look a little bit different from the rest of the staff, when she eventually gets more staff. I gave Charlie the traditional forked demon tail and made the end of her ponytail real sharp in reference to Lucifer's mane. You'll see. I'm really happy with Lucifer's design and I can't wait to show it to you. Now, color time. I knew I wanted to make Charlie's skin tone pink, but placing all the other colors was a little bit more difficult, specifically Vaggie's dark gray color. I really wanted to include it so that Charlie would have more than one color in common with her, but I don't normally put that many colors onto one character, so it was a bit of a challenge. After an hour of fiddling, I finally ended with a few details on her suit that I'm pretty happy with. I am really happy with this final design. I was trying really hard to evoke therapist mommy energy, and I think I nailed it. She did come out looking a little older than I intended, but I think that actually really works. In the canon show, Charlie is supposed to be 200 years old. I decided to slash off 100 years, but she's still gonna be a little bit older. By the way, the gray hair is just the hair she was naturally born with. It's not because she's old. I also redesigned Charlie's demon form. I think her demon form is pretty underwhelming. She gets horns, a tail, and her eyes change color, but that's it really. She still looks... I don't know, she just looks like any other regular demon in the show. It doesn't look super intimidating. For the longest time, I thought that the bits of the demon form that we had seen crop out throughout the show were just like hints towards what it would be, and then in the final battle, shit. I don't know how to describe how I feel about it. I decided to try turning her into a dragon. I didn't want to go full dragon. I wanted her to be more of a uncanny halfway between human looking and dragon, but honestly I don't think I succeeded. I think my design still looks cool, but it doesn't accomplish quite what I wanted it to. It doesn't look scary enough, and frankly, I'm not happy with it. I wanted to start over and try again, but I just don't have time. I don't have time this time. I'll have to try again in the next, well, maybe not the next video, but some other time I will take another crack at this and see if I can make it actually good. In the original show, Charlie is a bubbly character with a lot of energy, a hyper-positive attitude, and enormous dreams. Her goal is to redeem sinners to get them into heaven so the exterminations don't have to happen anymore. Personally, I don't really vibe with Charlie. I think she's a little cliche. The hyper-positive, cutesy, adorable girl with big dreams and too much energy is a character that's been done a lot in recent years. Mabel from Gravity Falls, Star from Star vs. the Forces of Evil, Luz from the Owl House, most of the modern Disney princesses. It's a lot. She also doesn't have any super close relationships with either of her parents, which also is exactly like the trope. With so many female characters embodying this personality trope, it's become a little stale and overdone. This isn't to say that this trope can't be done well, far from it. The reason why it's become such a popular trope is because a lot of the fantastic female characters have come from it. Unfortunately, Charlie doesn't get enough time by herself to stand out from all the other characters that fall into this category, making her feel a little stale and boring. This is further aggravated by a lot of the characters having big personalities. Super energetic characters like Charlie work best when they have someone calm and more reserved to play off of. For Charlie, this character is Vaggie, but she and Vaggie don't get enough screen time together to make this kind of dynamic work. Charlie is often seen together with other characters with big personalities like Alastor, Adam, and Lucifer. This makes it feel like the characters on screen are always fighting for who gets your attention, and Charlie usually loses because she's the tropiest out of all the characters in the entire show. There's a couple things we can do to help this. We can either tone down every single character that Charlie interacts with, or we can tone down Charlie. Toning down Charlie will do the least amount of damage, so it's a lot easier to rewrite her interactions with the other characters. I also don't like how ignorant Charlie is. Charlie was raised in hell, but doesn't seem to know very much about it or how it works. She often comes off as delusional or just downright stupid because of her ridiculous level of ignorance. She could have been a really sheltered as a kid, but they never say this in the show, and even still, if she's 200 years old, I just can't imagine her being that sheltered for that long. Even if we assume that she was sheltered her entire adult life too, her mother disappeared 7 years ago, and she wasn't super close with her dad, so we know that she wasn't being sheltered by him. We can assume that Charlie was living on her own for at least 7 years. A person can change a lot in only 1 year, let alone 7. In my AU, I'm going to make Charlie a much more reserved person. She's quiet and polite. She still has her dream, but she's a little more realistic about it. In order to make her dream come true, Charlie went to school and became a licensed therapist. She knows that she can't just preach at people and expect any sort of meaningful change. Everyone in hell needs professional help in order to change for the better, and no one knows this better than Charlie. She was raised down there. She knows firsthand how normalized every type of evil is in hell, and how much work it takes to change for the better. I'm thinking that maybe for a large part of her early life, she was an overlord herself. A powerful one at that. Being Lucifer's daughter, she never had to worry about the exterminations, and it was perfect for her. She could take advantage of any power vacuum left over after the exterminations, rarely even needing to lift a finger to conquer territory. Her mother, though, was not afforded the same luxury. Her mother disappeared 7 years ago from the time that the show actually starts. I think she would assume that her mother was killed in one of the exterminations, and it would start her on a path to redemption. After using the first couple years to work on herself and come to a realization of the error of her ways, she would release every soul she owned and go to school to become a therapist. Her new dream was not to rule hell, it was to help souls escape it. Being kind isn't something that comes naturally to Charlie. She has to actively think about what is and isn't the right thing to do in any situation, which can make her a little slow to respond. She has a tendency to overthink and overplan everything. She's got insane book smarts but struggles socially and doesn't understand current street smarts. A lot can change about the world in only 7 years, and I think this would be especially true of hell. The exterminations is one of the few ways that sinners can actually die. Imagine that the only way that people can pass on is through a yearly natural disaster. The societal makeup would completely change every single year, with new people coming in and old sinners dying en masse. I also think that Charlie would be accidentally intimidating all the time. She is the princess of hell and was raised to command respect in the way that she speaks and moves around. I think the only time that Charlie would get as energetic as we see her in the OG series would be when she's alone with Vaggie. Vaggie would be one of the few people that Charlie feels comfortable being vulnerable with, at least in the first season. Charlie would view their relationship with the other characters in a more business-like way. Angel is a customer, Alastor is an investor, Bitsy and Husk are employees. Vaggie is the only person who was a friend first before she got her bed and breakfast started for real. Now, to end off this video, here's my pitch for episode 1. We open up the series with the song Always Chasing Rainbows, which is how the pilot started. I think this song does a perfect job of introducing us to the world, and it has a lot of visual storytelling to it that it sets up the mood, it gets you familiarized with the setting a little bit, and really just establishes the vibe. We start the episode with Vaggie and Charlie meeting for the first time. Vaggie would have been injured from her fall and looking for a place to hide while the extermination is raging. She hides in an alleyway and passes out there. Before her vision fades out entirely, we'll see Charlie's silhouette approach her. Vaggie wakes up later with her wounds bandaged in Charlie's bed and breakfast. The place is fairly run down, though it seems that Charlie has made an attempt to make it nice. Vaggie would pretend to be asleep when she hears Charlie approaching. Charlie's first proper appearance would be shot from Vaggie's perspective. She would be lit to look as terrifying and demonic as possible, but when she speaks, that will all fade away. She would give Vaggie some food and try to make her feel as comfortable and safe as possible. Then, the conversation starts. Vaggie tells her that she got hit by a car and woke up here, that she has no idea where she is or what's going on. Vaggie would be on the brink of full-blown panic, and Charlie would have to soothe her. Charlie would give us some exposition about hell and the exterminations. All throughout this, Vaggie would be confused, terrified, and quiet. The conversation would then move on to Vaggie's long-term plans for living in hell. Charlie would start telling her about her plan for the bed and breakfast, and Vaggie would respond positively. Charlie would be overjoyed to finally have someone who wants to help her with her plan, and the two would quickly become friends. The rest of the episode will be spent trying to fix up their building as best they can. They would bond while they clean and do their best to fix things around the building, but of course, not everything goes as well as they could hope. Every time they fix something, something else seems to break. Neither know anything about construction or home repair, so their best isn't fantastic either. By the halfway point of the episode, enough time will have passed for Vaggie's injuries to have fully healed, and for her and Charlie to be really good friends now. The last thing they need is someone, anyone, just to show up and live there for a little bit. They had already put up posters early in their episode, so they need to try a new tactic of getting someone inside. So they try some door-to-door marketing, which really does not go well. They come back to the hotel both feeling frustrated and dejected. At the end of the episode, they get a knock at the door. It's Angel Dust holding a poster for the bed and breakfast in his hand. This is where the episode would end. Thank you so much for sticking around to the end of the video. I hope I see you all again next week. Comment which character you want to see next. I take commissions, I have stickers for sale, I've got a Patreon, and of course all of my other Hazbin Hotel videos are in a playlist for your viewing convenience. I'll see you all in a super cool video next week where I eat 7 tapeworms. Goodbye!
Now for our most important character, Charlotte Morningstar. I drew Charlie such a long time ago, and her initial art now pains me. She didn't need any massive tweaks, but I had to fix that drawing. I simplified her wing shards a bit, changed the way that I rendered her face underneath her glasses, and simplified her tail. The biggest change I made was to her legs. I initially drew her with these really weird long socks, but they didn't go over the feet because she's got goat hooves. I think they looked terrible, and really they made no sense. So I changed it so that now she has a gradient on her legs instead, with the darker part being up top. I also changed the color of her undershorts to a dark gray so you could see them, but they wouldn't show up as dramatically as if I lined them with white. I also made an edit to her dragon form so that she's mostly a black dragon with light gradients on her face, hands, and feet. I also took off one of her claws and stuck it on her back foot to more closely resemble her usual goat feet. I think this redraw really puts into perspective just how much I've grown as an artist since I started the series. My hoof drawing skills especially have come a really long way. I'm really glad you've all come with me on this journey from start to finish, and hopefully you'll be along for the ride into its final evolution.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I haven't come up with a good intro yet. In today's video, I'll be continuing my series where I redesign and rewrite characters from Hazbin Hotel for my AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. In today's video, I'll be reimagining Lucifer and Lilith. Spoilers ahead, so be warned. Just for a bit of an intro for those who haven't watched the show yet, Lucifer in the canon show is depicted as an innocent soft boy who's never done anything wrong in his entire life. He was cast down to hell because he gave freedom of choice to the humans, which violated the order that heaven had set up. As a father to our main character, he's distant but trying his best, and the two of them make up in a singular episode, and also he's obsessed with ducks. We don't know anything about Lilith other than she's strong and has been absent for the past 7 years. To who knows where. Now, obviously, I'm not going to keep these characters the same from a writing perspective, but I want to get into their designs first because I have so much to talk about in terms of what I wanted them to look like. Lucifer was an enormous challenge from a visual standpoint. The writing was way easier to do, which is bizarre because normally writing a character is the hardest thing to do. I scoured the scriptures for as many visual descriptions of him as I could be bothered to read, and I found some really interesting stuff. I forget which verse and chapter it was exactly, but somewhere in Ezekiel, Lucifer is described as having been a guardian cherub before he fell. So him being short like he is in the original show is actually biblically accurate, which makes me very happy. This led me to research what cherubs look like, and this is where everything started to go wrong. In Ezekiel chapter 1, it reads, each had 4 faces, and each of them being the faces, had 4 wings. The legs of each were fused into a single rigid leg, and the feet of each were like a single calf's hoof, and their sparkle was like the luster of burnished bronze. Do you understand now why I went into this so scared? 4 heads with 4 wings on each head. How am I supposed to keep this animator friendly? Well, it gets worse! Ezekiel goes on to say that 1 head was a lion, 1 was a human, 1 was an ox, and 1 was an eagle. I about died when I heard that. And then I remembered chimeras. Chimeras are a fantasy creature that's part lion, part goat, and part snake or dragon depending on which description you get it from. Guess which animals are associated with Lucifer? Snakes and goats. He's also described as being like a lion or dragon. It was so perfect that I simply had no choice but to combine these two weird little critters together into the perfect source of inspiration. For the legs being fused into one Ligid reg, I kind of just discarded that information because I wanted to keep him looking somewhat human-like. In order to make the one leg thing not look stupid, I would have had to make him look real wild. Instead, I'm just gonna have him stand with his legs really close together, almost like one leg. That's just gonna be how he moves around. Well, no, not moves around. That would mean he would have to hop around. I think you understand what I mean. I really wanted to fuse the human, lion, and goat heads into one piece, but no matter what I did, it just didn't look right. I would have had to make him bald in order to make that work, and I didn't want to do that. I tried making them into masks floating on either side of his head, but I didn't really like that either. I had to leave it alone for a while and come back later. In the end, I decided to make the goat head and the lion head real small and put them on the back of his head. I also decided to make them into skulls because, one, skulls are really cool, but also because Lucifer is heavily associated with death. He brought death to the humans with the whole apple incident, so yes, death. Skulls. Lucifer is a fallen angel, and I've already established what fallen angels look like in my AU with Vaggie and Charlie almost. Charlie's not a fallen angel, but she does have fallen angel bits. So I took those 4 wings, removed all the feathers, and made them look like those signature devil horns. Since the animal heads can't have too much detail on them without overwhelming the whole design, I decided to just take those elements that were cool and, like, smush them. I took the lion's mane and used it as inspiration for Lucifer's hair instead of keeping the hair that he has in the original show, because as much as I love it, there's just not enough room. There's not enough room. This also makes him look extremely petable, which adds to the non-threatening appearance I'm trying to craft. I couldn't decide between horizontal or vertical pupils, so I gave him both. The main face was actually the hardest part to get right because I needed something that would look really cute and endearing, but could also be intimidating under the right circumstances. I made some real ugly ones in here, and I'm sorry that you had to see those. I'm pretty happy with what I ended on. For the finishing touches, I gave him 7 shackles, 1 for each ring of hell, 1 around each limb, 1 on his neck, and 2 on his tail. Also a cute little pair of dragon wings. Lucifer is also called the dragon in the Bible sometimes, so they were absolutely perfect and I couldn't help myself. I also couldn't help myself but give him a full dragon form too. In the book of Revelation, he's described as being a dragon with 7 heads, 7 crowns, and 10 horns, so it's free real estate. He doesn't get 10 crowns. I'm not drawing that. I do like his demon form in the show. I think it's pretty cool, but just like what I said about Charlie's in demon form in the last episode, I just don't think they pushed it quite as far as they could have. I really wanted to make him look very snake-like, but man was I struggling. I did a few sketches of snake heads until I finally figured out something that was my style and did its job well enough. I gave him nubs where his limbs are supposed to be to reference the punishment where the snake's limbs were removed so it would be forced to crawl on its belly. He cannot fly in this form. 7 heads is obviously a lot of heads to work with, and I was already traumatized from the 3 that I already had to do. And I didn't want to go full Hydra route. Like, as fun as Hydras are, like, I don't know, I've never seen a picture of a Hydra that didn't look really awkward. Like, they never look balanced enough, because a head is such a heavy thing. I tried making the heads on the back of his head into Hydras, but I hated it, so I stuck them firmly on the back of his head. I really only needed to add 3 more heads, since I already had 4 there, so I decided to put them on his back since there wasn't much going on there. I decided to use those 3 heads to reference the different types of Hellborn that are in each ring. We know from Helluva Boss that there are 7 rings of Hell, 1 for each of the 7 deadly sins, and each has a signature type of Hellborn. Pride is the ring that Hazbin Hotel takes place in. We actually don't know which Hellborn is specific to Pride, so I'm gonna use lions, since lions appear on Lucifer and are often associated with Pride because they're called Prides when they're in groups. So I think it works really well. Wrath, I think, is the second deepest ring. This ring has a lot of imps in it. Imps appear in every ring, but it seems like the concentration of imps is especially dense in here. So yeah, I thought there were too many imps in hell to not include an imp head in there somewhere. They are considered the lowest on the social hierarchy, so I made them the lowest. I believe they originate from Wrath, but it's a little unclear because the world building in this show cannot be bothered to explain anything well. After that, we've got the Gluttony ring. There are a lot of Hellhounds in Gluttony, so I decided Wolfhead. Hellhounds are also considered pretty low, so I also put them lower on Lucifer's back, but I did decide to put them a little higher than imps. Next is Greed. This is where loan sharks come from. Yeah, that's what they're called. Shark head. I actually really like the shark head. Sharks are such a simple shape. I love them. Fifth is Lust. This is where succubuses and incubuses come from. In Hell of a Boss, the succubi look pretty similar to imps, but with different horns and are usually larger, but I don't really like this. In my AU, succubi are going to have more snake-like features so that we can include all of the animals that are associated with Lucifer on there. In Envy, we've got these weird fish people that I honestly kind of forgot about. At the last minute, I decided to change the snake head at the end of the tail into an eel so that I sort of represent them without needing to change too much. But you might be asking, why are these fish people considered to be higher than hellhounds and imps when they're at the very end of the tail? Well, it's because they've got like these it's because they've got the skull bits. They've got the skull bits that the two heads at the back of his head also have, so that makes them special and unique. Last one is Sloth, which is home to these weird goat creatures which are already represented on the back of the head, so I don't have to worry about doing anything with that. For the 10 horns, I also put them on his back because it's the only place with any room. There's so much going on with his dumb head! Lilith, I was a lot more unsure about. We only see Lilith in the flesh once at the very end of season 1, and it's pretty clear that she's going to be a major character going forward, so as much as I wanted to, I couldn't just kill her off for Charlie's character development. We know that she fell alongside Lucifer from the opening narration in episode 1, so my idea is that she became the first imp. If my goal with Lucifer was to make him adorable and approachable, I wanted Lilith to look scary. I was really inspired by Maleficent, specifically the animated version. Maleficent is one of the scariest evil animated women of all time. She freaked me out when I was little, and yet I always found myself strangely drawn to her. I wanted to emulate her face shape, the deep sunken eyes, the high cheekbones, and the sharp chin. I didn't make her face quite as skinny, and for a while I was worried that she looked a little too mannish, but then I colored her in and everything was actually fine, and I was being anxious for no reason. I added some armor around her shoulders because it was looking a little plain up there, and if there's one thing I love, it's metal breastplates and shoulder pads! Normally when I draw women's armor, I don't include the woman shaping to it, because realistically, if you were to get hit in the chest with boob grooves, that's going to concentrate all of the force into the center of your chest, which could damage your heart and lungs. However, this is the world of Hazbin Hotel, a show known for designing characters completely based off of the rule of cool, so I'm just going to indulge myself. In order to make the eyes look extra deep set, I made everything under her eyebrow really dark and then super light on the actual eyelid. I was shocked just how much shape those colors gave to her face. I am so happy with it. I also drew a version with the cloak open so you can see what's underneath. I'm going to save a proper rewrite for her until after we get to season 2. I don't have much to work with right now, so there's nothing yet to change. The only thing, though, that I do have to solve since I did decide to make her an imp is the issue with the hierarchy, because in the hierarchy, like I said earlier, imps are considered the lowest. But if Lucifer is having relations with one, wouldn't that make them more special? Look, in the canon show, Lilith was Adam's first wife before Eve, which I have thoughts about that I'm going to keep to myself. But yeah, Lucifer did kind of steal her away in a sense. I mean, she wanted to go with him, but still, if they're gonna cheat with you, they're gonna cheat on you. So I think Lucifer's probably had, in my AU, Lucifer has had relations with plenty of other different types of Hellborns, so an imp having relations with him doesn't mean anything. Speaking of him, I've got a lot of material to work with in terms of writing him. I'm a big fan of Jesus, so much so that I didn't stop at the Bible. I've read different translations, the DLCs, the spin-offs, everything and anything under the sun that I can find. In the DLC, more commonly known as the Pearl of Great Price, there's a lot of really interesting information about Lucifer that you can't find anywhere else. In Moses chapter 4, after God proposes his plan of creation to us, Lucifer offers to take up the role of savior and promises to make sure that everyone ends up in heaven. In order to do this, though, he would have to take away our agency so we can't do any sin, which defeats the point of living in the first place. The chapter goes on to say that Lucifer wanted to, quote, destroy the agency of man which I the Lord God had given him, and also that I should give unto him mine own power, end quote. Lucifer got really upsetty spaghetti about not getting picked and started a full-on war with heaven, and when the war was over he was cast out along with all of his followers and became Satan. I find this story absolutely fascinating, and as much as I'd like to use it completely unchanged, we are going to have to make a few tweaks in order for it to suit our purposes. In the opening narration of episode 1 of the actual show, we're told that Lucifer was the one that gave agency to men, but this is all told to us from Charlie. There's no way for us to verify the truthfulness of this statement. In my AU, this is a lie that Lucifer fed to Charlie and anyone else that was willing to listen to him. Also, Jesus doesn't exist in the show, and it better freaking stay that way. So Satan's gonna need a different rival. And who better than someone I've already written? So here's my idea. Lucifer, Lilith, Adam, and Eve were all friends in the premortal realm before anyone had a body, but all of that changed when God proposed the idea of life and agency to his spirits. When God was deciding who should be the first two people, Lucifer gleefully volunteered himself and Lilith. God recognized Lucifer's pride and Lilith's enabling tendencies and decided to pick Adam and Eve instead. This completely dissolved the relationship between the four friends. Despite being told no, Lucifer didn't give up. He tried everything to become one of the first people, but was refused every step of the way. He managed to assemble a following of his fellow angels by using the fear of not being able to get back into heaven to scare them. Still, his numbers were too small to overwhelm the heavenly courts. When Lucifer saw that the earth was complete, he mobilized his followers into battle to try and take the position by force. Lucifer was defeated and cast out along with any angel that sympathized with him. His followers became the imps in Hellborn that we see in Hell of a Boss. Those who committed one of the 7 deadly sins more intensely than the others would become the Hellborn that are unique to those rings. Lucifer's name was called Satan by heaven, though he still insists on being called Lucifer in his own kingdom. Satan made it his mission to bring as many souls down to hell as he could by any means possible. He has an intense hatred for anyone who got to go to Earth without him, everyone who refused to support him, and more than anyone else, he hates Adam for taking the glory he feels entitled to. He's intensely jealous of Adam to the point of obsession. He wants Adam's soul more than anyone else's. If he could just get his hands on him, he would finally feel like he had won. So how is this backstory going to change how Lucifer is presented in Season 1? Actually, it doesn't change much. Lucifer's ways of getting what he wants are subtle, and he's got quite a bit of control over himself. It's only when he knows that he has no possible way of winning that he completely loses it and throws awful temper tantrums. Every single living creature in hell belongs to Satan before they belong to anyone else. He can make anyone do anything. Unlike characters like Alastor that control the souls they own through fear and the threat of certain death, Lucifer can directly violate a person's agency through possession. He can make anyone under his control do anything he wants, and they'd be none the wiser. They would think that it was themselves making that choice. He doesn't normally do this, though. Almost everyone in hell is there because they gave into temptations that he planted in their minds. So simply putting the thought in their head and letting them think it's their idea is all he needs to do to control people. He can't possess Hellborn, though, since they didn't fall to hell because of their own actions. He still owns them, though, just in the way that Alastor owns Husker. What about the relationship between Lucifer and Charlie? I'm thinking that they were pretty close for most of her life. In my previous video, I decided that my version of Charlie was a powerful overlord in the Pride Ring before Lilith disappeared. This is something that I think Lucifer would have been very supportive of. When Charlie realized what she was doing was wrong, she and Lucifer would have had a huge fight over it. Charlie would be furious to find out that her dad never even tried to teach her any better, and he wouldn't have much of an excuse at the time. It would completely dissolve their relationship. Lucifer wants to fix their relationship, but he knows he can't just fix it with a few lies and a sorry. He needed to wait for Charlie's anger to subside and for her to come to him first. The episode where Charlie asks him for help to get a meeting with the higher-ups in heaven is the perfect opportunity to get her affections back. He would play the part of incompetent but well-meaning father and pretend to be supportive of her new dream. Now, obviously, he's not actually supportive since her goal conflicts so heavily with his own goals, but that doesn't matter. He wants to completely control her, and he'll tell her any lie to keep her around. He also doesn't really see her as a person or equal. She's more like a pet to him. He doesn't think she's actually capable of helping anyone, which is why he so easily goes along with it. My version of Lucifer also has the ability to see through people's shadows, so he can follow her to her meetings with Evan? Lucifer also has the ability to see through people's shadows, so he can follow her to her meetings with Adam in the court of heaven to ensure that they don't go well. I don't think most people wouldn't be able to tell when Lucifer is in someone's shadow. Only the most perceptive of angels would be able to tell that he's there, and only if they know exactly what to look for. When he shows up in someone's shadow, their shadow will gain a reddish hue to it and his silhouette. The darker the room, the harder it is to tell that he's there, so he usually only shows up in darker rooms. The same thing happens to the shadow when someone is being possessed. Showing up in Charlie's shadow during her meetings with Adam would be the push that he needs to never trust Charlie for even a moment, regardless of whatever evidence she has that her plan is real and also works. He would be completely convinced that Lucifer was controlling her or that she was working for him. In my last video, I made my pitch for the first episode of the Bed and Breakfast for Former Baddies. Charlie and Vaggie met up for the first time, got the bed and breakfast started, and met Angel Dust for the first time. And now, I'm going to tell you my pitch for episode 2 to end this video off. We start the episode with Angel Dust's first formal therapy session with Charlie. We get a general rundown of who he is and why he's there. He tries to lie and say that he's there because he wants to change, but Charlie easily clocks that he's lying about that. He's really only there because he needs a place to crash and the rent is super cheap. She doesn't challenge him on this yet. She wants to build a friendly rapport with him first before they get into the uncomfortable bits of therapy. After this, she and Vaggie brainstorm some ways that they can get more clients. The posters aren't attracting many people, and door-to-door peddling was a disaster. They need to get as many eyes on their project as they possibly can, since such a small percentage of people would be willing to try it. Angel has connections with Katie Killjoy, a famous TV host. He manages to get them an interview with her in return for 10-minute-long therapy sessions once a week for the next 3 months, instead of the hour-long sessions every other day that he was supposed to get. He doesn't actually want to change, so having shorter amounts of therapy is what he actually wants. If he could get 0 therapy and be able to stay there, that's what he would get. But the deal's too good to leave. Charlie agrees to this and goes on the interview. The interview is done in front of an actual studio audience that can participate with their own questions when called on. Charlie explains the bed and breakfast and takes questions occasionally, but Katie interrupts her frequently to mock and belittle her. Charlie does her best to be cordial, but being kind doesn't come naturally to her. It takes such a long time for her to come up with the right response that Katie really eats her alive. When Katie asks her if she has any proof that it's possible to change for the better, Charlie uses herself as an example. How she used to be an overlord, but she's changed for the better. With this bit of information revealed, it's become Katie's goal to prove that Charlie hasn't improved at all. Katie lays into her for her past, and when that doesn't work as well as she wants it to, she goes to insulting her for being half imp. A clench of the fist lets Katie know that this really bothers Charlie. She goes in for the kill by insulting her deceased mother by saying things like Lilith meant nothing to her father, and she probably did self-delete and other horrid stuff like that. The second Katie mentions her mother's death, Charlie snaps and attacks her. Vaggie has to drag her off stage and take her back to the bed and breakfast to keep her from actually killing Katie. Katie proclaims to the audience that Charlie hasn't changed at all and it's all just a scam, that she's probably trying to get their souls. Back at the house, Charlie feels absolutely horrid. Her bad mood is made worse by Angel greeting them with a joke about how badly it went when he gets back. Vaggie talks to Angel about how his joke is inappropriate. Angel gets kind of defensive about it, and Vaggie says that even though he didn't mean to, he still hurt Charlie's feelings, and he really ought to apologize to her. Angel attempts to apologize to Charlie, but he's really bad at it. He keeps on dancing around actually saying sorry and admitting he was wrong, but Charlie can tell that he's trying. Like, actually trying. She forgives him and half jokes about maybe doing some accountability courses. They will do this later. This is a setup for a later episode. Then, Alastor shows up. The last few minutes of the episode play out exactly how they do in the pilot. Alastor doesn't believe in Charlie's dream at all. He just wants to participate in the trash fire out of complete boredom. He also introduces Husker and Bitsy as employees to keep the bed and breakfast in decent running condition. The episode ends with Sir Pentious showing up to fight Alastor and getting absolutely destroyed in less than a minute. Just like what happened in the pilot, and also in the first episode.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I haven't come up with a good intro yet. Today, I'm going to be taking a second shot at redesigning Lucifer from Hazbin Hotel. I have designed him before, and completely rewritten him. I haven't changed any of his lore, so if you want to find out more about his whole deal, I recommend you check out my first video about him. But finish watching this one first. The only vital thing for you to know right now is that in my AU, Lucifer and Satan are the same person, and I will be using those names interchangeably. When I do get around to redesigning and rewriting a hell of a boss, I will be exchanging Vivsy's Satan for a different demon. Now, while I don't think my first design was bad by any means, I do think I can push it farther. I wasn't the biggest fan of his suit. I want to make him look more like a demon, but at the same time more like an angel, and also more like an approachable person who's a little cutie, but it's impossible to do all of those things at once. So I thought, let's just make him a full-on shapeshifter. In the show, and also in the original biblical text, Lucifer is a shapeshifter. He can turn into all kinds of different animals. From the Bible, we've only, as far as I know, we've only heard about him changing himself to look like a serpent. But in the show, he can do any animal. So I see no reason why he can't have multiple human-like forms as well. I don't know why exactly I didn't make him a full shapeshifter the first time. It's the obvious decision. I think I just didn't want to draw multiple forms and outfits for him at the time. This time, though, I will be doing exactly that. I decided to start with a simple casual form for him. I was originally going to jump right into fixing his main outfit, but I was going through a little bit of art block at the time, so I thought I would start with something a little easier. I have found that I have a much easier time designing outfits if I start with a pose. A good pose can tell you so much about a character's personality. Besides that, it's just more fun to draw and to look at, even if it does require more work and artistic skill. I had the idea of Satan serving up sin. He wants sin to be as tempting and easy to do as possible. He wants sin to be easier than doing good. And it is. If consequences weren't a thing, being evil would be 100% easier to do. I was rewatching Lucifer and Alastor's duet and remembering just how much I loved Lucifer's waiter outfit. It only shows up for a brief moment, but it's just so dang cute, I just had to steal it. So yeah, I went with a waiter, butler type type thing for this first outfit. It's a very simple black vest on top of a white undershirt with thin red stripes going down it. It also has a little bow tie and an apron around the waist. I stole that outfit directly with almost no changes. It's perfect the way it is. I did make a few modifications to his hair and body though. I made the shapes of his hair softer and rounder. For those who don't know, according to the scriptures that I've read, Lucifer used to be a cherub, and cherubs are described as having 4 different heads, one of which is a lion, so he has a lion's mane. I took his dragon wings away and made them into regular wing shards like all fallen angels have. Lucifer's dragon form cannot fly and doesn't have any limbs, so I thought it was a little strange that he would have dragon wings in his main form.
Cherubs also have 16 wings total. They're described as having 4 wings on each head, but that was just impractical, so I put them in more convenient places. 4 on his head, 4 on his tail, 2 on his back, 1 on each foot, and 2 on each arm. I also kept all 7 shackles from the first design, 1 on each limb, 1 on his neck, and 2 on his tail. He cannot take these off ever, not to get dressed, not to do anything. I thought it would be cute if he tried to hide the most obvious one, the one on his neck, by tying his bow tie around it so it looks more like it's supposed to be a part of his outfit, instead of the thing keeping him trapped in hell. I used all the same colors as the waiter outfit, black vest, red stripes, and a light shirt. I used both white and an off-white light gray, so determining the colors of those was a little more difficult. I mean, like the color placement, I mean. I also wasn't sure at first if I wanted to give him black pants because his limbs are black, but I picked it eventually. Fun fact, Satan's limbs are black because his true limbs burned off in the fall. The one he uses right now are fake. He made them out of sinner flesh and has to replace them whenever the sinner he took them from dies. We also return to the blonde hair. Vivzi's Lucifer has natural blonde hair, mine has natural silver hair. After thinking about it for a while, I thought it would be so awesome and be so cool if he dyed it to look more like Adam. Lucifer is insanely jealous of him. I think copying Adam's hair color, even if it isn't like the perfect right shade, is perfectly within character. For form number 2, I wanted to draw him pretending to be God. Lucifer frequently pretends to be God to trick people into forming cults. He's done this with both Vox and Rosie and many others throughout both the past and present. It's a risky move to appear in front of a living human. Sometimes it backfires and only makes a human more righteous, and sometimes it draws heaven's ire and makes everything worse. In my AU, God doesn't actually look like what you're seeing. He looks different to everyone. He will appear as a perfect version of whoever is looking at him. Lucifer doesn't know this, so he mimics the appearance of what he saw with some modifications. When Lucifer sees God, he sees what he was always meant to be. A cherub. He was created specifically to be a cherub, and the role of a cherub is to help humanity avoid sin. He hated that. He didn't want to be a cherub, he wanted to be human. So rather than appearing as a cherub, he modifies his godly form to look more like a human. He keeps all the wings in the same spot though. I didn't bother to draw the hands for this form, but he still has them. They're hidden within the feathers of his wings. Even in this form though, he can't get the shackles to disappear. So he does try to hide most of them as best he can, but the one on his neck is real dang obvious. I gave him, he tries to work that into his lore. I gave him a very light color palette that's meant to mimic God's, but it's obviously very different. It still uses off-whites as accents, but they're not the right tint, and the darks and lights have been inverted. I had to keep some red on his design though. He looks like a completely different character if he doesn't have some red somewhere. I decided like I would make the shoulder cloak thing red. I also gave him a similar star of light in front of his face to mimic the one that God uses when he's appearing in front of living humans. If a living human sees the face of God without him physically changing the structure of their atoms, they'll disintegrate. So Lucifer mimics that but uses it as a mask. His light is also shaped differently than God's. Another form I wanted to draw was the dragon. I am not a fan anymore of my first dragon design form. It doesn't look scary. It looks like a little guy. I want it to be scarier. I remember seeing a multi-animator project of Let's Kill Tonight, and one of the animations was of this dragon-like creature that had a face that could split into multiple heads, and I love that idea so much. I wanted to keep the 7 heads as a feature of his dragon form, since we have so little information about the rest of his appearance. It's the only part of him that we know for certain. And now I finally have a good way of drawing all the heads without having to draw all the heads. It took a few tries, but I eventually landed on this one. 3 heads with 1 eye each slotted into each other, with horns that look like a crown and a mane that hides the neck seams. Lucifer will have 2 of these heads up front, and will keep his snail head in the back. Boom, 7 heads. I didn't draw the rest of the dragon though, because I didn't feel like it, and it would have taken up a lot of room on the reference sheet. I'm certain that I'll probably draw a separate image of just his dragon form, but I didn't do that at the time of recording this audio. Maybe I did it later, maybe I didn't. I guess we'll find out when I edit the darn thing. I was thinking of giving him a female form and actually sketched out 2 options, but I hated them both, so I cut them out of the video and also out of the lore. He doesn't need a female form. That's what Lilith and the succubi are for. He can still turn into a girl, but I'm thinking for that, the only thing that'll change is that he'll have eyelashes that look like Eve's. We finally arrive at Lucifer's main outfit. I really wanted him to look like a king, and this time I referenced Vivzi's Lucifer much more heavily than I have before. The hat returns. I hadn't kept the hat before because it was annoying to draw and there wasn't any room for his wing shards, but I've gotten more creative since my first attempt. I put 2 holes in the front of the hat for his wing shards to poke out of, and there's plenty of room on the sides for the other 2. I also simplified the hat to have just the crown on it. I think putting a snake and an apple and a crown on the hat was a bad idea. It's too much happening all in one area, and honestly looks like it would be really annoying to animate. The suit makes a return as well, but with some adjustments to the front of it to make it easier for me to draw. You've probably noticed his staff. Vivzi's Lucifer had a staff that had an apple on the end of it, which in her version of the lore is the forbidden fruit. I've changed this so that the forbidden fruit is not a fruit that actually exists on Earth anymore. I designed the fruit to have the exterior of a dragon fruit and the interior of a pomegranate, with dragon fruit sludge surrounding the individual berries. The fruit and leaves are also real, preserved with a spell to keep it from rotting. Lucifer keeps it around as a trophy of the day he thinks he beat God. He was actually playing right into his hands, but he doesn't know that. The animal heads from his first design are still here. For those who didn't watch my first video, in his first design I put 2 animal heads on the back of his head because cherub. I hated their placement. I always did. It looked awkward. They looked like they were glued on, but I didn't know how to fix it. But now I do. I have made them bigger and placed them on his back where there's more surface area for them. I like this way better. I won't be adding them onto his casual form because his casual form is a physically different form for a different purpose. His casual form is made to put you at ease. It's specifically designed to be cute and endearing. In this form, he is a little bit shorter, his eyes are bigger, he's fluffier, and he acts very different. In king mode, his eyes are smaller and have a different shape, his hair is thinner and not quite as round, the wing shards that look like horns are longer and sharper, that kind of thing. He also does a better job at hiding his shackles so that he doesn't appear as trapped and helpless. What he wanted in his casual form to look more trapped and helpless a little bit, so that people wouldn't be as scared of him and, by extension, as scared of doing sin. He's trapped, he can't hurt you. For colors, I kept most of them the same. He still has the black vest with red stripes and the undershirt, but the pants change to gray. He has a red suit coat, and the hat is also gray, with a red felt thing around it and the golden crown. I wanted to keep his hair yellow too, but it just didn't look right. It felt too overstimulating. It felt too overstimulating and made him look too young, so I went with his natural silver locks. I don't have any rewrites for you today. Unfortunately, all the story ideas I've got for him, I have to keep under wraps for now. I want you to be surprised when things happen.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I don't have a good intro yet. Today, I'll be redesigning Lilith for my Hazbin AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. Disclaimer, this is not a fixing video, I don't think I'm better than the original artist, this is all just for fun, so don't take it too seriously, alright? Okay, cool. So, those who have been with me for a while probably know that I've already designed Lilith once before, but my design was, not good. She was featured as a minor part of the Lucifer redesign. I didn't give her much thought because at the time I really didn't like that she existed. I was under the impression that she was one of Vivzi Pop's OCs, and I hated how her inclusion affected Adam and his backstory. I only found out after making that video that she originated from either a Hebrew myth or Mesopotamian demonology. There's a little bit of gray area there, it wasn't very clear when I looked it up. I am curious how much people actually believe in Lilith's existence. Like,
do Jews think she's as real as the devil, or is she like a bedtime story? Or is it like somewhere in the middle? Let me know down in the comments. I'm very curious how much I'm allowed to disrespect this. I'm joking, by the way. Please don't be mad at me. Anyway, let's talk design. Lilith is described as being associated with a specific type of bird and some other type of animal that I forgot, even though I just read about it. I ignored that. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to make Lilith into a beast. I dislike it when demons and monsters just look like regular people but with horns and a tail and a weird skin color. I think that route for demons is a little boring. Besides that, I like drawing monsters. I've made this criticism of Hazbin Hotel before, where all of the girls just kind of look like slightly strange girls, and Lilith is kind of the worst about this because she's just a regular human woman but with horns. Like her skin color isn't even weird or anything. That's literally the only weird thing about her, is that she's got a set of cosplay horns on. I really don't like her design. She looks really boring. She's supposed to be queen of... even for just a regular human woman, I think she looks a little plain. She's supposed to be the queen of hell, but she doesn't look the part in any way. The crown, hair, and face are all lovely. The problem is her outfit. The outfit sucks. It's just a regular prom dress. I'm really disappointed. It makes her look like a background character. I do like that her horns are similar to Adam's in terms of shape and size, though. I think that's a fun detail, even if it was unintentional. So yeah, I really wanted to do something different. Last time I tried to do a beast design with Sera, it didn't go well and I had to ditch it, but since then I have remembered a really good technique for how to do beasts. What you're seeing right now is a technique I learned from a concept artist years ago that I had forgotten for a really long time. In this technique, you block out the main form with black and then go over it with progressively lighter shades of gray until you've got a pretty good idea of what's going on with the animal's form. Then I went over that in my usual style of sketching and then the colors. Anyway, since I hated her original design so much, I used my old design for her as my reference. Not that mine's much better, let's be honest. I was referencing Maleficent a lot for my first try, and I wanted to keep some of those elements the same. The face and the armor had to stay the same. The animal I decided to mix her with is a termite queen. One of Lilith's punishments in the original myth was that 100 of her children would die every day. In order for her to have any offspring that make it to adulthood, she would have to birth a ridiculous amount of babies every single day. A single termite queen in her prime can lay 30,000 eggs a day. Of course, termites only get 2 years maximum. I would imagine that Lilith's biological children would have a similar problem. Each generation after gets a longer and longer lifespan. Lilith in the original myth is said to be the mother of a great many demons. My Lilith will be the same. Despite all the odds, she's mother to all of the hellborn species. The less a demon is related to Lilith, the longer their lifespans are, making imps, the most recent species, the shortest lived and least powerful. Lilith is also responsible for creating the bodies of any sinner under the age of 18. Lucifer gets to torment the adults in any way he wants, but the children are for Lilith. Lilith always creates them without the ability to feel pain and intense defense mechanisms to keep them safe from the more unsavory sinners. These defense mechanisms start to wear off after said child's mind has existed for at least 18 years, but sometimes they stick around. The inability to feel pain never quite goes away. I think this is a good time to talk about the backstory I've been avoiding. Even in my own brain, I don't want to make Lilith Adam's first wife. She is not a part of my religion, and I don't feel super good about anything to do with her, honestly. I'm gonna stick with my idea that I had in Lucifer's video, but with a few modifications. Adam and Lilith were originally selected to be the first two people. Lucifer was jealous of Adam's position and tried to push him out of it by seducing Lilith. His plan backfired, though. Rather than proving that Adam was the inferior man, Lilith's preference for Lucifer and Adam's indifference to her proved that Lilith wasn't a perfect candidate for first woman. Instead, Adam was granted permission to pick his own partner to go to Earth with. He picked Eve. Afterwards, Lucifer and Lilith both worked together to gather up an army and rebelled. All of this takes place before the first two people were ever created, by the way. This is all happening in heaven. Lucifer and Lilith, after the fall, do not have a happy relationship. They both view love as being kind of transactional in nature. Neither of them are loyal to each other. They don't have very much in common. The only way that they know how to bond over anything is through a hatred of a common enemy, that enemy being all of heaven and humanity alike. Spoilers for Season 1 of Hazbin Hotel, by the way. We see at the end of Season 1 that Lilith has been living in heaven, presumably since she disappeared. My Lilith has been gone for at least 200 years by the time of the Airbnb, which is much longer than the 7 years originally stated in the show. But why? Why did she disappear? Well, 300,000 years is a really long time to hold a grudge. Lilith's wore off over time, Lucifer's didn't. I think that what happened is she had a meeting with heaven without anyone else's knowledge, and the seraphim granted her mercy. Lucifer was never intended to be one of the souls to go down to earth as a human, but Lilith was. There were two schools of thought in the courtroom. There was Emily's side of mercy that thought that she should be released from hell since she had never been born, and thus never learned right from wrong correctly. The other side was Sera's side that thought that Lilith's punishment should be upheld. There was also the issue that if Lilith was allowed a second chance at life, so should every other human soul that fell with Lucifer before birth. They ultimately came to a compromise. They sent Lilith to live in Eden. If Lilith could prove that she could be perfectly obedient to heaven's every whim for 1,000 years, she would be granted a birth, and so would every other human soul that fell with Lucifer. This doesn't apply to all human souls, only the ones that were never born. By the way, none of this changes Charlie's story at all. She's still half imp, and if you want to know more about that...
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I haven't come up with a good intro yet. In today's video, I'll be redesigning Alastor for my AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. Quick disclaimer, I'm not trying to fix the show, this is for an alternate universe! It's just a silly little thought experiment, so please be nice to me, I'm sensitive. Alastor's character design is fairly controversial. It seems like people either love it or completely hate it. I haven't seen anyone say anything about his writing though. It seems like out of all of the characters in the show, everyone can agree that Alastor is probably the most entertaining. The biggest points of contention are his colors and his hair. Now, I do actually like his design. It's very rule of cool, but I don't mind that. There's something about a character not fully making sense that's a very guilty pleasure of mine. I even like his dumb haircut. It makes no sense and frequently defines gravity, but who the heck cares about physics anyway? My intense love for this character did lead to a lot of fear and anxiety about designing him. I really wanted to make sure that I did him justice, and frankly, my first few sketches were awful. Usually when I'm designing a character for the first time, I put them in a default pose facing the front so that I don't have to worry about the pose or perspective or anything dumb like that. But I just couldn't get it to work. My first two sketches were so incredibly bad that my unmedicated anxiety nearly made me spontaneously combust. So I had to try something else. For my third sketch, I put him in a 3/4 angle with his face at a perfect side view so I don't have to worry about drawing the other eye. Then it was like he was just ejected from my body. Even still, it was really hard for me to get the front view right even after designing him the other way. I don't know why, I was just really off my game when I was designing him. Alastor was first created by high school era Mimsy Pop for her series Zoophobia, which was a comic on her Tumblr. Alastor was supposed to be a cannibalistic red deer, but later he got converted into the Alastor we know today. So, a deer monster. You know what that sounds like? A Wendigoon. I did some light research on Wendigoons, and lo and behold, they were exactly what I was looking for. A monster with antlers that does cannibalism, and also tries to get other people to do cannibalism. So I took a lot of inspiration from that. I made Alastor's antlers bigger and modified the shape of his ears to look more like a deer's. I did make him a little too big, but I don't care. I'll do what I want. I also decided to move them down on his head so they came out behind his jaw. I think his actual ears look like they're kind of just stuck on there, so I thought connecting them to where human ear canals actually are would make them look a little more attached. I also changed his nose to be more deer-like, since so far I haven't given anyone human noses and I want to stick with that.
I gave him deer legs and hooves because I can't help myself, and modified the suit a little. I tried to keep it pretty similar though, like specifically about the shape at the bottom where it flares out, although I did tone that back a little bit. For his microphone Cain, I tried to make it look more like a 1920s style mic, since being from the 1920s is like his whole bit. I also made it adjustable, so maybe it could become like a halberd if he wanted. That might be too far, but still, adjustable stick. I also put a little radio speaker in his chest, so he has a little bit more visual connection to radio without his stick around. I also made a second sketch without his coat on so that I can display the tail. He deserves one. For the finishing touches, I made his face look like a skull. A lot of the art I found of Wendigoons depicts them as having a deer skull for a head. Then I messed around with colors until it looked right. I specifically decided to keep the yellow from his teeth that's in his original design as an element throughout, since his sin is gluttony, and the gluttony ring is yellow. In the show, Alastor also gets a demon form like Charlie and Lucifer do. He gets bigger horns, bigger in general really, and more joints in the neck and dial-shaped eyes. I love that they actually tried to push it, and I like it better than the other demon forms we've seen in the show. I just wish they had done something different with the hair, and I really wish that Alastor knew what leg day was. If you've seen my videos on Charlie and Lucifer, you guys already know what I'm like. I like to push the demon farms as far as I possibly can, and Alastor is no exception. I started by drawing a basic deer skull, but made the bottom jaw into pincers because I can. I was very inspired by the Nowhere King from Centaur World because, look at him. Look at how cool he is. I wanted to go with something that channeled similar energy. I thought my first draft was looking a little too much like a dragon. Don't get me wrong, dragons are awesome, but I've already turned Charlie and Lucifer into serpent-like dragons, and I want some variety. So I snipped off the parts that I wanted to keep, adjusted their placement, and tried again. I bulked up his chest, snatched that waist, and give him hips that do lie. I revoked his feet privileges to give him some extra ghosty energy, and also so it's easier to animate, and of course I had to keep that tail tiny. In the show, he often summons tentacles on his back, very Nightmare Sans coded. Although this is very cool and I like it a lot, it doesn't make a ton of sense. What did tentacles have to do with him being a Wendigoon? Or a radio? It doesn't match very much is my point. I didn't want to get rid of them, so I turned them into wispy spike blades running across his back. That's also why I made him so long, so you get the most amount of surface area for those blades to emerge from. I saw some people online criticizing the green color that goes along with his magic, and I understand that. There is no green on his design anywhere to hint towards it, but I don't mind this. I have a theory that this green color comes from whatever demon has his soul, so I decided to keep it. As much as I loved my demon design, I have to acknowledge that it didn't have enough radio inspiration to it in the first pass. But also, I didn't want to change anything. So to satisfy both of the wolves that were fighting in my tummy, I tried drawing him from a different angle so that you could see his chest radio. I really wanted to keep the hair swoops from his normal form, but I couldn't get them to not look dumb, so I just pulled them back into the rest of the fluff. Coming up with an idea for Alastor's backstory was a little difficult. In the show, Alastor is a very mysterious character. I had very few points of reference to start building off of, but eventually I came up with something. The Wendigoon is a Native American myth, so why not make Alastor Native American and give him some more ties to it? I'm gonna put a mild trigger warning here for US history. In the 1800s, conversion schools were established in the US with the intent of, quote, civilizing Native Americans. This consisted of forcefully stealing children from their parents, stripping them of their culture, and forcing white Christian morals on them. It was one of the most disgusting things that the US and, quote unquote, Christians ever did, and I don't think it gets acknowledged enough. The last of these schools wasn't shut down until 1978. Alastor is said to have died in 1933, which means if he were Native American during this time, the chances of him being forced into these schools would have been pretty high. It also gives him a really good motive to become a serial killer. There are usually only 3 reasons that serial killers form: lust, the thrill of the kill, and screwed up moral codes. Lust is the most common, but also the most straightforward and boring. Thrill and moral code are a lot more interesting, and also a lot less upsetting because they aren't as common. It was at this point that I had my concept completely done, and I went to the wiki to check for extra information to inform the details of his motives and make sure I didn't miss anything. I wasn't expecting to find very much there, but to my surprise, there's like a whole fanfic in there. Basically, daddy issues, single mom, made deal with demon for power, started eating people, then got shot in the woods. All of this information was surprising, but by far the most shocking to me was that he was half African American. And maybe I'm just dumb, but like, look at him. If you need to go to the wiki to find out a character is supposed to be black, you've messed up. Now, for all of my other redesigns, I've come up with the concept first, then looked at the wiki to get trivia information that I can use to inform smaller details. So far that's worked, but By this point, I'd already finished the design, and I was pretty attached to my idea. I didn't want to have to throw out nearly 11 hours of work just because VivziePop can't draw black people even remotely. Anyway, all of this rant to say, I'm not changing my idea. Anyway, no big deal. We're moving on. So here's my idea. Alastor was forced to attend a Native American conversion school as a kid. When he was a teenager, he made a deal with a demon to escape and find success as a radio host, a job he otherwise wouldn't have been able to get cause racism. We love 1920s America. We just love 1920s America. He wasted his entire adult life indulging in whatever whim came into his mind, including murder. After he took the first life, the rest came easy. It was like following a compulsion. My version of Alastor would specifically target white teachers, preachers, and nuns. When he's killing, it's not some random innocent in his eyes. He's killing the teachers that tortured him over and over and over again. Eating the bodies feels like fully taking back his power, the ultimate disrespect of the human body, reduced to the role of a prey animal. In 1933, he succumbed to I think it's pronounced Kuru? It's a version of Prion's disease that happens when you do a cannibalism. I know that in the original, Alastor was mistaken for an animal and shot, which is why he's a deer, but nah. The more I can make a person's sins directly responsible for their own downfall, the better. It is entirely Alastor's fault that he's in hell. He can't blame anyone else for that. At any point, he could have stopped killing, but he didn't. If he had made any effort to recover from what happened to him instead of taking it out on innocent people, he could have lived a long, happy life, but he didn't. Alastor has no desire to get into heaven at all. He hates it with everything he has and every angel that's up there. Alastor is a very spiteful person, and he refuses to ever even try to get into heaven, specifically to stick it to the teachers that tortured him in the name of getting him in. He wants them to fail in every sense of the word. Alastor's ultimate goal is to get his soul back. He doesn't want to be owned by anyone. Not the demon that took his soul, not God, not Lucifer, no one. The only way to ever fully belong to himself is to become the devil, and he'll step on anyone to make that happen. Not that that'll ever happen, probably. I don't know where the plot's going. Just like in my last 2 videos, I'm going to end this one with a pitch for the next episode of the Bed and Breakfast for Former Baddies. For a quick summary of the series so far, episode 1, Charlie and Vaggie met for the first time. They fixed up the house as best they could, and then they spent the rest of the episode trying to get literally anyone to stay there, which didn't go well. It ended with Angel Dust showing up on his own and deciding to stay there. In episode 2, Charlie and Vaggie got acquainted with angel dust, Charlie did an interview with Katie Killjoy that went really poorly, we meet Alastor for the first time, and Sir Pentious gets his booty kicked. If you want to hear about those episodes more in depth, go watch my other videos. I have put them in a playlist for your viewing convenience. I do need to make one quick correction to episode 1. I needed to set up in episode 1 that the exterminations are going to be happening twice as often as usual. I was planning on setting it up when Charlie first meets Adam, but since it's already episode 3, we kind of need to get this plot moving. So it'll work better to have it happen earlier. So yeah, correction to episode 1. The angelic clock just starts ticking faster without explanation. Heaven doesn't make an announcement or anything, they just implement it immediately and expect everyone else to adjust to that being the way that things are now. Are we good? Cool. Without further ado, here's my pitch for episode 3. We open up together on the full group together in the house hanging out for breakfast. We get officially introduced to Husker and Nifty and get a feel for the group dynamic here. In order to make this project actually work, they need to get Heaven behind it officially. They have a little brainstorming session on how they could get into contact with Heaven. Angel and Husker don't seem to care at all, Nifty's off in her own little world, Alastor's being himself, and Vaggie is very stressed. Alastor and Vaggie do not get along very well. This project is incredibly important to Vaggie and matters very little to Alastor, and they cannot get along about it. Charlie leaves the room to clear her head and has the idea to call her dad. Charlie comes back into the room a few minutes later and announces that her dad is letting her take a meeting with the leader of the angelic army. Alastor and Vaggie both want to come with her, but Charlie tells Vaggie to stay behind. She pulls her aside to confide that she doesn't trust any of these demons, and she needs Vaggie to stay behind and make sure nothing bad happens while she's gone. Vaggie seems a little upset about this, but she doesn't say anything and just nods. They hug, and Charlie leaves for her meeting. Alastor will teleport there later. Cue happy day in hell. Adam greets her in the entryway next to the front desk. Eva's there too, but she's a mostly silent character, so she's kinda just in the background. Adam's pretty friendly at first. They shake hands and then Alastor teleports in. Adam is visibly put on edge by Alastor, but also shakes his hand after Charlie introduces him. Adam says that he's only authorized to talk to Charlie and that Alastor will have to wait out in the hallway. While saying this, he casually burns his gloves and puts on new ones. I think it's gonna be... I'm gonna make it a rule from Heaven that you're not allowed to, like, wear clothes that have been touched by sinners more than once. And Adam's a rule follower. He's word and spirit. So just burn it all immediately. Charlie apologizes to Alastor and he decides to just leave and go do something else. While leaving, he purposely brushes against Adam's cloak, so now he has to burn that too. Eva's a spare for him though. Adam and Charlie get into the elevator and go to the top floor where their meeting room is. Adam makes a remark along the lines of, "Let's get this over with." As the doors close, we cut to Alastor. Alastor is casually walking down the street when he runs into Zestial. They have the same conversation that they had in the original show, which is basically just a little bit of exposition about Alastor being gone for 7 years. The only change I'm going to make to that conversation is Zestial inviting him to the Overlord meeting he's going to, and Alastor accepting. Carmilla has called the meeting to talk about the new extermination schedule. Velvet shows up fashionably late, just like she does in the original episode. Carmilla continues with what she's saying and proposes a group effort to dig more underground shelters from the angels so that they don't lose as many sinners this year. Velvet interrupts her with her own idea to fight back against the angels and tosses the exorcist's head onto the table to prove that it's possible. She also mentions that Vox stayed behind this time specifically to get started on an angelic defense system. Velvet is a little taken off guard when the overlords don't immediately take her side of the argument. Some of them don't believe that the head is real, some people don't believe that they were actually killed by a demon, some people don't think war with Heaven is smart even if it is possible to kill angels. I think this would be a good way to establish how different the V's are from the older overlords. They're a lot more rash and quicker to take risks. Cue respectless. After the meeting is over, Alastor spies on Carmilla just a little bit. He discovers something that the audience doesn't get to see, and then we cut back to Charlie. Adam and Charlie are discussing the shortened extermination time. Charlie asks if the extermination time has actually been halved or if the clock tower is just broken. Adam confirms that the time has been shortened due to a greater number of souls falling to hell in recent decades. Honestly, it was a long time coming. Charlie asks if heaven would accept a third alternative if there was one available. Adam is open to the idea at first. Cue Charlie's part of Hell is Forever. During her part, for people who are really paying attention to the animation, you'd be able to see Adam look ever so slightly to the side of Charlie and notice Lucifer in her shadow. It would be drawn as such a subtle, hard-to-see detail that I don't think most viewers would be able to tell what exactly Adam saw if they even pick up on Adam seeing anything at all. When Adam cuts her off, all of the music just stops. Adam thinks that Charlie's whole plan is a lie, and is frankly insulted that anyone would think that kind of obvious trickery would ever work on him. The music would come in slowly as his anger is ramping up and gives way to mocking apathy. This version of the song would probably be shorter than the original because Adam doesn't want to waste any more time on this obvious lie. The scene ends with Adam and Eve leaving without warning instead of kicking Charlie out. Alastor and Charlie arrive back at the house at around the same time. Alastor seems to be in a genuinely good mood. Charlie is obviously not. Vaggie greets her all excited to hear about how it went. Charlie sits down on the couch with her head in her hands for a solid minute before she's ready to tell Vaggie what happened. Angel, who is currently drinking himself silly, is not at all surprised in the slightest and says as much. Vaggie glares at him, and he actually managed to struggle out an actual sorry this time, and goes back to burying himself in alcohol. Vaggie attempts to cheer Charlie up, but Charlie isn't ready to receive that right now. She excuses herself to her room. She passes her family's portrait in the hallway. She pauses at it, and then goes to her room. Scene change! Velvet walks into Vox's room, the one with all the monitors and the big chair. He's busy overseeing his employees' experiments and stuff. Valentino's also there, but he's kind of just doing his own thing. Velvet complains to them about how the meeting went. Neither are really listening, so she mentions that Alastor was there to get Vox more engaged with her. This has the exact opposite effect that Velvet wanted. Vox is now flipping out about Alastor being back. He calms himself down, sort of, not really, by making a plan of action. He'll send a spy. Valentino mentions that between the two of them, there aren't many people left in their corner of pride that can't be tracked back to them. Who else is left? All three of them have the same idea at the same time. The episode ends with Sir Pentious showing up at the bed and breakfast, peacefully this time.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I hope you can't hear that car behind me. Today I'm going to be redesigning Zestial from Hazbin Hotel for my AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. We don't know very much about the OG Zestial, but even still, I find him to be a very interesting character. He's one of the oldest overlords, and I think his age is very well conveyed without anyone needing to tell us, although they'd tell us anyway. He speaks in Old English, which I love, and I wish there was more of in the show. So there's so much that you can convey about a character through the way that they speak, and I wish there was more variety in the way that characters speak, and I think seeing this character do it only makes me want more characters like that. We also learn a lot about how terrifying Zestial is from the way that background characters react to his presence rather than being told, which again I very much appreciate. Zestial is a very patient character, which we can assume has come with his age. He's not quick to act even with proof. When presented with proof that angels can die, he still wanted to wait until he had more information to start planning for war. He's also shown to have a very close relationship with Carmilla, and is even compassionate with her, which I find strange and intriguing. My point is, I like Zestial. I want to know more about him, and I am really hoping that we get more of him, and he's not just some random side character that we wasted a bunch of time on, only for him to be discarded. That being said, I have a completely different idea. Since I do not know what Mimsy has planned for Alastor or Zestial, I've had to come up with my own stuff for them almost completely. Could I wait to see season 2 or go in search of the leaks? Yes, I could, but I don't want to do either of those things. There's also the fact that I'm actively writing the first 2 seasons, and I need to make sure that I set up everything important in those 2 seasons in order for my story to function properly. Even if you can see the ending coming from a mile away, it's better to have a setup and payoff than a surprise
surprising twist, like Vaggie being an angel or Hans from Frozen. Those two twists only function on a first watch. After that, you notice the gaping hole where the foreshadowing should be. A good twist shouldn't just come out of nowhere. It should have foreshadowing that leads up to it. Things that seem benign, unimportant, or mildly strange at a first watch can make for some extremely fun hints that your audience can point to and go, "Rah!" on a second watch. Even if your audience picks up on them and guesses what the twist is, that's fine. It's better than the twist coming out of literally nowhere just to be surprising. You could have your main character get crushed by a tank that fell from the second floor. That would be surprising, but does that make it a good twist? Not if you haven't put any work into building up to it. Anyway, this tangent is unrelated. Zestial's a Wendigo now. A real one. When I designed Alastor, I based him off of a pop culture depiction of a Wendigo instead of the actual legend. Some people rightfully pointed this out, but what they don't know is that was intentional. Alastor being an incorrect Wendigo adds to his character in a variety of ways and hints towards the whitewashing that was forced upon him as a kid. If you want to know more about that or just need a refresher, you should watch that video. Anyway, I needed to include a real Wendigo in my story somewhere to make it clear that Alastor is not a real one and that I am not an ignorant white person. By the way, I am aware that Wendigo is not the correct word. I am using it because you're not supposed to say the real one. I'm only going to use the real word if I'm quoting somewhere else or if I'm narrating the actual story when it eventually comes out. I have a cultural consultant now. A real Wendigo is not a scary deer monster. A real Wendigo is a cannibalistic supernatural being strongly associated with winter and starvation. Basil H. Johnston. Oh my, it really is Johnston. That's unfortunate. A teacher and scholar from Ontario describes a Wendigo in the following way. The Wendigo was gaunt to the point of emaciation, its desiccated skin pulled tightly over its bones. With its bones pushing against its skin, its complexion the ashy gray of death, and its eyes pushed back deep into their sockets. The Wendigo looked like a gaunt skeleton recently disinterred from the grave. What lips it had were tattered and bloody, unclean, and suffering from separation of the flesh. The Wendigo gave off a strange and eerie odor of decay and decomposition of death and corruption. End quote. The Wendigos from Until Dawn are some of the most accurate designs that I was able to find. Finding images of an accurate Wendigo is incredibly difficult to do because the pop culture version is so pervasive. Since I didn't find many, I actually used the rake as a reference. Long, spindly, sharp fingies. I didn't want him to be naked though, so I gave him a moose skin with the antlers still attached. Moose. Moose. I named the moose that I referenced Tim Horton. I also gave him a necklace with some bead things, whatever you would call these on there, because he deserves the drip. I sampled the colors directly off of Zestial's original design, but the skin tone didn't look right, so I darkened it and made it more gray so that it looked nice and dead. Then I made him dirty and stinky and smelly. Is that mud on his hands and feet, or is it dookie? Who knows? I don't. So according to my consultant, there are many stories about Wendigo origins, so piecing out what is true and what is not by this point in history is close to impossible. There's two main ways that a Wendigo can form. One is this legend where some guys were like stuck on this mountain and something, and they got so hungry that they started eating each other, and then when they were safe again, they didn't want to stop eating people, so they kept on doing it. The other way is a medicine man dressing in animal skins. So I decided to combine these two ideas. There is also like a legend that I found like later on in my research while I was doing more stuff, like later on when I was nearly done with the script, where you can be cursed by a medicine man. We're not doing that though. Zestial is a very old medicine man who did go through the whole starvation thing, but also does the animal skins thing. Zestial is actually still alive. He's the only person in the entire cast who is still alive to this day. He's not a sinner or a demon. He is what is classified as a monster. This means that he roams the earth to this day. Other Wendigos cannot travel freely between Earth and Hell. Zestial is the only one who can do this because he's a medicine man and they have a lot of connections to the spirit realm. Zestial made a deal with the devil that he'll be immortal so long as he keeps bringing him fresh human souls. The way that Zestial does this is by creating more Wendigos and making sure that they die, that way they end up in hell as sinners. He also makes deals with humans so that he can retain power and status in hell whenever he's down there. Whenever he's not in hell or prowling around in dark frozen forests, Zestial lives life as a regular person hidden in plain sight amongst humans. Zestial isn't stuck in the lonely existence of a solitary monster. During the day, he appears the same as a regular human and can live a somewhat normal life so long as he moves cities before people start to notice that he doesn't age. I did not feel like drawing his human form this week, I just don't have time. I did draw this super cool demon form for him though. Since he owns so many souls, even though he's not a demon, he can still tap into demonic magic and become a giant scary monster. One of the legends I found during my research said that Wendigos will get bigger every time they eat something, which works here perfectly. Zestial's demon form is big because he's eaten a lot of people and he's very powerful just in general because he owns a lot of souls. The more souls you own as a demon, the more powerful you'll be. Since Zestial isn't dead yet, I wanted his demon form to still look somewhat alive. It doesn't have a skull for a head like Alastor's does. It has a lot more flesh on it. However, Zestial isn't quite alive in the same sense as a person either, so I made him all rotten and falling apart. Fur and bones are usually the last things to decay, so all of that is still intact. He doesn't have a ton of skin though, only where it is absolutely necessary, except for when it's not. It depends on what I feel like drawing. His organs are still intact though. He's get the bare minimum pieces of himself to survive. The only way to kill a Wendigo permanently is to destroy its heart, which is made of ice. I was thinking Zestial's heart could be made specifically out of permafrost. Permafrost is a type of soil or underwater sediment that has been frozen for over 2 years. It's the part that stays frozen even in the summer where everything else around it has melted. This will make Zestial next to impossible to kill. Even if you were able to get the heart out, it would still take hours to actually melt the thing, in which time he can catch up to you and take it back. I was thinking permafrost is a condition that other Wendigos can achieve over time, but it's not like it's kind of rare because most Wendigos either don't live that long or aren't in the cold long enough to make that happen. Now, I would love to tell you so much more that I have planned for this character, but I simply do not have time, and there's some things that I'd like to keep close to my chest for now. You'll just have to wait until the episodes come out, which they will eventually. I've actually made quite a bit of progress on the outline. I have written all the way through chapter 4, and I'm starting on, not chapter, but episode 5, so that's pretty cool. Until then, a giant thank you goes out to my patrons. I decided to start with Husker. Husker is the only design in the entire show that I do not like. It hurts my eyes to look at him, and that's not an exaggeration for the sake of comedy. There's just so much visual noise that it literally hurts me. Husker's design is extremely cluttered. There's so much detail going on everywhere. The worst part of his design is the wings. There's just so much detail and there's such a bright color that they draw your eye away from his face. Usually you want your character's face to draw the most attention. It's just so vital for expressing any emotion. Also, I hate that he has buttons on his bare chest. It bothers me so much. Just give him a shirt. I also don't like how skinny he is. Somehow my brain convinced me that he was chunky. I have no idea why I thought this. I think it has something to do with his voice, and maybe the way that he's posed occasionally. I'm not quite sure. That super deep, super masculine voice just does not fit with that super skinny body. It messes with my brain every time I hear him speak. So I decided to make him chunky. This is a little difficult for me. I think that chunky body types are the most difficult body type to draw. There's just so much mass there, and it can be difficult to wrap your head around where all the fat is attached, how it's supposed to fall, and how clothes might fall around it. I think males with this body type are even more difficult to draw than the women. With women, I can use my own body as reference. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm a little chunky right now. I can't do that with dudes, though. Eventually, though, I did prevail. Maybe it's not perfect, but it's good enough. Doing the clothes was the easiest part. When I designed Vaggie, I decided that all of the staff of the bed and breakfast would wear a uniform. I designed the male version of the uniform when I made Alastor, so I didn't have to make too many changes. I still wanted to customize it a little, so I decided to draw buttons on Husker's version of it. Husk's original design has a lot of heart symbols all over him as a reference to the card suits. I decided to carry this through in my design. I made his buttons heart-shaped and his nose a spade. This also adds to the almost heart shape of the cuffs. I left the top two unbuttoned so we can still get some of that chest fluff poking through. Husk is a huge alcoholic and I imagine fairly sloppy, so I think that the way that his outfit is styled really gets that across. I based him off a Maine Coon, which I believe is the largest breed of cat in the world. Maine Coons, like their name suggests, have manes, and I wanted to give Husk a beard, so this was absolutely perfect. Now, Husk in the original show was from the 1970s, but that would mean I would have to get rid of the top hat and bow tie, and I didn't want to do that. So I decided to switch his time period with Angel Dust. Now, Angel Dust will be from the 1970s, and Husk will be from the 1940s. Husk is also supposed to be a magician, so if anyone should be keeping the top hat and bow tie, it's him. I also decided to exchange his wings for a magician's cape while I was at it. He really needed something on his back, but I can't in good conscience give him wings. Wings just have too much symbolic significance in this show for just this random drunk cat to have them. Now it's color time. I love the cool brown color they used in the original design, so I color picked it directly. I already had the colors for the uniform set in stone, so the rest of the process was figuring out where exactly to put the green. Yeah, that's right, I switched out the yellow of his original design for green. Husk's sin is definitely greed, and the green ring is green, so I had to. There was also something about the face that was still missing something, so I added the heart shapes above his eyebrows back in and gave him some whiskers. I also added some whiskers above his eyebrows since a lot of cats have an extra pair of whiskers up there. I also decided to overcomplicate them just a little bit by adding black stripes to them. Husk used to be an overlord, so I thought giving him extra unnecessary details will help him look more the part. At the last minute, I switched out the bright white for a cream color. The perfect white was overpowering the brown a little too much for my taste. Now for the writing. I couldn't find out much about what Husk's life was like before he died. I also haven't heard any rumors or headcanons about what it used to be like either. The only clues that I had was that he was a failed magician, traveled a lot, and grew up in Las Vegas. But that's not much to go off of. Writing a character is kind of like I can't talk today, my goodness. Writing a character is kind of like a stool. You need to have at least 3 legs in order to have something that will stand under pressure. We have our setting, 1940s Las Vegas. That's 1 leg. We also have a magician that traveled a lot. That's 2 legs. We need 1 more. So after doing some thinking, I decided to snatch that leg from Angel Dust. The Mafia. In my opinion, being in the Mafia fits Husk a lot more than Angel. Husk just fits the vibe better in my opinion. I think it would also explain why this random sinner was able to become an overlord in the first place. He's already got experience doing this kind of thing. Without further ado, here's my idea. Husk's Mafia started during Prohibition, but when that ended, they pivoted to selling other types of drugs and loan sharking. Husk started as a simple grunt, but over the years he climbed the ranks until he was one of their top hitmen. He was called the Magician for his ability to make people disappear without a trace. Any idiot can kill someone if they tried hard enough. It's a whole nother ballgame to make them vanish entirely. Despite this, he was pretty broke the majority of his life. He had a horrible gambling addiction that he never broke, and it got him in trouble with his own people. It doesn't matter how much of an asset you are if you're stealing from your employers to feed your addictions. He spent the last years of his life running from people he owed money until he couldn't disappear anymore. The reason why Husk is a cat is because black cats are associated with misfortune. Cats are also often considered to be cowardly or easily spooked like Husk was in his last years. There's also the saying that curiosity killed the cat, which is also true for Husk. It wasn't his curiosity that killed him, it was somebody else's curiosity about where the Mafia's money was going that got him killed. He got killed by an accountant, which is really funny to me. Sorry. Next up is Nifty. I love Nifty's design. I think she has one of the best ones in the whole show. All of her colors have great contrast, she's got a wonderful silhouette, and her chaotic energy is communicated perfectly. All of my issues with her are very nitpicky. 1, her facial features combined with her height make her look very young in this art style. 2, I wish her bangs were styled more to reflect her time period. And 3, take that bandana from her neck and put it on her head. So that's what I did. Nifty is supposed to be an insect of some kind. I heard someone say ladybug, so I decided to go with that. I wanted to emphasize the bug stuff more because she does not read as a bug at all. I started by giving her an abdomen. I know that ladybugs don't really have an abdomen that looks like that, but do I care? No, it looks cute. I gave her the same uniform that I designed for Vaggie and put a lacy apron on top of it. I also added some modifications to the back for her abdomen to get through without changing the shape of the dress. This is also to prevent upskirt shenanigans in universe. I wanted to give her 6 limbs, but also 6 limbs is a lot of arms to deal with, so I gave her 1 pair of shoulders that have 2 arms attached to it. To make her a little easier to animate, I decided no hands. I shaped them like actual ladybug legs instead. She'll have to use them like those grabby hand thingies. You know the things I'm talking about. I'll put a picture up on screen. Now for the face. I struggled with the face shape a bit, but landed on something I liked. Still very round, but with a little bit more definition to it. I also gave her some heavier lipstick, which also helps. Nifty is from the 1950s, so I wanted to give her a hairstyle from that time period. From the pictures I saw, super curled up bangs were in fashion, so I gave Nifty some of those. I wanted to preserve the rest of her hair though. I think the shape of it looks really nice, so I kept the back part exactly the same. The only thing I toned back was the size of it, but that's more just an art style thing, not a redesign thing. I decided her accent color would be orange for Wrath. I don't like orange very much, but I did find this super cute pale orange color that I really liked. I wasn't quite sure what to do with the spots. I really wanted to add them because, you know, ladybug, but spots are a hard thing for me to design. I don't use a lot of spots in my art. I drew the abdomen by itself to plan out what they would look like and then put them on my actual drawing of her. I wanted to go with something very simple. There's a reason why Miraculous Ladybug was animated in 3D instead of 2D. The spots were really hard to track and were making people nauseous to look at, so they had to change it to 3D. So, only a few spots. I also put some spots on her bandana. The last thing I added was a gigantic hole in the back of her head underneath her bandana. I wanted to make it all gory and gross, but I was too scared to look for references. I don't mind gore art, but I don't want to accidentally stumble across pictures of actual dead bodies, so I don't go looking for it. I can't put that on YouTube anyway without accidentally traumatizing children, so you're getting cartoons. If somebody would like to draw it realistic and send it to me, I would love that. I, for the life of me, couldn't find anything about Nifty's backstory. I searched through 2 wikis and found nothing about what her previous life was like, so I'm gonna have to make something up. My only point of reference from the wiki to go off of was that she was from the 1950s. That does give me something to work with, even if it's not much. I heard whisperings that Nifty was lobotomized, murdered her husband, and was shot to death, but I couldn't find anything in the 2 wikis I read to confirm that. But do I care? No! Whispers, rumors, and hints are way better than just peeing in the dark. So I am going to use these few little clues to craft something myself. So without further ado, here's my version of Nifty. Nifty was born with autism. Autism had only been discovered 30 years before she was born, and not very much was known about it at the time. She won't get diagnosed with it until she gets to the bed and breakfast. She was in and out of asylums growing up, each time seeming to come back a little worse. If you think mental hospitals today aren't great, just wait until you hear about 1950s era asylums. To say they were horrible doesn't even begin to describe it. Staff treated patients horribly, lobotomies were used to treat a ton of mental disorders no matter how slight, and if you were really unlucky, you would be used as a guinea pig for experiments. They were especially terrible to women since women could be admitted and kept there forcefully for very mild conditions. Many perfectly sane women had their minds destroyed there just from the accusations of mental conditions. Now imagine a young girl having to go through that. It's no wonder why Nifty would develop sadistic and masochistic tendencies. The human brain often turns trauma into pleasure to cope. All of that is completely unrelated to autism, by the way. I can't believe I have to say that, but there are some people out there that are just that dumb, and I don't want to risk confusing anyone. Autism does not make you violent. Anyway, in the 1940s, lobotomies were popularized by Dr. Walter Freeman II. He developed a method called the ice pick method, where an ice pick would be driven through the thin bone of the eye socket to get to the prefrontal cortex. This method was developed with the goal in mind of making lobotomies simpler so that any assailant could perform them. However, this method was incredibly dangerous, fairly deadly, and more often than not, completely ineffective. Though Nifty came 10 years after this, that doesn't mean that this kind of lobotomy couldn't have been performed on her. It just would have been, like, not it just wouldn't have been as normal a thing to do. Nifty was released to her parents' care again after her operation. A common symptom of brain damage is rage, and rage in the hands of a sadist is a very dangerous tool. Nifty used this tool to murder her parents. She didn't just murder them though, she made sure that their deaths were slow and painful. That was the sin that kept her from heaven. It wasn't the murder itself, it was the intention behind the murder. Her intention wasn't to escape them, it was to hurt them. She was later shot and killed by the police while fleeing the scene of the crime. Out of all the sinners I've drawn so far, Nifty's body is probably the most ironic and cruel. Nifty hates bugs, so she's become a bug. She's only got one eye because of the operation she went through. She has a gigantic hole in the back of her head from where it was blown off by a shotgun, and worst of all though, is probably her height. Nifty was always a short woman, but she's been shrunk to a measly 3.5 feet tall. Her height reminds her of being a child again, subject to the whims of the adults around her. Nifty doesn't know how to make her own decisions. The only thing she thinks she's good at is cleaning, so it's all she does. She cleans obsessively, but also never feels clean. The best her brain can do for her in terms of healing is just to ignore all the problems and embrace the labels she's been given. She's been told her entire life that she's crazy, so she subconsciously acts more unhinged around people she isn't close to. She doesn't exaggerate as much around people that she's known a long time though, like Alastor and Husk. As she comes to know the people of the bed and breakfast better, she'll be herself more and more. My biggest critique of Hazbin Hotel is how they handle the premise. We're told the whole show that the exterminations are unnecessarily cruel and that sinners don't deserve it, but every sinner we see outside of the main cast is completely irredeemable. Even in the main cast, everyone is still pretty terrible. Literally all of them have murdered people and enjoyed it at some point in the show. Literally the only time the main cast bond with each other is when they're in combat. How am I supposed to feel like these people ought to go to heaven when the only time they're having fun is when they're doing violent sin? So I want to change that, and I think I've got a really good start here with Nifty. I don't think Nifty deserves to be turned to salt. Out of all the characters I've written so far, Nifty is the only one that I can't really make a case against. That's not to say that she doesn't deserve to be in hell in the first place. She's a danger to herself and the people around her, and until she grows past that, she needs to stay. It's like when a person gets acquitted for insanity. They don't just get to be released into the public, they get taken to a mental ward and treated until they are no longer a danger to society. This same principle applies to Nifty. If she gets treated for brain damage, some good medication, and counseling for her mental issues, she can make a full recovery and go to heaven without issue. She is exactly the type of person that Charlie started her bed and breakfast for. She has the potential for heaven, she just needs some help to get there. Help that she couldn't possibly get when she was alive. Husk can probably also redeem himself, but he needs the desire first. And who better to provide this desire than our favorite little deer man? In the original show, Husk's soul was owned by Alastor. I'm pretty sure that Nifty is owned by him too, but it's a little unclear. Whatever the case, both of their souls belong to Alastor in the bed and breakfast. Part of the reason why he gave them both pale faces that don't match the rest of their body and eye sockets is to match Alastor. When a demon owns a sinner's soul, that sinner will take on some of the physical characteristics of their owner. I don't know if this is a perfect rule in the original show, but I really like it, so I'm using it. My version of Alastor got a hold of Husk's soul the same way that he did in the original show. I've actually got an idea in my head for the exact scene, which I'm planning on animating after I'm done with this video, so no spoilers this time. As for Nifty, we have no idea how he acquired her soul in the original show, but on the wiki it describes her as being far too trusting of any and all men, so we're gonna go with that. He offered her a job as his maid and handed her the contract. Her lobotomy makes it hard for her to read, and even if she could, she wouldn't have read all the way through it anyway, so that's how that happened. She doesn't mind her soul being owned by Alastor anyway. He treats her well. Husk absolutely minds it. It's not so much the way that Alastor treats him that's the big issue, it's the fact that he's owned it all that really bothers him. Just like in my previous videos, I'm going to end this script with my pitch for episode 4 of the Bed and Breakfast for Former Baddies. Here's a summary of the episode so far. In episode 1, Charlie and Vaggie met for the first time and become friends. Heaven's clock tower starts ticking down twice as fast as usual, which sends people into a panic. They spend most of the episode bonding together while fixing up the bed and breakfast and trying to get anyone at all to come and stay there. The episode ends with Angel Dust arriving on his own after seeing one of their posters. In episode 2, we get to see Angel Dust's first ever therapy session with Charlie. Charlie has a TV interview with Katie Killjoy that really doesn't go well. We meet Alastor for the first time, and also Sir Pentious makes an appearance at the end and gets beat up immediately. In episode 3, a whole lot happens. Charlie takes a meeting with Adam, leader of the angelic armies, and pitches her idea to him and Eve. Adam thinks she's trying to trick him, so that doesn't go well. In that same episode, Alastor goes to an Overlord meeting, and we find out that an angel has been killed. We get a short scene with the V's at the end, and they send Sir Pentious to go spy on Alastor for them. If you want to see those episodes more in depth, go watch my other videos. I will have them linked in a playlist at the end for your viewing convenience. Episode 3 was very plot heavy, so it's time for something a lot lighter. We've got a lot of characters and we need some time to bond with them. Without further ado, Episode 4. Episode 4 begins exactly where Episode 3 ended, with Sir Pentious appearing at the front door. He says he's there to redeem himself. No one really trusts him considering that he's attacked them before, but Charlie decides to give him a chance. We'll have him meet the rest of the gang in the exact same fashion as in Episode 2 of the original show. We get a scene with him, Charlie, Vaggie, and Angel doing some icebreaker games. It'll be extremely awkward at first. Nifty will join them a few minutes after they start, and things will get a little more relaxed from there. Sir Pentious would be a little uncomfortable with Nifty at first, cause she's a weird little freak with a weird little crush on him, but after a while they'll start to click. The episode will span over the course of a few days. We'll get to see Sir Pentious attempt to do some actual spying on Alastor. He's not good at it at all. Alastor pretends to be oblivious and enjoys messing with him. As Sir Pentious starts to connect with the other members of the group, Angel starts to get a little jealous. Does Angel want to change at this point? A little bit. Not enough to put in any actual effort, but a bit. It irks him that everyone else has known him longer, but it seems like they like Sir Pentious a lot better, even though he's so horribly socially awkward. Angel will do what he always does when he's going through anything stressful. He turns to drugs. Charlie designed the bed and breakfast to help people get off drugs with Husk's bar. He's there to monitor and make sure that people can get high safely and slowly wean them off it instead of going cold turkey. When Husk cuts him off for the night, Angel goes out to buy some weed from his dealer. His dealer offers him crack instead. Crack is a much more dangerous drug than weed, but Angel is desperate for a high, so he buys it and smuggles it into his room. He has a really bad trip and wakes up very sick in the middle of the night. When he's done puking, he notices that Sir Pentious is up too. When he goes to investigate, he finds Sir Pentious putting up spy cameras in the study. The scene plays out exactly how it does in the original show. They fight, Charlie and Vaggie come downstairs to find out what's going on, Vox denies Sir Pentious' request for help, and we get the song It Starts With Sorry. We'll end it with Nifty's crush going away after she sees that Sir Pentious is not a bad boy, and also Alastor mocking Vox after everyone else goes to bed.
Now it's Nifty's turn. First change I made is that her brain is now made of worms. I don't remember who said that, but someone said, what if brain was worms? And I love that idea, honestly. After that, I gave her hands. As much as I loved her without them, this is a convenience thing for me. I did keep the pincers. This time though, they're connected to her arms near the elbow. They're also longer than her arm, which will force her to use them and still make it hard for her to use her hands, but now it's not completely impossible, which will make it way easier for me to draw her holding anything. I took the choker away because I didn't want it to be part of the uniform anymore. It also just really doesn't fit Nifty's time period. I tried giving her a second bandana around her neck like she had in the show, but I couldn't make it work without cluttering up the design, so I took it away and made the skin on her neck black instead. I also changed her apron to be cream colored with white fringe, instead of just making it pure white to make it a little easier on the eyes. For Husk, all I did was roll his sleeves up. That's it. I just wanted to show off more arm fluff and give him a little more personality in the way that he dresses. I also changed his claws to be cream, like his face, instead of pure white. I don't know why it wasn't like that before. It must have slipped my mind.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I don't have a good intro. Today, I'll be redesigning Baxter from Hazbin Hotel for my AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. In the original Hazbin Hotel, Baxter is kind of a strange character in the sense that he's not really a character, he's more of a tool than a person. In the series, he does 3 things of importance. He shows up, he gives us Pentious backstory, and he helps shut down Vox's security system so all the guys can put on a live stream. He adds to cast bloat more than anything really, and everything that he does is either unnecessary or it could have been accomplished by other characters. Pentious backstory, unnecessary. Doesn't really add anything. Both that backstory and Sherry's whole being in love with Pentious plotline could have been removed and nothing would change. That leaves just Baxter taking down the security system to be the only thing of actual importance that he does. But I think that this actually could have been given to Frank, the only surviving egg boy, to expand his character and make him more important. The eggs were Pentious' minions. I think that it could have been really interesting if maybe over time Frank picked up some of Pentious' engineering skills. They also say at some point that Baxter understands Vox's security system because he built it. But this halfway conflicts with his established character. He's established to be a bioscientist specifically. He creates biomechanical horrors. Vox's security system outside of Shockwave doesn't seem like it has anything to do with biomechanics. This is a combination of just regular engineering and programming, which is outside of Baxter's established skill set. I think Baxter was a bit of wasted potential in terms of his connection to the V's. He used to work there, and him showing up at the hotel could have been a really interesting character arc for Charlie. We could have explored through their relationship her idea that anyone can be redeemed. What if instead of Angel Dust, it was Baxter being the spy? What if Charlie's arc this season was trying so hard to redeem Baxter and he just keeps stringing her along? How far can we stretch Charlie before she realizes that some people are just evil, that some people just will not change no matter what? Regrettably, this is not what I'll be doing. I think it's a fun idea, but it wouldn't work in my AU. My version of Charlie is a very different character, and that plotline wouldn't work for her. She just doesn't have the patience for that. I was originally planning on full-on cutting Baxter. When you write a magic system, you want to go deeper into the mechanics you already have before you expand outward. If you expand outward but keep everything very shallow, your audience comes away with the impression that magic can do anything and won't be invested. The same thing applies to characters. If something that you have planned for your plot can be accomplished by an existing character, then it ought to be. Then your audience gets to spend more time with the characters you have, deepen their relationships with them, get super attached, and then buy all the merch. If you keep throwing in more and more characters, it dilutes the soup. You'll have less time to explore the characters you already have, your audience won't have as much of an attachment to anyone, and your final product will be weaker. It's like having a menu with too many items, less is more. So I was going to cut him, but clearly this video has been made, so I didn't do that. What happened was, while I was pacing around in my kitchen waiting for my potatoes to get soft, I stumbled upon the song Make Me Pretty by JT Music. This song is about some kind of evil cosmetic surgeon from BioShock, a game I've heard is good but haven't played. Not only is the song really good, but it also gave me the inspiration I needed to make that connection in my brain. It's just so obvious. I should make him evil. I should make him a minor villain that works under Vox. In the original, Vox commissions Carmilla Carmine to make what is basically a laser gun with the strength of a nuclear bomb, and they use Lucifer as a battery for this weapon. I do need to make some changes to this though. I don't think Carmilla would have the expertise necessary to create a weapon that runs on biomechanics. She just does regular guns. So my idea is that Vox will bring Baxter and Carmilla together to create his ultimate weapon, and since Lucifer is evil, he'd agree to the hours and hours of experimentation necessary to get this weapon up and running. I think it's a huge stretch of audience grace that we're expected to accept that Carmilla can just make this huge evil gun that can knock the gates off of heaven. This is a project that realistically would have taken her probably years to perfect, but they can do it in a few months maybe. The timeline in this story is just so botched. The point is, while I can look past it, it's something that I ignore rather than believe. A good writer doesn't want their audience to ignore their critical thinking skills in order to have a good time. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but I do prefer there to be a bit more effort put into your plot devices. We're keeping the big ultimate weapon and we're keeping Carmilla working on it, but to justify its creation in universe a bit more, having a bioscientist work on it as well gives it a bit more grounding in reality. It gives Baxter a more important role in the plot, and it establishes Vox as a better leader and businessman. A lot of the best businessmen are people who can find the best and brightest, bring them together, and give them a unified vision and goals to work towards. People like Steve Jobs. He didn't know anything about how to make computers, but he knew how to find people who could, put them together, and expanded their idea of what was possible. We're also removing Alastor's constant playground insults to get under Vox's skin. Not only would that not work in my rewritten version of Vox, but also my version of Alastor is a much better manipulator than that. There's actually something pretty big that I have planned to happen during the capture arc to give that subplot some more stakes, and I plan to bring Baxter into it, but I'm going to keep that to myself for now. I want you all to be surprised when it happens. Years from now, probably. It takes forever to make those episodes. Now, how about we talk some visuals? I think Baxter's design is pretty alright. I don't really have any issues with it. I do like the glowing spots. I think those are cool. I have decided to change Baxter from an anglerfish to a dragonfish instead. I like the anglerfish stuff and didn't want to change it, but because I made Rosie an anglerfish and these two have no connection to each other, I wanted to make them different. Dragonfish are long boys, and I had always pictured Baxter as having biomechanical arms, which does bring up some challenges. That's very similar to Pentious. Pentious is also a long boy with biomechanical arms, so I had to keep that in mind to make sure that they didn't look too similar. Something I did to prevent this was to start by giving him legs. I wanted his body to be close to the ground so that he looks kind of awkward and not quite right, especially when combined with a long body. One so long that it hangs over itself because he doesn't have the core strength to keep himself upright. I wasn't quite sure where to put the arms at first. Too low and it looks like his neck is really long, which is too similar to Pentious. Too high and his body looks really long, which is too similar to my Pride imps. What I ended up on was two sets of arms. One set is real and the other is mechanical. The first set I put really close to his head where fins would be, and the bottom set went to where the shoulders would be if he was a normal person. To further make these mechanical arms different from Pentious, I shifted the premise of their purpose a bit. Pentious' arms are meant to be just that. Arms. They're a replacement for arms he no longer has. They're a disability aid. Baxter's arms are very different. He's already got a pair of perfectly functioning arms, so this second pair is meant to be an enhancement rather than a replacement. I based them specifically off of surgery bots and engineering bots that put machinery together. These arms exist so that Baxter can keep creating biomechanical horrors with more ease. I was thinking for a backstory that Baxter was a scientist during the Second World War who worked for the bad guys, and then after the war was over, he was taken to the US as a prisoner of war and employed by the CIA where he continued his experiments. This is a real thing that happened. The CIA really did employ Nazi scientists to create mind control during the World War using LSD. It's a really interesting story, and goodness gracious, our government sucks. Returning to stuff that doesn't matter, our new friend Baxter was specifically experimenting with robotic upgrades to improve human beings. He wanted mechanical enhancements, and in order for these enhancements to work, they need to be connected to the brain to be able to receive stimulus from it and act upon it. In the war, he was given prisoners, Jews, and disabled people to experiment upon. When he was moved to the US, he was allowed to continue his work in secret, operating within the walls of asylums. Baxter was obsessed with playing God. He was addicted to it. What he didn't know, though, was that the goals of his experimentation were against the rules of nature. Human beings cannot break those rules no matter how hard they try, so ultimately his work came to nothing. The only thing he managed to create was human suffering. His life ended when he slipped and drowned in his own bathtub as an old man. His new appearance as a deep-sea fish mocks him for how shallow the water he drowned in was. It's also got headlights so that he can see what he's doing when he's working. The lure under his chin is his own goals and aspirations. It's something that looks so tempting, but it's false. Not only did it tempt the people he swayed into supporting him, it's also something that tempts him, something he can't quite reach because of physical limitations. Now that Baxter is a sinner, he is capable of breaking the laws of nature, though not as completely as more powerful types of demons like Mammon. He still has to put a lot of time, effort, and experimentation into getting his designs correct. He can't modify genes, he doesn't know how to do that yet. He needs the organic material to already exist, which means he operates almost exclusively on living subjects. Baxter has worked for Vox for a very long time. There are a great deal of sinners that either have no limbs or limbs that just kind of suck, which has necessitated rapid enhancements in prosthetic limbs. Baxter started by creating his own set of limbs, which was noticed by Vox. Vox picked him up and made production of these limbs possible on a bigger scale. It's not technology that can be mass-produced since sinners are also different from each other. Every set of limbs has to be tailored to the individual. Vox owns Baxter about halfway. He doesn't have full ownership of his soul, it's more of an employee contract that makes Baxter exclusive to him. Baxter can only perform biomechanics in Vox's labs, and he's under strict NDA so he can't be poached by other businesses. Vox also had Baxter spread his knowledge to other doctors and engineers that were under similar contracts. That means if you're in hell and you need new limbs that function the same way real limbs do, you either have to go to VoxTech or just be disabled. Suck to suck, don't it? So, the security system, and Nifty and Baxter's relationship. I've heard several times that Nifty and Baxter are supposed to be shipped together, and that was implied pretty okay in the show. I guess they're fine. I don't have any strong opinions about it since neither of these characters is developed very well. We're not doing that. I'm sorry. Since Baxter doesn't come to the bed and breakfast, the only place these two will meet is once in the asylum and then later at the security system. I have decided that our lovely little egg boys will be the ones to take out the security while Nifty is acting as protection in more of a mother bear type way. In my current concept, Baxter did perform lobotomies alongside his other experiments, so while he never experimented on Nifty when she was alive, he was responsible for lobotomizing her. I might remove this, but in the current state that the story is in, I think it could be a powerful story beat for Nifty to finally get a chance to direct her rage at the person who actually hurt her in a way that is simultaneously productive. It is against the rules of heaven for human beings to take their own revenge. It's a very important theme and mechanic in my story. Revenge can only be taken by God himself or enacted on by those he gives authority. But if Nifty is acting to protect someone else, her choice to attack Baxter is justified. One of the most important themes of the bed and breakfast for former baddies is intent. The action you take doesn't matter nearly as much as the intention behind it, the motivations, the goal. This isn't to say that if you intended to do good, that it's okay to do whatever. The ends do not justify the means, because sometimes people are blinded by their pride and will insist that any action is forgivable so long as they intend to do good. No, your intentions have to be pure. You have to be acting selflessly. And if what you're doing is hurting people and you refuse to acknowledge that, that's selfishness. In order for Nifty to redeem herself, she needs to let go of her anger completely, and that's going to take time. I think that confronting the person who hurt her would be a very good midpoint for her arc. In terms of colors, I was a little bit lost on exactly where to go. The 7 deadly sins are motivators behind more specific sins like theft or murder, but with Baxter it's hard to pick one or a mix. The 2 I could have chosen are gluttony, since it's almost an addiction, or pride, since he's playing God, but I don't like either of those options. We already have so many red and yellow characters. Instead, I decided to use the colors of more specific sins, cyan and a deep maroon for fraud and violence. To be honest, fraud is a little bit of a stretch, but I wanted to keep the cyan accents so that he still looks vaguely like himself. Whenever people think of fraud, they usually think of financial crimes. At least that's what I'm like. I would prefer in this context to think of fraud more as deception in general. Baxter deceived himself into believing his own hype, and brought a lot of other people along with him, when in reality his experiments were a thinly veiled excuse to do horrible things to the human body to see what would happen. He rarely worked with anesthesia. He was a horrible, evil sadist. To him, the human beings that ended up on his table were little more than meat to play with in his experiments. He thought especially low of those that were born disabled, considering their genes to be broken and worthless, something that ought to be removed from the population, only worth their weight in the labor and knowledge that could be extracted from them. I used the dark maroon of violence for his skin and bright cyan as accents. I decided to use Vox's purples for his metal parts so they don't look like they're meant to be a part of him, while also tying him in more strongly with Vox. Then a simple light to dark gradient on his coat, since I couldn't decide between a dark lab coat or a white one. This is probably the strangest color palette I've ever made, but I think it turned out nice. That's all I've got for this character for now. I'd love to make a video going in depth about the magic system of my AU. It's something I've recently refined. Let me know if that's something you are all interested in. From the very limited information I could find on the wiki about Sir Pentious, I crafted everything. He's supposed to be from the Victorian era, which spanned from the early 1830s to 1901. This is the exact same time period that the steampunk aesthetic spans across. I really like steampunk. I think it's a super underrated aesthetic, and I think it deserves more content. And Sir Pentious is kind of like an inventor guy and supposed to be like a villain. So I decided to bestow this lovely aesthetic upon my nervous little danger noodle. I made his goggles look kind of like gears. I remember my brother once went as a steampunk inventor guy for Halloween solely because he found goggles at Goodwill that looked like gears. After that, I cursed myself with the hell that is mechanical limbs. I don't have a problem with Sir Pentious having regular arms, but I think it would be more delicious if his arms were something he created himself with the help of his egg minions. I did my best to make them look like something out of a futuristic version of the Victorian era, which was no easy feat, and frankly, I don't think I succeeded. I think that steampunk is a really difficult aesthetic to make animator friendly because there's so much maximalization associated with it. There's usually a ton going on with the machinery, especially in the forms of exposed wires, gears, and all that good stuff. You can usually see everything that's going on, and I just can't do that. I did my best though. In the references I looked at, it seems like suits were worn almost exclusively by the upper class at this time. They weren't widely available like they are today. Yes, there was a middle class emerging at this time, but still. Sir Pentious doesn't seem like the type of person to wear a suit very frequently. He's an inventor, and I think that he spends the majority of his time inventing things. He can't wear a suit, he'll get it all dirty. So I gave him a white blouse shirt, or whatever you call it. Dress shirt, that's what it's called. And a leather vest, not the cool modern kind for biker bros. And a cravat to convey the time period a bit better. Sir Pentious is described in the wiki as being like, quote, a mustache-twirling villain of the week type character. But he's also supposed to be 40? Huh. Anyway, I gave him a stash. I also give him little extra nostril bits that snakes have. I forget what they're called and I'm not going to look it up, but I'm pretty sure they're used for heat vision. After that was colors. Coloring this bad boy was a freaking struggle, man. Steampunk is characterized by almost exclusively using sepia tones. It's almost all browns and dim yellows. But I can't see Sir Pentious without the sin of pride. And since I've decided to give each character a pop of color for whatever their sin was, whether it's green for greed or orange for gluttony, I have to put red on his body somewhere. I tried color picking from the OG Snake Man, but I ran into the problem of Vivzy Pop's colors being altogether too much. I don't know how she makes these god-awful colors work. It's honestly really impressive and cool to see someone take colors that I hate and make me like them. But if you divorce the colors from that color palette specifically, I just don't like it. I can't do that. My brain just doesn't work in bright colors. When Vivzy's red was on top of my browns and golds, it looked like pink, and I didn't like it. I did keep the bright yellow, though. It had to be... When it came to using the bright colors, it had to be one or the other, and it just couldn't be the pink. Since we only have one super bright, almost neon color, I took the red and lightened it to something not quite pastel, but like pastel adjacent. I briefly attempted to add in the brightest red that I use in my thumbnails, but I wasn't digging it, so after fighting with that for a good 30 minutes, I went back to the pink only and fought with the color placement until I liked it. Something about the original Sir Pentious' design that I don't like at all is the eyes on the belly of his tail. I hate this. You're gonna get dirt in your eyes! It makes me unreasonably mad. Honestly, the amount of eyes just in general isn't my favorite. I just don't think it works with this character. I just don't see why he would have multiple eyes. Because it seems like most of the characters in this show that have multiple eyes always have multiple eyes for a reason. Whether it's because they're an insect and insects sometimes have multiple eyes like spiders do, or if it's because they're a seraphim and having a lot of eyes like kind of is important to being a seraphim. You know, stuff like that. I just think multiple eyes in this case was unnecessary and really only done for cool points, which isn't my favorite. Instead of multiple eyes, I put eye-like patterns on the back of his tail. So they're still kind of there, but also not really. So some final adjustments and tiny little fiddling with stuff, and he was all done. Since I had changed Sir Pentious' outfit so much, I also decided to give his little egg boys an update too. I briefly thought about making them look like snakes that had partially hatched out of eggs, but I wasn't digging it, so the hands and feet came back. I really liked how the crack in their face looks kind of like a mask, so I kept that exactly the same. I got rid of the visible mouths though. I want my eggs to look more like a creature with inside an egg instead of the egg itself. I know that the point of the egg boys is that they're supposed to look like ugly, stupid little minions, but I don't care. This is my channel, and I'll do whatever the heck I want. And if I want to make them cuter, then I will! Shut up! My inspiration gathering consisted of me googling steampunk kid and trying to find something that I thought would suit the egg boys. Since Pentious got only shirt treatment, I thought I would give only pants treatment to the boys. I gave all of them some simple goggles, tool belts that don't have any tools on them because they can't be trusted, and a sticker on their shell so you can tell each one apart. I also drew a hat that resembles Pentious' hat that the 5 of them share. I used all the same colors except for the light red. In the show, the only egg boy with a real name is Frank. His sticker has an F on it. All of the others have numbers, but each one is personalized to convey that each one has their own personality, even if they act almost like a hive mind. Sir Pentious is one of my personal favorite characters in the entire show. When I remember he exists. I'm sorry, he's my baby, but I forget about him a lot because he doesn't get nearly enough screen time. Despite being a super major character, he doesn't get an episode dedicated to him. He'll get a few minutes here and there, but it's scarce. All of his bonding moments with the rest of the cast happen mostly off screen. He doesn't get any serious emotional moments with anyone except for that one time when he first showed up, and he really only gets to do 2 things that majorly affect the plot. The first is when he comes to the hotel in the first place, and the second is at the very end that I won't spoil. If you know, you know. But also that last moment falls extremely flat, partly because of how they executed it, and partly because how he gets such little time to bond with the cast, so you don't really care about how the other characters feel about that moment at all. Something else that bothers me about his writing is a continuous problem that Hazbin Hotel has in general, which is that they never mention his life before hell at all. Come on, man! We know that sinners remember their lives because of hell of a boss, so you can't use some dumb excuse like, oh, they just don't remember anymore. That would be dumb and lame. I want to know what my silly snake boy was like before. So writing Sir Pentious presents a particularly strange challenge. Out of all the people in the Hazbin cast, Pentious is the most willing to change for the better, but he's also supposed to act like a silly villain. There's gotta be a way to make both things work. How do I make him cartoonishly evil without making him actually evil? So I need to come up with bad but ultimately harmless things for him to do as a villain, and one actually bad thing that landed him here in hell in the first place. I'm thinking that he'll be a villain kind of like Dr. Doofenshmirtz, where like, yeah, he's trying to do bad things, but his plans never work, and even if they're dead, they're like kind of not that big of a deal. More annoying than like actually bad. That's probably why the V's like never let him into the group, is because he's just like not a threat. But like he also just doesn't have it in him to actually be a threat. He's got no guts. I also wanted to give the Egg Boys their own backstory. I absolutely love the Egg Boys, and I don't want to separate them from Pentious. But also, why are they here? Why does he have 5 nearly identical eggs that do his bidding? Where did they come from? Why do they all look the same? Well, I have an idea. In the pilot episode, we find out from a one-off joke that Pentious had a son. What if the Egg Boys were his son? Stay with me. My idea is that Sir Pentious' son fell to hell with him and became the Egg Boys. I'm thinking that maybe he had DID, or also known as dissociative identity disorder, and each individual alter became one Egg Boy. Only one Egg Boy can truly be awake at one time. Whichever egg that's bearing the hat is the one that's currently in front. Obviously, I'm not like an expert on D&D. I don't have it. and I'm not a doctor. I'm just a silly little artist that did some research. I'm going to try and represent it as best I can, and if I make any whoopsies or say anything offensive, feel free to say something. Just please be nice to me. I'm sensitive, and I'm out of meds. I don't have a good way to segue back into my version of the backstory, so without further ado, here's my idea. Sir Pentious was an inventor during the Victorian period. He was a pretty darn good one, too. If he had chosen to invent machines that could have been used in mass production during the industrial period, he could have been really rich, but that just wasn't his passion. Sure, he got his start that way, but his real passion was for weapons. Specifically, he wanted to invent human-like robots, even though this goal of his never quite materialized when he was alive. It was something he was always working on. Luckily for his passions, Napoleon ruled France during the early Victorian era. Sir Pentious followed the combat wherever it went, usually from a safe distance, but close enough that he could fix and upgrade his weapons on site. He took his son through all of this. DID is an extremely rare condition that can only be brought on by long-term extreme stress or abuse when a child is very, very young. Being raised right next to extremely violent conflicts where so many people you've seen could set up the exact right circumstances for that kind of condition to form. The two of them were killed in an accident while Pentious was experimenting. Pentious blew himself up and Frank was electrocuted. That's why Pentious is a snake and Frank isn't. Pentious lost all his limbs in the explosion, while Frank was fried instantly like an egg. Snakes also lay eggs, and Frank came from Pentious, so there's that too. Pentious' sins are a horrid combination of pride and gluttony. Where the pride comes from is obvious. He thinks he knows better than everyone, especially his eggs. The gluttony comes from him prioritizing his passions over everything else. He was constantly indulging himself in his love for weapons to the point where he no longer noticed that his son's emotional needs were being neglected. The eggs followed their dad down to hell by mimicking all of his behaviors, both good and bad, even after he was old enough to know better. In my sect of Christianity, the age of accountability is 8 years old. So in my version of the lore, anyone under 8 years old gets a free pass to heaven. Older than that, and it becomes possible to fall. Each year that passes until you reach 18, your sins will get less and less leniency. So we're gonna say that the eggs were about 14 or 15. I think the eggs act out a lot to try and get their dad's attention. People need boundaries and consequences, especially when they're children. When children don't get punished for bad behavior when they're kids, they'll keep escalating until they find the line. It's probably why there are so many rotten little kids these days, because their parents are so afraid of being abusive that they let their kid run rampant. I'm all for gentle parenting, but there comes a line when it becomes enabling. In order for Pentious to redeem himself, he needs to put something ahead of himself. He needs to stop trying to be an overlord, he needs to stop putting all of his time into inventing things, and he needs to stop thinking about only himself and actually go out and raise his kid. In order for the Egg Boys to redeem themselves, they need to stop doing bad, violent stuff to get their dad's attention and approval. They need to calm the heck down and get it together so they're not a menace to society. I know that kind of sounds like a funny way to say it, because saying a menace to society has kind of become a joke, but they are legitimately a menace to society. The only reason they're not in heaven is because they're actually a legitimate threat to the safety of everyone around them, including themselves. Kind of similar to the Nifty situation, but less extreme. Instead of outright attacking people and being sadistic about it, they're more just destroying stuff and putting people at risk by destroying property in such a way that it becomes a danger. So they would actually have a pretty easy time redeeming themselves. They just need to get the drive to actually do it. I was inspired by Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away, where everyone who comes to work in the bathhouse loses their name to Yubaba. I think the same thing applies to everyone in hell. When a person arrives in hell, they lose their name to Lucifer and get a new one. Other curses that are in Studio Ghibli movies would also be present here, like the one from Howl's Moving Castle, where you're not allowed to tell anyone about your curse. On top of Pentious' cruelly ironic lack of limbs because they were all blown off in the explosion, He also wouldn't be able to recognize the eggs as his son. He's too wrapped up in his own little world that he doesn't recognize that each egg acts like a different part of his kid. He sees them as all individual people, which he didn't see his son as before. The eggs are having a significantly better time in comparison to Pentious. Since they were under the age of 18 when they arrived in Hell, their punishments are significantly less severe. Now that each alter is in their own body, they don't have the same social problems that they had before, since now they're seen as individual people that look the same instead of as a child suffering from possessions or delusions. You know, they were from the 1800s. They weren't big on mental health back then. They also get to stay with their dad, which is exactly what they wanted to do. They would not be happy in heaven without their dad. Their punishment comes in the form of their dad not recognizing them as his child and being unable to tell him that they are his kid. But after years of being in hell, they've learned to be happy with being his minions instead. They are also one of the very few sinners that get to keep their name, Frank. I think Frank was one of their real names before they died, but the other alters are missing their names, so they can't escape. You need to get your real name back from Lucifer in order to truly leave, and since they're a collective system, they all need their names back in order to leave hell. I think Sir Pentious not remembering that the eggs are his kid will also be better for just, not making Pentious a terrible person. I don't think he would treat his eggs the way he does if he knew that they were his kid. If he remembered that they were his kid, he probably would have changed a long time ago for their sake. He would probably still, try to be an overlord, but he would be a lot nicer to them. He's kind of mean to them in the show. I think that ultimately Pentious is a decent person, even if he is horribly selfish. I think the shock of blowing himself and his eggs up would have been the wake-up call he needed to actually change his behavior, if our good old friend the devil hadn't set up the exact circumstances necessary to manipulate all of them into staying. This is also a good way to start giving subtle hints to Lucifer not being good. I already said this in my video where I redesigned Lucifer, but my version of Lucifer is not a good person. In season 1, he's going to act exactly the same as he does in Hazbin Hotel, but as time progresses, he'll slowly be revealed to not be a well-meaning but incompetent guy. He's kind of actually evil. So I've never seen it before done in media where it's a double twist where you assume that a character is going to be bad, but then they're actually good, and then you realize later, no, they're actually bad. I love the idea of a double twist. I think it's such a cool idea, and I really want to do it. Anyway, next is Sir Pentious. I was originally going to leave him as is because I think his design is pretty alright the way it is. There was one thing I didn't like though, and that was how I did his shirt. I really didn't want to add any more colors to his design at the time, but the bright yellow just really doesn't look good with that cream color, so I introduced a new yellow, shifted the color of the cream a bit, and then finagled with the color placement until I got something I liked. I also changed the color placement on his arms now that we have a new color, so that they contrast a little bit more with his skin. We don't use as much of that light red anymore, and I like it way better. Then it makes them look more like they're not really a part of him. They're separate, and I like that better. One thing I wanted to add was a power source for the arms. Since Pentious is heavily inspired by steampunk futuristic stuff, I originally thought that the arms would be steam powered. I tried giving him a couple water tanks on his back that would pump water through the arms as steam so that they could move. I decided though that I didn't really like that because I didn't want to mess around with having to draw wires and clutter the design up more, especially since his arms already have so much detail. So I changed my mind. I've been watching a lot of Cain recently. Don't give me spoilers, I'm not quite done with the second season yet.
And I thought back to Savika's arm. I'm not fully certain how her arm is powered, but it has these little compartments for shimmer that I'm pretty certain keep it working. Whatever the case, it inspired me. I thought it would be cool if Pentious' arms were powered by his venom. He milks his fangs into these tiny little jars and slots them into compartments on the shoulders. The venom runs through the arm's motors and joints, keeping them powered and also keeping them slicked up so that they don't get all rusty and hard to move. The venom needs to be changed out frequently, so if anyone were to try and steal his arms, they would be useless to them. I think he'd do something similar with all of his machinery so it can't be stolen and used against him later at a later date. The Egg Boys needed some tweaks too, but not to their designs. They needed some tweaks to their names. For those who don't know, the Egg Boys are one person split into multiple alters. When I first designed them, I only had a name for Frank and the rest were just numbered, but I do want to give them actual names. In universe, they will all start with just numbers that Pentious gave them, except for Frank, who insisted on naming himself and being called by that name. Over time, as Pentious' character arc goes on and the boys grow along with him, they'll each get names, which I have now written down. From what I understand, alternate personalities always appear for a reason, so I've also included a reason and a role that each alter exists to fulfill. I also gave our resident protector, Snegboy, a tail poking out of his shell. I want you all to know right now that the egg part is not their real body. Their real bodies are hidden inside the eggs, so in reality, they do look different from each other, but they all wear the same shell. Let's start with Mimsy. Mimsy is a fan not favorite. A lot of people really hate Mimsy. The main two reasons for this are because A, she interrupted the song Hell's Greatest Dad, which was a duet between the fandom's two favorite characters, and B, she was a villain of the week type character in a season that only had 8 episodes to work with. With such a limited time, a villain of the week type character feels like a huge waste of time. It took very limited screen time away from the main cast that we actually wanted to see. The most she actually got to do was deliver exposition about Alastor that we just as easily could have learned from any other character. The way that she delivers the exposition also feels very unnatural and stiff, and she also repeats some of the information that we've already heard more than once before. We get it, Alastor disappeared randomly 7 years ago and no one knows why. Let's move on, please. Personally, I think that Mimsy is super overhated. I think she's a perfectly fine character, just poorly used. Her inclusion feels like what this show was supposed to be, more episodic in nature with an overarching plot like Gravity Falls. Anyway, with that being said, Mimsy is really ugly. I've heard people say that she looks like a Jewish stereotype. I don't know anything about Jewish stereotypes, so I can't speak on that. What I do know, though, is that I don't like her design at all. I don't like that her nose is pointy and the rest of her is round. I don't like how firm her body looks. I hate her feet. And most importantly, I hate her colors. Her palette is very cold and it doesn't fit with her personality at all. The first major thing I changed was what species she was. It really bothers me that so many of the female characters in Hazbin Hotel are just regular women. Vaggie is just a girl but gray. Charlie is just a girl but with an animal nose. Sort of. Cherry Bomb is just a girl but with one eye. Mimsy is just a girl but with black eye whites. Meanwhile, the male characters get to be cats and spiders and TV people. So I decided to turn Mimsy into a hippo. I think that the little bean snout looked so stinking cute. After that, I just wanted to make sure she seemed soft and squishy and huggable. I kept the hair nearly identical, and I tried to keep the dress pretty similar too. Mimsy is Alastor's friend, both from when they were alive and also after they died. That places her life between the 1930s and 40s. The most popular type of dress at this time was called a flapper, which I believe is what Mimsy's supposed to be wearing. I was actually pretty surprised how accurate Mimsy's outfit was. Obviously not completely accurate, but mostly. I changed the way it was cut at the top so that there were some straps and something underneath to prevent slips. I cannot believe they put her in a tube top. That's just so impractical, especially for a character who's moving around as much as she is. I'm gonna say something maybe controversial now. I think tube tops are tacky. I haven't seen very many that actually look nice, and it's far too easy for them to fail. It's one of those dumb modern fashion trends that I'm just praying will go away.
away, because I hate it. Shrinkflation in women's clothing is real and it's bad, and I'm sick of people turning a blind eye to it. Wake up, sheeple, they're scamming you. Anyway, Mimsy doesn't strike me as the type of person to be modest exactly, but she did grow up in a culture with much stricter modesty standards than we have today. Those aren't just gonna go away. For her colors, I decided to steal a bunch from Alastor's palette. If anybody in this show should be wearing a bright, obnoxious red, it should be Mimsy. So I stole Alastor's main red for her dress, the orange of his teeth for her hair, and his skin tone. For her palette, I took a few of the lighter yellows to use in different places along her body. Now, I do actually have some lore for Mimsy. A trigger warning for eating disorders. I should have a timestamp on screen for you to skip to if you need it. As stated in the wiki, Mimsy used to be and is also currently a club owner who also performs at said clubs. In my version, I'm going to have her strictly be a showgirl who died before ever getting famous. During the time in which she was alive, the ideal body type for a woman was stick thin and tall, and that included the chest regions too. In her quest to become a famous showgirl, Mimsy developed a serious eating disorder that eventually took her life. While she was alive, she was an awfully mean girl type. She consistently stepped on her competition in pursuit of money, fame, and wealthy men. Like all sinners, her body is ironically cruel. Though hippos may look fat, their bodies are almost entirely made of muscle. Mimsy is as skinny as she can possibly be. Even if she stopped eating altogether and let her body eat away at her muscle fibers until she ceased to function, she would still never have the body she wanted. Lucifer was so cruel when designing her sinner body that he broke his own color rules. So far with all the sinners I've designed, I've had an in-universe rule that their sins are correlated with a certain color. Blue for sloth, pink for lust, green for greed, etc. Mimsy's greatest sin is envy, but there's not a smidgen of purple on her. Instead, the color on her body is yellow, the color of gluttony. Everything about her new body is constantly telling her that she's eating too much. The only solution she has is to forget herself in alcohol and dangerous behavior. Drunk driving is what led her to accidentally hit a loan shark's girlfriend, which is why they're after her when we do see her in the episode. Anyway, moving on. I did Rosie next. I think Rosie has one of the best designs in the entire show. She's one of the few overlords where you can actually tell what time period she's supposed to be from. If this was a fixing video, I would have given her gloves and called it a day, but this isn't a fixing video. This is an AU, so alas, no easy designs for me. I kept her outfit nearly identical. I simplified her hat a little and gave her gloves, but most other things are the same. The biggest changes I made were to the body underneath it. I decided to turn her into an anglerfish. I have the same criticism I have about Mimsy with Rosie, where she's just a girl. Come on, man. It could be something different. So, anglerfish. I decided to turn Rosie into an anglerfish because anglerfish are some of the ugliest fish to ever be. Definitely not the worst fish ever, but my goodness, those faces, they are the thing of nightmares. I gave her really small, deeply socketed eyes with intense bags under them. I made her mouth extra large with far too many teeth as well. She retains her sharp teeth from her original design, but they're much thinner than before, more like needles. She is now bald, as all fish are. But I did give her big fins on the sides of her head like ears. That's a pretty common thing to do with human fish designs, ear fins. It's cute. I also gave her a fin for a tail. Something I love to do in my designs is to put in a shape and carry it throughout the entire design. For Rosie, I decided that shape would be a curl. I put these curls on the ends of her fins, her shoulders, in the feather sleeves, the end of the skirt, and I think a few more places. I'm not looking at the design right now. I'm too busy looking at my script. I think doing things like that really ties the design together and makes all of the parts feel like they're connected to each other even if they're viewed in isolation. I did change her color palette. I wanted to keep it the same, but her original design didn't have any yellow on it. Rosie is a cannibal and I would classify that under the gluttony category. The color of gluttony is yellow, so I wanted to keep that color on her body for certain. The last thing I added was her husband. In the opening song of the pilot, we see Rosie crossing off the name of her partner Franklin on her sign, implying that they likely died at the last extermination. For my AU, he's still alive. I don't know if it's canon that Franklin was her husband, but I think I'm pretty certain, if I'm remembering correctly, that she mentioned something about having a husband at one point. So I feel like it ought to be Franklin. He's the male character that we know. Anglerfish mating is one of the weirdest survival strategies God has ever developed. The male anglerfish seeks out a female using smell. Once he finds a mate, he lashes onto her belly with his teeth. Over the course of a few months, the two animals fuse into one animal. The male gets to leech off of her blood for the rest of her life. In exchange, he becomes a portable sperm bank that she can turn on and off as she pleases. The male anglerfish becomes little more than an organ. Rosie and Franklin have the same relationship. I decided to put her on the crook of her neck instead of the belly so that you can actually see him, and he wouldn't interfere with her clothing. They aren't completely fused together, but they're pretty darn close to it. Franklin cannot move on his own. He's completely dependent on her for everything. Rosie still loves him, but she loves him more like a pet than a person. She has probably also eaten him before. He survives this. Sinners can only be killed by the people that own them if they have the intent to kill. And also angels, but we're not getting into that right now. In the show, Rosie runs this place called Rosie's Emporium. What service she actually provides there is unclear, and it didn't say on the wiki either. Whatever the case, she has a lot of connections to the sinners of Cannibal Town. I thought it would be interesting if Cannibal Town was a cult and Rosie was their leader. Rosie in the show is characterized as being super approachable, someone you can really talk to. She actually helps Charlie through some emotional problems she's having with Vaggie at the time. I want to keep that characterization for Rosie going forward. Of course it's all a manipulation ploy, but small potatoes. When Rosie was alive, she used her charms to manipulate people into her cult. Once she had a decent enough sized following for her taste, she moved them all to a remote area of the wilderness where they wouldn't be disturbed. Things got more intense once they were alone. Now that no one was around to see what they were doing, there was no one around to stop them from doing increasingly deranged stuff, including cannibalism, but not limited to that. I'm thinking it would be kind of like the cult from the movie Midsummer, if you've seen that. It's not a kids show. Don't watch it if you're under 18, please. I haven't actually seen it myself because I'm too scared. But I have seen many a plot synopsis. All of the members of Rosie's cult sold their souls to her before any of them even died. This kept Rosie appearing young and beautiful her whole life, but didn't stop her from getting old. She became an overlord before she died. When she did die, she brought her entire cult with her and was easily able to carve out a place for her and her cult to live. Now it's time for Cherry Bomb. Cherry Bomb is Angel Dust's best friend and Sir Pentious' rival. She's got major manic pixie dream girl vibes. I really like the way that the show handles her. She's a horrible influence and both the story and characters know it. But at the same time, she's just so much fun to be around. She's here for a good time, not a long time. I have the same problem with Cherry Bomb's design that I have with Vaggie's. She's just a girl. I mentioned this earlier, but I forgot that I did when I was writing the script. She's got one eye, yeah, but that's like nothing, honestly. I thought it would be funny to turn her into a Dalmatian. Dalmatians are sort of like the mascot for firefighters. Back in the day of horse-drawn carriages, Dalmatians would run alongside the horses to defend them from other dogs and make them feel safe around the fire. Fire really scares horses, but the dogs made them feel better. Dalmatians also make for great sirens. I think Cherry Bomb would have docked her own ears and tail. It's not normal to dock the ears and tail of Dalmatians, but you can dock the ears of any dog. Not that you should, but I don't want to get into that because it upsets me. Her docked ears make her look scarier and also keep them from getting caught on things during fights. I wanted her hair to look more like an explosion. I know that's not exactly a unique idea, but it's so good. It's the obvious decision. From what I know, Cherry Bomb is supposed to be from the 80s. Her fit does not give 80s at all, not even 80s punk. This is Hot Topic. I did a little bit of research on 80s punk fashion. From what I gathered, it's a lot of leather. So I gave her a very ripped leather jacket. I wanted to keep that explosion shape consistent throughout, so I tried to make the ribs also look vaguely explosion-esque. That'll also make them easier to animate. I wanted her to scream 80s when you looked at her, so I gave her these big hoop earrings, a chunky belt, and a couple of necklaces that I just left as simple black lines. I made her jeans very ripped. I think the way her pants were ripped in the original made them look more like leggings than anything else, because jeans don't rip like that. I don't know if her pants are intended to be jeans, but they certainly don't look like something you want to fight in. I put a gigantic hole in the knee with a few strands of thread barely keeping it together. I tried to make the hole look kind of like a monster's face, so it'll be easier to keep everything tracked. I'm always conflicted with shoes on characters with non-human feet. I wanted to give her shoes, but stuffing paws inside of shoes sounds really uncomfortable. I love that Cherry Bomb had mismatched shoes, with one being a high heel, but that brings with it the implication that one of her legs is shorter than the other, which is really funny to me. Since she's standing on her toes naturally, I thought I would keep one of them a high heel and the other one is just a sock. Both of them are made to let the beans out. Does it make sense? No. Does it make me happy? Yes. I turned all of her freckles into Dalmatian spots. I don't think I put enough of them to really make her look like a Dalmatian, but it's good enough for me, which means it's also good enough for you. I kept the tattoo, but made it easier for me personally to draw. I also gave her a back tat because of course she would. You know she would! For colors, I went with 2 reddish browns, one dark and one darker. I decided to give her a super bright, obnoxious red, color-picked the yellow, and color-picked the white from the Dalmatian. For the finishing detail, I added in her little star patch over her chest, but I made it like a floating thing like the original Vaggie's X over the eye to indicate where she was shot. I'm not planning on giving Cherry a very complex backstory. Her parents are still together, she loves her family, and they love her. She's not purposely rebelling, nothing traumatic happened to her, she just enjoys arson. Cherry isn't working on becoming an overlord either. She doesn't really care about anything other than having fun. She fights with would-be overlords, not because she cares about conquering territory, she just enjoys a good fight. I am going to preserve Angel and Cherry's friendship. They're just so cute together. I especially like them together after watching the pilot. Obviously, my Angel's personality is very different than Pilot Angel, but I still think they would get along great. I think they would balance each other out very well. Angel's so laid back he's practically horizontal, and Cherry's so high energy that she's about to explode at all times. Their energies would rub off on each other, so when they're together, Cherry's a little more chill, and Angel's a lot more awake. I was thinking it could be interesting if Angel Dust reminds Cherry of an older brother, and that's why she gravitates to him so much. I think Cherry and her other brother were super close when they were both alive, but then she went to hell and he didn't. So Cherry's got Angel instead. I'm thinking that maybe before Angel came to the hotel he was living with Cherry, but then Cherry made the wrong person angry and got her house firebombed. They were both okay, but now Angel needs a new place to live. Where better than Charlie's place where he doesn't have to work? Anyway, that's all I have. Rosie is one of the few characters that I designed on this computer, which made her really easy to make tweaks to. The only thing I wanted to change is the color of her skin. I was struggling with her palette when I first made her, so I found a color palette online that I liked to use, which had blue in it as the non-red and yellow colors, so I just used that color. For the tweak, I decided to change it to a color that would be more natural of an anglerfish. It's like this gross dead flesh type color. I kept the tips of her fins that bright gaudy yellow and added a darker yellow in place of the dark blue. I also fiddled around with the color placement of the dress until I decided on something that I liked better than the original. Cherry Bomb didn't need any changes either. She's a character that I've designed more recently, so maybe eventually I'll see something I don't like and figure out something better to change it to, but for now she stays the way that she is. Mimsy didn't need any changes either.
They have a pretty good old-fashioned connector.
Also, I'm gonna warn you now that some of the stuff that we're gonna talk about in this video is gonna be a little bit more dark than my usual content. So if you're under 13 years old, skedaddle! I will be censoring words that I don't want to say. In the original Hazbin Hotel, Angel Dust's life went like this. He was a member of a notorious Italian crime family based in New York. Growing up, he was mistreated by his father and older brother, and his mental health only got worse when he was drafted into the military. He died by overdosing on PCP, also known as angel dust. After arriving in hell, he did whatever he needed to survive, which eventually led him to make a contract with our favorite boy, Valentino. As you'd imagine a pimp would do, Valentino exploits Angel in every way possible. We don't exactly know how, but at some point Angel met Charlie and Vaggie and moved into their hotel as their guest. He doesn't really seem to care about changing at first, though. He's really only there for the free rent, so he doesn't have to live with Val anymore. Of course, we don't learn most of this in the actual show. No. Seeing stuff happen in the show is for babies. The real lore and the real way to teach you about a character is by making you go to their wiki and read about them. Oh, it's a problem. In my Husk video, I decided to swap his and Angel's time periods because Husk just seemed to fit the Mafia vibe better than Angel did. Since the Mafia stuff had been given to Husk, I wanted to do something completely different for Angel's backstory, especially since Mimsy has used this son of Mafia boss story a few too many times. Another change I wanted to make was how his story with Valentino played out. I don't think there was anything wrong with the way that they wrote it, but it is pretty intense and not something that everyone can handle, so I'll be approaching it differently. For my AU, Angel doesn't start the series under contract. He doesn't even meet Valentino until the end of the first season, so he's going to get 2 designs. One for when he's under contract and one for before. We'll start with the one for season 1. This design will be informed mostly by his life before he died. Between the 1960s and 1970s, when my version of Angel was alive, it was prime time for hippies. This was a counterculture movement that rejected the mainstream ideals and lifestyle of the US at the time. This movement was in direct opposition to US involvement in the Vietnam War. Hippies weren't directly involved in politics, though. Their approach to protest was to remove themselves from the situation entirely. Their whole thing was checking out of society. They saw American society as a whole as being materialistic and repressed, and they wanted nothing to do with any of it. A big part of this culture was experimenting with communal living, holistic medicine, and drug experimentation, especially with hallucinogens. This movement was also where the phrase, "make love, not war," came from, so you can imagine what kind of shenanigans they were getting up to in private. Let's talk visuals. Hippies were big on being all natural. They often wore headbands, baggy clothes, and bright colors with crazy patterns. When I looked up spider feet, I saw that many spiders have tiny hook-like structures on the tips of their legs, so I turned those into makeshift fingers. When I first started designing him, I wasn't sure what type of spider he was based on, so I used a goldenrod crab spider as reference. I later heard that he was based on a jumping spider, which I liked a lot better because jumping spiders tend to be very hairy. I had this idea in my mind to make Angel's legs so fluffy that they took the shape of bell bottoms, which is a pants style that many hippie men wore. Of course, there's no room for real pants now, but you know, he's modest. Nothing's showing, it's fine. No one cares about public indecency in hell anyway. My version of Angel is very lazy. Sloth is his sin, and I wanted him to really look the part. He conforms to hippie culture not because he hates war, but because he's a lazy bum who doesn't want to work. He doesn't take care of his appearance at all. I thought a good way to convey this would be to give him a major slouch. You can convey a lot about a character just in the way that they're posed and the way that they move around. I gave his hair 2 big long strands in the front to really emphasize the slouch and a bit of a beard on his chin. It was pretty normal for hippies, even hippie men, to have their hair very long and often to wear beards. I think both of these changes make him look a little ugly and gross, but for this version of his design, I think that really works. Being sloppy is kind of his thing. Something I don't like about Hazbin Hotel is how likable Angel is. Now, I know that sounds like a really weird thing to say, but hear me out. Angel is such a likable character that it's hard for the viewer to understand how he ended up in hell at all. Yeah, he's super duper lusty, but we learn in episode 4 that this is just a mask that he puts on to deal with the pain of what Valentino puts him through. We never learn anything about what he was like before within the actual show. We can assume that he fell down to hell because of stuff that he did while in the Mafia, but you would only know about that if you read the wiki or attended the live streams. A casual fan isn't gonna know about that stuff. If you can't figure out something about the lore that is as major as a character's backstory from watching the show, you have not written a very good show, and you need to try again. And I know that sounds like kind of harsh criticism, because this is one of my favorite shows to ever be made ever, but let's just be honest, this is a smoldering trash heap that smells like flowers. It's not good, but it is enjoyable. There was also a massive missed opportunity in the episode where Charlie went to heaven to see heaven's perspective. This trial scene could have been the perfect opportunity to make it clear why Angel is in hell in the first place and why he's irredeemable in heaven's eyes. The prosecution could have brought up how Angel agreed to go in the club in the first place when he knew he had a problem, or how he could have brought up how Angel gleefully killed people at the end of episode 4 without Heaven's express permission, both of which would have been against the rules. The prosecution could have said that common human decency isn't enough to get into heaven after you've already fallen, and that people that have hurt others in the way that Angel hurt others when he was alive and in the Mafia don't deserve to change because it wouldn't be fair to their victims. Does the prosecution say any of these things? No, of course not, because the prosecution is made up of Adam, and only Adam, and Adam is a big dumb idiot who, in this show, who went in with zero planning. It kind of seems like the writers didn't take time to step back and consider what their characters looked like from the perspective of their villains at all, because Adam wasn't the only one in that trial scene. There were plenty of other characters there that are smart that could have brought up those points too, so we can't use the excuse of Adam just being dumb. They just keep on taking the most shallow and simple and black and white ways to write their story as possible. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on this big long rant. Anyway, this whole thing to say that I want it to be clear and obvious why Angel is down here in the first place. At the end of my Hazbin redesign videos, I've been writing summaries for the episodes as I would rewrite them. I had Angel appear for the first time at the end of episode 1, and so far he's been a pretty minor character. I've characterized him as being lazy and having a hard time taking accountability, even for minor things as just like jokes that didn't go over quite right. He doesn't care about changing. The only reason why he's there at all is because rent is $5 and breakfast is free, so he doesn't need to spend nearly as much time working to keep himself living comfortably. He spends most of his time either doing drugs or sleeping, so he's going to be spending a lot of his time in his room. So yeah, Season 1 Angel will not be that major of a character, and good thing too, because Season 1 Angel is a pain in the booty. This will give us more time to focus on building up other characters, especially Sir Pentious, so that the season finale hits harder. In the episodes I've rewritten thus far, I've had Angel improve in very subtle, minute ways and increased his desire to change. Of course, he doesn't want to change enough to put in any actual effort, but the seeds have been planted. Angel's Season 1 arc is going to be disappointing. I want to use Angel to discuss themes of drug abuse, backsliding, and enabling. While living at the bed and breakfast, he's going to make some minor improvements and slowly get a little bit better. He won't use drugs as often, and he'll start being nice and trying a little bit, but then that hard day is going to hit at the end of the season, and he's going to backslide hard. When Heaven decrees that Adam and Eve are going to attack the bed and breakfast, Angel will abandon the house and go back to what he was doing before the house happened, being a homeless druggie. This will make him easy pickings for Valentino to seduce and manipulate him into a contract. Speaking of, here's the design for when he belongs to Valentino. I started by completely changing the way that he holds himself. When working under Valentino, he will act a lot more like the angel dust that we saw in the original show. He'll be super flirty and over the top because that's how he thinks he's supposed to act, and it helps him ignore everything that's being done to him. I shaved down most of his body hair, all of his facial hair, and gave his hair a trim. I kept it fluffy at the joints and chest though, 'cause cute. I I kept the huge boots that he wears in the show. For the rest of his outfit though, I was inspired by the black outfit that was used in the Poison song, but simplified it quite a bit. I wanted his outfit to seem like a bit of an afterthought, so that all of the detail and attention is on his physical body. I wanted to strip him entirely of everything that made him unique and gave him a personality before, and make him entirely into what Valentino wants. Just a generic prawn star. I apologize for the censoring. YouTube. I decided in my video on Husk that when a sinner is taken under contract, that they take on some of the physical characteristics of their owners. For Alastor's souls, they get the same skull face and dark eyes that he gets. For Valentino's souls, they'll get his antenna and pastel red eyes. For colors, I kept all of the pink stripes the same, but I got rid of all of the blue stripes. Angel doesn't get the luxury of being lazy underneath Valentino's control. All of his blue stripes have been replaced with either black or Valentino's red for the pride that he pretends to have. Something else I don't like about Hazbin Hotel is that the episode where the audience discovers the abuse is episode 4, and then he just stays stuck in that situation for in-universe months. This really bothers me because Charlie and Husk both find out that Angel is being used in that episode, and then nobody does anything about it. According to the episodes that come after, the next few episodes that follow are supposed to span over the course of several months, with Angel presumably being abused for that entire length of time. This is absolutely infuriating to me. I get that sometimes people get stuck in abusive situations and there's nothing you can do about it, but Charlie is the princess of hell. Even if she doesn't have the respect she needs to throw her weight around, I'm sure she could get her daddy to do it for her. In my opinion, as soon as the show informed us of what was happening to Angel, getting him out of that situation needed to become priority number 1. This is another reason why I've chosen not to put Angel under contract until season 2. Then we can focus all of our attention onto his problems and getting him out of them. I actually have an idea for how Charlie can get him out of his contract. We see in the show that the contract between Valentino and Angel Dust is only signed with their first names. This means that their contract is not legally binding. Though Charlie is a therapist and not a lawyer, she is still a princess, so she does have an intermediate understanding of solving contract disputes. So we could get like a trial episode where Charlie helps Angel sue. So here's my full backstory for Angel Dust. Angel Dust was raised in a traditional 1960s American family. He had 2 parents, an older brother, and a twin sister. All of these characters are in the show, they're just in the background and were not acknowledged by the writing at all. So I'm not just pulling stuff out of my butt. They were a very religious family and seemed like they had everything together from the outside. From the inside though, everything was falling apart. Angel's older brother was always the favorite child, which left Angel feeling very emotionally neglected. Emotional neglect doesn't get talked about nearly as much as actual abuse because it's not as shocking, and I think that's a shame. Emotional neglect can be extremely damaging to a person's development. While neither of Angel's parents neglected him on purpose, their inaction still had a major effect on him. Because of Angel's strained relationship with his parents, he didn't see that their rules were all made out of a place of love. Angel rejected his parents' religion entirely. He ran off with a hippie he had fallen in love with when he was about 17, and not like a predatory relationship, they were both just too young to know what they were getting into, and he spent the rest of his life running from or ignoring his problems. He later died of an overdose. Now, why is sloth a sin at all? Why would it matter if an angel is lazy? Allow me to explain. People who are raised knowing heaven's rules are held to a much higher standard than those who don't. Heaven isn't like the US. If you don't know the rules, they don't expect you to follow them. But if you do know better and purposely choose to ignore them, then there's an issue. But sloth being a sin isn't purely on principle. Heaven isn't a place where you get to do nothing all day. It is an extremely relaxing place, but you still need to, actually, work. There is no currency in heaven, which means that it is absolutely imperative that everyone pull their own weight. For example, when Adam and Eve aren't busy with extermination stuff, they're simple rice farmers. So, is Angel an evil person? No, not really. He's just kind of a jerk. And his laziness is incredibly selfish. If he were in heaven, he wouldn't do anything at all to serve society and become a burden on everyone else around him. That wouldn't be much of a problem if it was only Angel doing that, but if they let one sloth sinner in, then they would need to let all of them in. That many unproductive people in heaven would cause great strain on the rest of the hardworking angels that live up there, and it wouldn't be fair to make all of those angels support the worthless. Also, you gotta be really lazy in order to fall to hell for sloth. Like to the point where you're forcing the people around you to support you in ways that damage your lives. If your laziness only affects you, no big deal. But when it starts to make other people's lives worse, like if you're a parent who's neglecting their children, or you're a hoarder that has a space so disgusting that it becomes a health risk to your neighbors, that's the kind of laziness that's worthy of hell. We're not talking about people who just didn't go to church one day or took too much time off of work or something. Now, normally at the end of these videos, I like to include an episode rewrite, but not this time.
I wanted to change Angel's arms. I wanted to make certain he had the right number of arms for a spider, which is 8 total limbs. So when I initially designed him, I gave him 2 spider legs on his back. I don't like them anymore. It was a good idea, but it looks weird for him to have a second set of regular arms, but then one random set of spider arms. There were 2 ways that I could have changed this. I could have gone with 4 spider limbs on his back like I did with Cain, video in the cards if you want to see that, or I could turn the back arms into regular arms. I went with the second option. It was while I was fixing that I had noticed that I had gotten the stripes wrong on the bottom set of arms for his second form, which I promptly fixed as well. Just like with Valentino, I shifted the bright pinkish red to be more of a regular pink instead of red to keep in line with my color rules. I also added an hourglass shape that Black Widows have to his second outfit, and I really like that. I think that looks cool. Alastor didn't need any changes on his base design. I made one change to his demon form, and that was splitting the skull in half and putting some hair on the skull so he doesn't look quite so bald, and so that if I ever do animate his transformation, it'll be a little easier to do since all the hair would have to do is shrink instead of disappearing completely. I only made 2 changes to Vaggie. Like I said earlier, she and Carmilla both had such massive overhauls that they got their own dedicated video, so I was mostly happy with this. I changed the color of her angelic liner, which wasn't easy because I don't have the raw file anymore. She and Carmilla were the last 2 things I ever drew on my older computer, and it's a miracle that their speed paints ever made it into a video at all, because I had to do the the recording in my new apartment. So thank you, God. Looking out for me, big guy. So I had to scribble over all of her liner as best I could until I had it all done. One other thing I added was her usual floating X over her eye. I initially left it off for reasons that I don't actually have. I added it back in because I've added an X over Cherry Bomb's death wound and decided, you know what? Everyone gets one now. At least if they got shot. My only problem with the X that she had initially in the old design over the eye was that it was unique to Vaggie. Alastor had an X too, but it only popped up when he was using his powers. I think that if he got shot there, then it should be there the whole time. So now she's got her X, and it's always going to be there like it should be.
That's so good to Long Island Potato.
In case you haven't seen the show, the V's are a group of 3 overlords that are in charge of the entertainment district and are going to be the main bad guys of season 2. We haven't seen them do very much in the first season yet, but they're really important characters, so here I am ready to design. I had this idea to make the V's each one leg of the internet, sorta. Velvet is the creator side, Vox is the business side, and Valentino is the open secret evil just under the surface that everyone knows about. That's the general dynamic I have in mind for these 3. Let's start with Valentino, just to get him out of the way. Valentino is an adult film director who owns many souls, including angel dusts. Very little is known about his past, except that he died in the 1970s. For this particular character, I think he was actually handled pretty darn well, especially compared to all of the other horrendous writing bumbles that have occurred across the entirety of the series. There are a few things that I don't like about the way they wrote him, but that more has to do with like pacing and keeping the mood consistent. I think his design is really solid, and I think he serves his purpose well. The only thing I don't like is the way they introduced him. In the first episode he appears in, he seems like he's gonna be another comedic villain, so it's a bit jarring when the next time we see him, he's a serious threat in the worst kind of way. Oh no. I just realized that my least favorite character is also the one with the best executed writing. Why can't you write the nice characters good? Anyway, let's talk visuals. The first change I made is to what type of bug he is. In the original show, Valentino is a moth and Angel Dust is a spider. I would keep this the same if we were exploring the themes of things not being the way they appear, but they didn't really do that in the show, and I don't really plan to do that either. I'm instead going to be going for this idea of ignoring red flags even when they're obvious. Angel Dust is a tarantula, so I needed to pick an animal that preys on tarantulas. With a little bit of advice from my little sister, I eventually landed on the tarantula hawk wasp. Tarantula hawk wasps kill spiders in some pretty terrible ways. Don't look it up if you have a weak stomach. The Wikipedia page was rough, especially if you're imagining the tarantula as a character that you really like. I gave him this really unnatural looking posture. I think it looks kind of off-putting, which I think is absolutely perfect for him. I don't like those redesigns where the artist will just make Valentino look ugly and gross, and then call it a day. I think that's really cowardly to do. Pretty people can be evil too, and pretty people have an easier time getting away with it. It's a part of the show. Valentino uses his looks to manipulate people. It's a huge part of his character that can't be removed without turning him into just like another generic creep character from Wattpad or what's it called? Webtoon. I remembered. So I didn't give Valentino any objectively ugly features. I wasn't exactly aiming for hot, more just attractive enough for you to understand. I wanted the parts of him that aren't so attractive to be entirely behavior-based, like his rotten posture. I think he would look way nicer if he would just stand up straight, you know? I kept the coat the same. No changes necessary there. I did change the way it's open though, so it's easier for me personally to draw. I think in the original, the fur was part of him. Since he's not a moth anymore, that's not really the case. Same with the antenna feathers. Those are just part of the hat now. I made his real antenna vaguely heart-shaped, which I really loved, and then it was colors. His two biggest sins are lust and greed, which lined up perfectly with the colors I wanted, pink and green. He wouldn't look like a tarantula hawk wasp if he wasn't green, and he wouldn't look like Valentino if he wasn't wearing the obnoxiously bright red coat. I wasn't digging the pink I chose initially, so I pulled up a reference of the Hell of a Boss Valentine's merch and sampled the colors from there, which I liked a lot better. I thought the coat was looking a little plain, so I gave it a light pink gradient, which I thought looked really good. A few finishing details, and he was all done. Next up is Velvet. Velvet is my favorite of the V's. She's got my favorite song in the whole show. Velvet is a fashion designer and is also in charge of the group's social media stuff. She's also credited with the creation of the love potion they sell. The wiki didn't say when she died, only that she's the youngest of the overlords. There was more information about her on the Journey to the Light wiki, but I have no idea how canon that thing is. I think that wiki is about a comic or something else that happened, so I'm just not going to use that as part of my research. I thought it would be cool and silly and fun to have her be from the 2010s. The 2010s was when the internet was still newish and I didn't have depression yet, so I look back on that era fondly. It was the Wild West out there on YouTube. It was an era of everything goes, both for better and for worse. It was the years before we found out that everything sucked and no one can be trusted. Velvet was heavily inspired by the stuff that was popular amongst tween girls when I was a kid. Rainbow Vomit, Lisa Frank, Hyperpop, Overly Edgy, Sparkle Dogs, that kind of thing. But especially Sparkle Dogs and Hyperpop. Hyperpop is a genre of music that is incredibly stimulating. It's maximalism, but for music. It's really loud, and it's hard to describe. For people who don't like it, it kinda just sounds like stressful noise. I don't really like this particular genre of music, usually, but I have heard a few songs from it that I really like. I think I liked it better when I was about 12 years old, before I developed, like, really bad sensitivity issues to noise. When you Google hyperpop, you'll get a lot of images like the one in the top right-hand corner. A ton of color, a ton of patterns, and just in general, way too much going on. That's the vibe I wanted for Velvet. Included in my inspiration sheet was also sparkle dogs. A sparkle dog is a specific genre of furry where it'll usually be an animal like a dog or wolf or something vaguely canine-ish that looks like a rainbow threw up on them. Overly edgy furries were also super popular when I was a kid, so I combined Sparkle Dog with all the edge, and that was what I wanted. I actually never made any OCs like this when I was a kid. Even when I was a blossoming artist, a ton of detail has just never really been my style, so it was a challenge for me. Make me an emo girl with everything on it, but also make it animator friendly? And also design multiple outfits, because Velvet has multiple outfits. I'll be honest, guys, I struggled. This one took so much time. I wasn't in love with the hair for the first design, so I snipped off the head and tried again, this time with the ponytails. Her hairstyle also changes throughout the show, so that's fun for me. How on earth do I keep this girl looking like herself like this? Anyway, I really liked her original outfit the way it was, so I kept it the same but cropped the jacket in half so there's no, like, coattails stuff going on. I added a collar and wristbands, cause edgy, and also made her ponytail holder things spiked also. I gave her paws for feet, cause cute. And that's my design process, really, just anything I wanted to draw. In the alternate outfit, I gave her one ponytail. I ended up hating the outfit itself, so don't worry, that goes away and it'll get fixed. Colors were the hardest part for me. I have never worked with a rainbow color palette, ever. I tried sampling from my inspiration images, but I wasn't loving it, so I decided to use all neons. I have never worked with neon colors before. It was rough. I knew what I wanted to do vaguely with all the neutral colors, so I started there. I decided to make her hair white to make it easier to balance all the colors with a black underside. I knew that I wanted her pants to be striped, and I also wanted to give her striped sleeves and tights, or just make her arms striped. I went with the stripes are just what she looks like. White is all of the colors of light combined, and black is all of the colors of paint combined, so it's even when the colors are neutral, it's still all of the colors all of the time. Now, for the rainbow. I experimented to see whether stripes or a gradient was faster to draw. The gradient ended up being easier and faster, so I decided on that. I put the rainbow gradient on the lower sections of her hair, her antenna tails, and her teeth. A few finishing details and she was all done. Last one is our favorite TV boy. Let me tell you, I struggled again. I really like Vox's design except for his dumb hat, so making any sort of change was really difficult to do. I had to give him multiple passes just because I just hated my first draft so much. In the first draft, I tried to make him more robotic, but I didn't have any ideas outside of give him blade prosthetic legs. I hated it. I'm not trying to fix these characters. I want to make them different, and I want to make them different a lot. Otherwise, it feels like fixing. I didn't want to just remove his hat and give him blade legs and call it a day. That's lame. So after fighting with that for way too long, I opened up a new drawing file and started over. In my second pass, I started with just a shape. In the show, we know from a few pictures that were in the background that Vox used to be an old-fashioned TV. I had this idea that he still is that old-fashioned TV, but he's plugged into a new monitor. So he can constantly improve himself, but his true soul is in that old-fashioned television. For the rest of his body, I made him into cord-like tentacles. The only two pieces of clothing our boy gets are sleeves and a bow tie. Nothing else will fit on him, except for the hat. But I hate the hat! No hat! The hat? No! Just like with Velvet and Valentina, when you go onto Vox's wiki, there is no information about what his life before was like. There's so little information about him just in general at all. But that didn't mean I had no ideas. In the song Stayed Gone, there's a part where Vox dresses up like a priest. This made me think, what if before he died he was a televangelist? I'm sure there are some absolutely wonderful televangelists that are out there spreading the word of God because they want to, but let's not pretend that there aren't a few out there that are buying private jets they don't need with the tithes of the faithful. That's what my version of Vox did. So his sins are going to be greed and sloth. Greed because he was embezzling tithing, and sloth because he doesn't want to do any real work. All scammers are lazy. Get a real job! So it was with a heavy heart, I changed his dark purple to be dark blue, and made most of his accents green, because the purple would be envy, and let's just keep it simple. The only red I left in there is the eye he uses to hypnotize people. It wouldn't look like Vox with at least one red eye. Besides that, all sins come from pride one way or another, so yeah, I'm perfectly justified in using red in every single design. Now, if you've been paying close attention, you will have noticed that all of the V's have a few physical characteristics in common. They all have elbow spikes, they all have freckles, and they all have black and white stripes, and they all have that heart-shaped antenna somewhere. In my previous videos, I've mentioned that in my AU, when a demon owns a sinner's soul, their body will gain one of their physical characteristics. For example, all of Alastor's souls have skull faces. I thought it would be a fun idea if all of the V's mutually owned each other. I think what happened was they were signing what was supposed to be regular business contracts, but all of them snuck soul owning into the fine print, but didn't realize that the others had done that too. So now they're married. True marriage belongs to heaven, so I think that the hell equivalent would be mutual soul owning. So yeah, they accidentally hell married each other and now they're stuck. I think they would both love and kind of hate each other in a weird, strange, toxic way. Like I said earlier, it's kind of like the dynamic of the three parts of the internet. The business side needs creators to stay relevant and keep making money. The creator side needs businesses to make enough money to fund their creative projects. Though neither need the grossest parts of the internet, and it's really bad for their image to get caught interacting with it, they both have so much to gain from keeping it around. That's the general dynamic. They need each other, but at the same time, they don't get along at all. I think it's also an interesting dynamic that Velvet has the greatest variety of sins, Vox's sins have lasting effects on the most people, and Valentino's are the most severe. I think Vox, having been a televangelist, even though he's just a tech CEO now, will give him a really interesting dynamic with Alastor. In my AU, Alastor has a lot of trauma associated with religion, and specifically went out of his way to kill a bunch of priests and nuns. In my AU, the reason why Alastor chose not to join the V's and then became a full-on enemy was because he found out that Vox used to be a televangelist of the worst kind. So Alastor had a bit of a silly moment and tried to murder him for that. So now they both have reasons to hate each other. I have no idea why Vox is so obsessed with Alastor. I'm sure there's something that we'll find out later in the actual show, so I'll have to save that rewrite for later. But I do love the idea of Alastor going out of his way to spite him while at the same time acting like he doesn't care or is completely oblivious. For changes I'm going to make to Velvet, I want to make her more of a mean girl type. Like, she's still the same jerk she is in the show, but more passive-aggressive than outright mean. Unless she's talking to the souls she owns. She does not hold anything back for them, which I think also includes Vox and Val. But if there's a chance that doing or saying something to somebody will make their public image really bad, she'll play the part of well-meaning ditz. So that would be something I would kind of change for when she interacts with what's-her-face? Carmilla. I think we don't want to burn that bridge completely first meeting. I think it would also be interesting if she was interested in winning Vox's approval. A lot of content creators' biggest dreams are to someday be partnered with big companies. Big companies, on the other hand, are always looking for something new that the public will love. So I think Velvet would care a heck of a lot more about Vox than he does about her, while at the same time she pretends like she doesn't care as much as she does, but only when there are other people around. As far as her backstory goes, she was definitely a content creator when she was alive, whose life got tragically cut short for reasons I haven't decided yet. But, yeah, she was one of those content creators that was real bad. Probably one of those ones that catered to kids, but like not in a super appropriate way, and then got found out for doing something pretty terrible and then got canceled. She's one of those ones, which is kind of all content creators these days. Except for Markiplier. Markiplier, you better not do anything. I think the story will be told much more effectively if the first time we see him is through Angel's eyes. In my AU, Angel doesn't start the story under Val's control. Instead, he's going to leave the bed and breakfast at the end of season 1. We could see Val for the first time when he introduces himself to Angel at the bar and then leaves the series off on a cliffhanger. I want to spend an entire episode dedicated to how Angel's relationship with Val started and how it progressed into what it became. Then after that, we can see Val through the eyes of other people who aren't scared of him. I think it's perfectly okay to depict abusers as people, because that's what they are, whether we like it or not. At this point in the conversation, I don't think it's helpful to depict abusers as one-dimensional evil people. It's a perfectly serviceable way to tell a story, but I think we can do better. If they were like that in real life, we would have gotten rid of them already. Real-life abusers are often very charming, or people don't take them seriously at all. Usually the worse an abuser is, the better they are at being really charming. The better they are at hiding it. Take Andrew Tate, for example. Although he's not really the greatest example because everybody knows he's awful. But just bear with me. On the outside, you can either see him as a charming person, or you can see him as a total dweeb. The correct answer is dweeb, by the way. But on the inside, when you can't get away from him, then it's scary. Multiple things can be true at once, and I think the choice to depict Valentino as a total dweeb from the perspectives on the people from the outside is both okay and accurate. The problem I have with it is you first meet him as a dweeb. So instead, I want you to meet him the same way Angel meets him. When you first meet him, you're going to think he's charming and romantic, and maybe you'll ignore some red flags because he's pretty or says the right thing. But then you get to the point where you can't leave, and then it's not fun anymore. Now he's scary. But once you're on the outside and he doesn't have any power over you anymore, you can see him for what he is, an insecure dweeb who would be nothing without your hard work. As far as writing the V's for my AU, how that's gonna go, I think I need to wait until season 2 of Hazbin Hotel drops for me to really know what to do with them, because they're not super active in season 1. Like, they're still important and they still do a lot of stuff, but there's just not a whole lot to work with quite yet, which is unfortunate. I'm very excited to see what they're gonna do next, though. Yeah, so for the time being, they're gonna be pretty minor characters. They're kind of just there. Not a whole lot I could do to fix that. I think if I were writing the show myself, if I were trying to fix Hazbin Hotel, I would probably save the V's entirely for later and introduce them in season 2. But I'm not writing the show, and I have no idea where the story's going, so not a whole lot I could do about that. So, I'll do the best with what I've got.
There were only 2 things I needed to change about Valentino. He needed stripes somewhere on his actual body, and his colors needed to be shifted ever so slightly. The reason for the stripes on the body is that Valentino's soul belongs to Velvet. More information about that in their redesign if you're curious. Since sinners always get at least one physical characteristic from their owner, he needed stripes on his limbs somewhere. I tried putting some on his hands like I did with Vox, but I hated it. Then I remembered, oh, he's got legs too, so I put them there instead. After that, he needed a very minor color change. The color I used on his coat was actually a red instead of a pink, so I just shifted the hue over slightly to make it pink instead to reflect his sin better. That was it, really. Velvet needed a lot more tweaks. Holy crap, my page just reloaded and it flashed into light mode for a little bit. My place is gone. I started with the most minor, which was toning down the amount of rainbow to make purple more prominent. Velvet's largest sin is envy, which is purple, even though she has all of the sins like showing up somewhere. I think she's also easier to look at when the colors aren't perfectly balanced like they were before. That is something you generally want to avoid. In most cases, you don't want to have a perfectly equal amount of all of your colors. Sometimes it works, but not always. After that, I made her leg stripes go all the way up her legs. I think the way they cut off before looked really strange. I wanted her to have more animal bits to her too. I hate it when demons just look like regular people but with weird hair, eyes, or skin. Velvet is based very heavily on 2010's DeviantArt Sparkle Dog OCs, so she does already have paws with extra long claws, but I wanted to add more to her head. I thought her head looked very strange without ears, so I tried adding dog ears, which didn't show up in the speed paint for some reason, but rest assured, it looked terrible. So instead I made those spikes on the side of her head on her first wig into horns that are an actual part of her body. I have also finally decided on what killed her, which is pulling a Vaggie but on the other side, and she did it to herself. So she gets an X over that eye too. That's also a very DeviantArt era thing to do, and it was putting an X over the eye or something like that was also very common of old school Vivzy Pop to do, and I did want this to be kind of more referencing her really old style of designing things, because, you know, it's not good, but it is a vibe. The last thing I changed is her twin tails. Valentino also owns her soul in return, so she needed to get his heart-shaped antenna too. I think that the twin rainbow tails was too much, which is really saying something because she is intended to be too much, but alas, sometimes too much really is too much. I changed it to one black heart-shaped tail, which I like much better. It does make her look a lot more top-heavy than before, but I don't mind that. I think it just makes her look even shorter, and I like that. Vox was a struggle. The only thing I wanted to change was his hands. They were just really distracting and I didn't like them, but also the stripes were necessary, so I couldn't just get rid of them. I fiddled with that for a very, very, very long time. Just trying different iterations of the same thing over and over until finally I landed on 2 black stripes with 1 white stripe in the middle on the ends of his fingers. One other thing I want to say is that I think he has too many colors, but they all feel like they're necessary, so I can't get rid of any of them.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I haven't come up with a good intro yet. Today is a very exciting video because I am officially monetized. After literal years of hard work, I have finally met all the requirements to get paid for ads that are put on my videos. This is a literal dream come true. I have wanted to be an art YouTuber ever since I was 13 years old, and now I'm finally doing it. Maybe I'll never make enough money off of it to make it my career, but that doesn't matter to me. Thanks to all of you, I have finally achieved my dream. I appreciate every single one of you so much, and I hope you will all come with me into the next chapter of my artistic journey. To celebrate this enormous achievement, I made a community post a few days ago to ask you all for drawing requests. I'll be doing 4 today. The first request comes from my patron and sponsor of the channel, Mercer Scott Holt. Would love to see your take on Cain. For context, on my Patreon, I made some designs for Abel and Seth for my Hazbin AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. Abel and Seth were 2 of Adam and Eve's only named children in the Bible, and I really wanted to draw them, so I did. If you want to see them, too bad! They're Patreon exclusive, so give me $1. Anyway, on to baby number 3. I started by sketching out a pose and body type. Cain was the first murderer to ever live. He got in a fight with his younger brother Abel, which started verbal but ended with Cain murdering him. Since I had drawn Abel as being a bigger guy, in order for Cain to realistically kill him as easily as he did, Cain would also have to be a bigger guy. We're told in the Bible that after Cain murdered Abel, the Lord put a mark on him so that everybody could tell at a glance that he was a danger. We know from science that different species of hominids existed at this time, so I had a brief thought that maybe the Lord turned him into a Neanderthal, but that didn't feel quite right, so I scrapped that. I decided to put the thought of the mark off to the side until it was color time. I decided to draw him sitting cutely on his knees, because I didn't feel like drawing legs that day. That's a life hack for y'all. Don't feel like drawing legs and feet? Put him in a baby girl pose. I made his face just like the rest of him. Meaty, bulky, huge. Not fat, just large. Just like the rest of his family at the time, Cain is a caveman through and through, and I wanted his fit to reflect that. So, animal skins. Also, big chunky belt around the waist to keep him in place. I also emphasized his eyebrow ridge a little bit more than I usually do, which I think looked super good, and I should do it more often. I thought that big long dreads would look super awesome. I love men with long hair. I think it always looks so cool. And then make it locks? Ah! I love drawing locks. One of the best hairstyles for certain. There's just so many ways you can stylize them. When I drew Seth's locks, I made them real round and soft looking, so I went the exact opposite direction for Cain, squarish and sharp looking. I gave him small slit eyes and made his eyebrows just as big as his eyes, because it's fun. Once I added the face, I knew exactly what I wanted to do for his center form. Spooter. I started by giving him big horns, similar to Adam's but more curved. I gave him big spider teeth, spikes on his shoulders, extra arms on his elbows, and a spider butt. Also, body hair. I kind of like drawing body hair now that I figured out how to stylize it, and I will be doing it more often from now on. So, prepare yourselves. Now it's color time. I decided to make his hair and skin a little lighter than Eve's and his brother's, with some soft red undertones. Since his sin is wrath, his accent color for his center form shall be orange. I thought it would be really cool if I made his locks white in his center form, and I'm being indulgent, so white it was. His human form was looking a little too plain, so I added stripes of cream in his locks, which looked so good and tasty. I also added some freckles. I think freckles on dark skin look so stinking cute. I decided to line them up with the center form's extra eyes and spikes. Also, eyebrows became eyes. For the final adjustments, I added stripes to the center form's hair until I liked it and added his mark. In the online version of the scriptures I was reading to prepare for this, there was a footnote that linked to Alma 3, chapter 7, verses 7 through 16, which is in the Book of Mormon. Verse 13 reads, "And they set the mark upon themselves, yea, even a mark of red upon their foreheads." So that says to me that all the marks that God puts on people aren't skin colors like some people interpret them to be. It's probably more like an actual mark, kind of like a tattoo. So a tattoo it was. I googled Mark of Cain, and this symbol popped up, so that's what I drew. I didn't make it red, and I didn't put it on his forehead, cause I didn't. At the last minute, I moved Cain's spider legs from his elbows to his back. It'll be easier to animate, and also, I think it looks cooler. Anyway, so yeah, there's Cain. Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I haven't come up with a good intro yet. Yesterday, as of writing this script, Hazbin's design for Abel was released, and I hate it. So fueled by anger, disappointment, dissatisfaction, and an insatiable greed for that tasty ad revenue, I simply had no choice but to redesign him, and I figured while I'm at it, I'll do Peter too. For those who don't know, I have an AU called the Bed and Breakfast for Former Baddies, so I've already designed all the other characters. If you want to see that video, it's in a playlist and it'll be at the end of the video. My biggest problem out of all of the problems I have, which are many, with Abel's design, is his demographic. I hate that he's white, and I even more hate that he's blonde. Abel being white and blonde pretty much confirms that Hazbin's Eve is also white and blonde, and I don't like that. And this gives me the feeling that the mark of Cain is going to be dark skin, which is extremely problematic, considering it was the theory that was used to justify slavery in the US, and I don't like it. I think him being blonde also just looks bad in terms of design. All of his colors are very light without very much contrast, so there's nothing pulling your eyes up to his face. Him being blonde also means that Adam is carrying a recessive blonde gene, but Adam doesn't have any parents, so why on earth would he have a recessive blonde gene? It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure that could happen, And, just for the record, I don't think I'm a better designer than Vivzy Pop.
I do.
But, I don't think I'm better than the professionals, and this is really the first design that I've ever, just hated, because most of the other designs I actually don't have a problem with. In fact, including Adam, I hated it vehemently when I first saw him without the mask, but I've grown to love him, and I'm sure I'll probably grow to have a soft spot in my heart for this design too, but as of right now, I do not appreciate it. Some people have speculated that Abel is Eve and Lucifer's kid. Abel does have some ringleader vibes going on with his outfit, so I can see how some people would think this, but that still leaves us with a white Eve, because this boy does not have a speck of melanin in him. He doesn't even have a tan. I don't really subscribe to that theory, because Cain is older than Abel in the Bible, so Lucifer would have had to leave hell in order to get with Eve again, or alternatively, have gotten with Eve multiple times before he and Lilith were kicked to the curb. Both of those timelines are extremely convoluted and don't make sense to me, so I don't believe that theory. There's also a theory that Abel is Adam and Lilith's kid, which I like better and does make slightly more sense, but it still doesn't hold water because, again, Cain is older than Abel. So unless Cain doesn't exist or they switched it around so that Abel is older than him, I don't really believe this either. And they don't mention in the opening narration that they had any children in Eden, and I feel like that would be very strange for them to have had children in Eden and then just not mention it. I'm sorry, I really can't get over him being a blonde white boy. There's something about it that just feels really icky to me. With Peter being turned into a blonde white twink, Alastor having straight hair and a frankly pathetic tan, and most of our other implied POC characters being gray, there's just something about this that doesn't pass the sniff test for me. It almost feels like whitewashing, and this is coming from someone who hates blackwashing race swaps. I really hate it when people change the race of pre-existing characters without good reason, or put diversity where it doesn't belong without justifying it within universe. Like in Rings of Power, when they made some of the dwarves black. That level of diversity doesn't make sense. Realistically, the dwarves should have bred themselves into ethnic homogeneity. I hope I said that right. Forever ago. They should all look the same. They could have easily fixed this break in immersion by saying that the black dwarves used to live on the surface but retreated underground within the most recent 100 years or so. This would imply to the viewer, oh, they had to adapt to have more melanin in their skin to protect them from the sun. And it would have fixed the immersion breaking stuff. I'm sorry, random tangents are gonna be the theme of today's video. My only consolation here with Abel's design is that he's chunky. That is the only good part about him. The design would be fine, not great, but fine, if this was anyone other than Abel, but it isn't. I'm sure you could have deduced from my rant that I'm making him African. I've already designed both Adam and Eve in a way that I think could realistically create every variation of human with time, except for redheads who are just gonna have to appear through some random mutations later on down the line. It's not unheard of for that to happen. So designing Abel from that was really easy. Just take these two characters, smush them together, and boom, baby. I had actually designed Abel way before this just for fun. I didn't think I'd actually get to use him. I am cautiously excited for him, everything else considered. Since this is Vivzy's writing, we can pretty much already guess based on his appearance that he's got daddy issues and is probably gay, so I'm curious about that. Based on previous experience though, she's probably going to go the most predictable, simple, and least interesting route for said daddy issues, so let's remember, don't get too excited. We don't know very much about Bible Abel except that he was a shepherd and the father was pretty chill with his sacrifices. Also, he got mega murdered by Cain, so wah wah. I knew for certain that I wanted him to be chunky. When I first designed him, I made him chunky like Hazbin's Adam. I was sad to abandon the body type when I first designed my Adam, so I thought using it for Abel would be a good way to bring it back in. And it lined up better than I could have predicted. I wanted him to look very sheep-like, so I thought I would make him extra super fluffy. I also gave him a horn similar to Eve's. I have just been informed as of writing the script that Abel's halo is bent, probably because he got murdered. Epic. That does make me like him better. I think it makes him more interesting to look at. If only the colors of his design weren't so similar, so I could have actually seen it. I put a big beam of light over top of where he got pummeled. I've kept it as a pretty consistent theme in my designs that a person's scars usually stay, but they get turned into something beautiful when they're in heaven. Adam's facial scars, for example, turned blue. I think that Abel's scars probably looked pretty dang nasty, so I put a light show over top of his. For his outfit, I learned into his almost caveman origins and gave him just a skirt. I don't think he would be very comfortable wearing modern clothes or even just shirts just at all. Look at him. Look at how big he is. Why would he ever wear a shirt if he doesn't have to? I put a slit in his top skirt so you can see the other one underneath. For his colors, I decided on a palette of greens, oranges, and yellows for kindness, charity, and diligence as his virtues, kindness being his main virtue. I gave gradients to both skirts and put some patterning on the top one for extra detail. I did hold back on the patterns a bit from the first design to keep him animator friendly. I made his wings real small because I thought it would be cute. Even if Abel can fly, I don't think he would do that very often. He seems like the kind of guy who would just walk. I think it would also be cute if he was scared of heights. I made his halo a simple bronze band with a little thing in the middle. I was going to make it simple steel, but I thought bronze would fit his color palette better, and a vote in my Discord agreed with me. I think Abel would continue to be a simple shepherd just hanging out and living his best life. I think he would be kind of shy and jumpy. There isn't much more I can write for him right now because I don't know how Abel is intended to be used or what his personality is like, other than gay almost for certain. I guess I could be wrong about that though. Really happy with this design. I think he turned out very cute. Moving on to Peter. This is one I've been intending to do for a while. I like Peter's design, but not for this character. This is very blatantly not a Jewish fisherman. I think the curl is cute and the colors are mostly fine, but the way he acts, the extremely pale skin, and being freaking blonde just doesn't fit here. I've heard rumors that this isn't the St. Peter, but I'm not sure how much I believe that, and frankly, I don't care. So I pretty much had to throw nearly everything away and start from scratch. I used the actor that plays Simon Peter in The Chosen as a reference. I really love The Chosen. It's a flawed series, but I really like it, and it's solidified in my brain what Peter and Matthew and a lot of the other apostles look and act like. It's very well written, especially in early seasons, and I really recommend it. The first episode is a little dark though, so be prepared for that. I'm never gonna actually get to make a video about The Chosen dedicated because I don't think it would get any attention. So I'm just gonna put my one criticism of it, my one major criticism of it here right now. I think the way they have Peter acting in some of the later seasons is a little out of character from what we've seen from the Bible. So there's that. I kind of wish the other apostles got a little bit more attention too, instead of it just being the Peter and Jesus show, but you know, that's not that big a deal. It's still a good show even if it's flawed. I was extremely unsure of how to dress him. There aren't exactly any pictures from back then, and I don't know enough about Jewish culture to even begin to know what to Google. I did my best to research, but I just didn't know what to do. I didn't want to pull an ignorant white woman and accidentally dress him in traditional Jewish woman garb on accident or something. I thought about using the Pharisees from The Chosen as a reference because their outfits are really cool and very well researched. think that he would want to wear something traditional of his culture, but I just didn't feel good about it, so I ultimately made the decision to put him in a cassock instead. He was one of the earliest Christians to ever live ever, so this is still a part of his culture, even if the garment wasn't created until at least 100 years after his time. I found a couple references of cassocks that I thought were pretty nifty and cool, so I took them and mashed them together. I gave him this shoulder cloak thing on top of the usual cassock with like a decorative scarf thing. I don't know what you would call it. I also put 2 lengths of fabric, again, don't know what you would call those, going down from the belt almost to the ground. I made it floor length so I don't have to draw feet. Life hack for y'all. I put buttons going all the way down in the middle. I decided later when I was coloring to get rid of the most of those buttons to make it more animator friendly. At the chest I tried to give him like a subtle upside down cross motif. Peter was crucified upside down because he didn't feel comfortable dying the same way the Savior did. He didn't feel worthy of it, I think was the wording. It probably killed him quicker, but also probably sucked more. I was a little scared of doing the hair and face, so I took a bit of a break to design his keys instead. The symbol of St. Peter in traditional Christian artwork is 2 crossed keys for the gate, so I thought, why not? Let's Kingdom Hearts this crap. I don't know anything about Kingdom Hearts, don't ask me. I just know that there's like this one character that has like a big key as a weapon or something. I actually really love drawing objects. The key to designing good objects is to design them like you're designing a character. Just because something can't talk or move or do anything doesn't mean it can't have a personality or be a character. Think about how often in horror media that a setting can become a character. It's incredible, honestly. Knowing how something functions can also really help you figure out how to simplify it into your style and customize it to suit your needs. I've actually studied locks and keys before, not extensively, but enough to know generally what to keep and what I can remove. The important part of a key is the teeth. The teeth, when inserted into the lock, can turn the tumblers or push the pins down depending on what type of lock you're using. The most common type of key is the one-sided key that we all know and have probably used. There are also keys that are mostly symmetrical, like car keys that have little notches in them that break the symmetry. I did a little extra googling and found that perfectly symmetrical keys do exist, they're just not as common. I would imagine they're probably not as secure, but I have no evidence to back that up, that's just what I would think. The other important part of the key is the grip up at the top. You're going to need that in order to get the leverage to turn the key. Since Peter's key is so big, I needed to put gaps in it for him to get his hands around it. This also had the intended side effect of being really cool. Nothing else super mattered, so I had free reign from there to make whatever I wanted. I kept a lot of the Ithacanthus theming in there, which is this fish symbol. It was used as a symbol for Christianity until for whatever reason we shifted to the cross instead. The Ithacanthus was used for early Christians to communicate with each other back when it was outlawed. My roommate told me that they used it to meet up with each other. You were supposed to go the opposite way that it was pointing. That might be wrong, but I thought that was cool anyway. I put 6 wings on it because it was probably issued to Peter from the Seraphim. The bottom pair of wings are used as the teeth, the top 2 are just to be cute. I also added a sphere of floating something or other in between the fins on both the top and bottom fish. Once I got that designed, I blew it up and put 2 cross keys on his back. Now we finally get to his face. I struggled. I kept making the eye either too big or too small. I almost redrew the head thinking that was what was messing me up, but it didn't make it better, so I went back to the first sketch of the head and kept trying until I got it right. I really wanted to add a nose so he would look more like the actor, but I just could not. Heaven has more strict design philosophies than hell does for the bodies of its humans, so no nose. I tried to copy his hair as close as I could. It ended up looking way more like an emo anime boy than I ever imagined. but whatever, I guess. I tried to keep Hazbin's Peter curl in there somewhere by turning it into a horn. I think it looks a little strange, especially after I colored it in, but I'm not going to change it. At least for now. Maybe I'll fix it and make it different when I go into the tweaking phase for these other designs, like I did for all the main characters. I tried to make his wings the same shape as the ones on his key, which worked well enough. I gave him the same golden halo that Adam has because I'm pretty sure he was a prophet at one point. I could be wrong though. For his main virtue, I decided on purple, which is humility, because of the way that he chose to die. I also went with a very light orange for his accent color. The particular shades and tints I went with look very blue and yellow, so thanks color theory. I did want to keep Peter's original blue and yellow palette, so I guess I almost did that. I just shifted it over and made it a little darker. The orange that I used is actually color picked directly from Hazbin's Peter, the orange part of his sleeves. Yeah, the darkest color on Hazbin's Peter is the lightest color on mine. His wings were kind of hard to do. I wanted to give them some detail too, but it eluded me, so I had to just do like some simple gradients with a few flecks of orange at the bottom. I might have to change his wings in later tweaks, but this is what I have for now. I used the same palette for the key, but with more gold from his halo, so they looked connected. Getting the facial hair wasn't super easy for me either, but I got it after a little bit of fiddling. I shaded all the metal and he was all done. I think Peter's role at the gate would be to be kind of like a bouncer, not for heaven's safety, but for the safety of anyone stupid enough to try and break in. No unclean thing can enter the kingdom of God, so if any sinner were able to sneak in, they would burn up and be permanently destroyed. So Peter has to beat them up for their own good. I thought it would be fun if he had a partner to work with. In my sect, we almost always work in pairs. 2 missionaries, 2 teachers to a room, preferably 2 parents, that kind of thing. I don't know why we do that in every single instance of it happening, but we're of the opinion that there should always be 2. So I thought I would put a second apostle at the gate with Peter, and who better to pair him up with than Matthew? Matthew used to be a tax collector named Levi before Jesus added him to his quorum and changed his name. Combine this with the way that the book of Matthew is written, and we can make some pretty good guesses about his personality. The way that his book is written is very analytical. His chapter was written with the Jews in mind more than anyone else. A huge focus is on all of the prophecies that were fulfilled by Jesus' coming. For example, there was a prophecy that the Messiah would be a descendant of King David, so there was a really long section tracing back his genealogy. The Chosen depicts Matthew as being somewhere on the autism spectrum, which I think was a really good route to take. Something I really love about The Chosen is the disability rep. There's another apostle in there, I think it was the smaller James, that has some sort of physical disability. Jesus chose not to heal them, and though it was controversial and maybe a little out of care for in-person Jesus, I think it was super powerful. I'm disabled myself, and though I know God could heal me at any time, he hasn't, and might not until the resurrection. That's a story that so many disabled saints have had to deal with, and I think it's a super important spiritual message to spread. Sometimes you need to have faith to be healed, and sometimes you need to have faith when you're not. He doesn't cure Matthew's autism either, and I think that's also good. As someone who's on the autism spectrum myself, I mean, probably, I haven't actually been tested, but I'm pretty dang sure. We don't want to be cured. We like ourselves the way we are. We don't want our personalities to be changed to fit into what's normal. We just want to understand and be understood. All the other symptoms could go, though. I don't think anyone likes being overstimulated or being able to feel their own bones underneath their skin. That kind of stinks. All this to say, watch The Chosen, it's good. So yeah, I think you can easily guess, even if you haven't seen The Chosen, that I used Matthew's actor as a reference. I chose to use the clean-shaven version because he was clean-shaven before he gave up everything to follow Christ. I gave him a simple white underrobe with a coat on top of that and a pair of Roman sandals. I looked up how Matthew died, but no one's sure how exactly it happened, only that it was almost definitely a martyr. I took the 4 options I found and had my Discord vote, and we chose beheading. Just like I did with Carmilla, I gave him a floating head. I wasn't sure what was around his neck in the reference, and now that his head isn't on his shoulders anymore, it felt more than right to include something around the neck to cover that up. I decided on a more modern scarf with 2 extra long tails for style. I gave him 4 small horns, similar to Vaggie's, but not exactly the same. For colors, I decided on moderation and chastity. I thought it would be a nice combination of colors. We can also get a little bit of Peter's cyan this way, so we technically do have both the yellowy orange and cyan, even if they're split between characters. Honestly, choosing a person's virtue is way harder than choosing a sin. With sin, at the very least, if I can't figure out what their sin falls into exactly, I can always go with pride, because pride is the root of all sin. So if you do something bad that doesn't really seem like it would be any of the other particular 7 deadly sins, it'll be pride. Moderation is blue and chastity is cyan, so his color palette ended up being very cool and wintry. I also picked his skin color from the reference directly, because, you know, picking a skin color is hard. I wanted to add some patterns into the coat that were inspired by my reference. I really like the chosen Matthew's outfit. You can tell that it's a much more expensive garment than the simple brown tunics that the other apostles have, but it's also subtle enough that it's not distracting. It's covered in embroidered stripes with yellow dots on the stripes, which makes it really not animator friendly, so I couldn't translate it directly. I took the general idea and simplified it a lot. I put a big color block with a stripe underneath with some dots on it of the same color, but significantly fewer than the original outfit to make it easier to redraw. I put that pattern on his shoulders, the bottom of the coat, the sleeves, and around the waist. I did the same thing with his wings, which I think turned out super cool. I was gonna do the same pattern on his scarf, but I didn't like the way it turned out, so I made the scarf black with a blue gradient at the bottom and filled it full of stars. I also turned his hair fully black and put stars in there too. I think if I were animating this, I would go the chowder route for the star pattern, where the characters move over top of a still image, almost as if their bodies are transparent over top of a patterned gradient. That way we don't need to worry about keeping the placement of the stars consistent. I would do the same thing with God. I have no reason for why I put the stars on him, I just thought it would be cool. I changed his line art to a dark blue and worked on the halo. From my research, Matthew was never a prophet, so I'm giving him just a regular apostle's halo, a silver version of Eve's halo. From my research, Matthew was born between 6 and 4 BC, so I put the birth date smack in the middle. No one's sure when exactly he died, so I just wrote unclear for that. Matthew's job would be to keep track of the names, ages, and kingdoms of everyone who gets into heaven. I think this would be a perfect job for him, since he did pretty similar things when he was a tax collector. I really like this design. I think it's my favorite one for this video.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I haven't come up with a good intro yet. Today, I'll be redesigning Sera and Emily for my Hazbin AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. There will also be a surprise character at the end. Sorry if the quality of the audio is a bit of a downgrade from my usual quality. I just recently moved into a brand new apartment, and I have roommates now, and I don't want to bother them, and because the walls are thin here. So it's gonna be like this for a while, very different from my usual style, but hopefully it'll be okay anyway. Without further ado, let's get into it. Sera and Emily are two seraphim that we meet in episode 6. Sera is the high seraphim, and Emily is... it's unclear what her responsibilities are. They have some kind of familial relationship, but it's a little unclear what exactly it is. I thought they were sisters, but I couldn't find anything to confirm that on the official wiki. Let's start with Emily. Before I actually started drawing, I did a little bit of research on the visual appearances of seraphim. We don't know exactly what they look like, but based on the scriptures we have, it is widely believed that they are humanoid. I was actually a little disappointed by that because I wanted to make them look really, really wild because I had seen so-called biblically accurate depictions of them before. Those depictions are actually of Oraphim, not of Seraphim. The two are often confused because they have a lot of different traits in common. The scriptures I found described them as having 3 pairs of wings, 1 pair to cover their face, 1 pair to cover their feet, and 1 pair to fly with. So I covered up Emily's face and turned her skirt into wings. In the show, seraphs have an angelic form and a human form. I won't be doing this. I normally really like to have fun with the different forms, but I don't see any point to it this time. These creatures are supposed to be the embodiment of grace, benevolence, and perfection, and they know it. I think they would just stay in their angelic forms all the time. The only reason I can think for them to switch to human forms would be to make humans feel more comfortable around them, but that seems like something they'd only do outside of heaven when they're delivering messages. I don't think they would switch forms around human angels. In the original show, Emily is purposely written and designed to have a lot of parallels to Charlie. She's super bubbly and excitable, she's got a lot of Disney princess coding, stuff like that. I really like that idea, so I wanted to do the same thing with my version. My version of Charlie is very different from the show's version. I have a whole video about her that you should definitely watch, but here's a little summary in case you haven't seen it in a long time. Because she was raised in hell, Charlie didn't have any moral compass for the majority of her life. Caring about people and being kind isn't something that comes naturally to her, but she's trying really hard to be good anyway. Emily is the reverse. She doesn't know anything other than perfect goodness. Emily is who Charlie would be if she was raised differently. Currently, you can't tell that Charlie and Emily have identical body types and facial shapes because the wings are hiding it, but if ever Emily opened up her wings, it would be impossible to ignore that they look almost identical. Now let's move on to Sera. Sera was far more difficult than Emily was. I had this idea in my head that I was really attached to that I just couldn't get my hands to draw. You can see on screen here that I pulled up reference of the four-legged blue fairy from Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio pulled up. Sorry if my pronunciation is bad. That's what I wanted. I wanted to do that but with eyes and wings instead of horns and a human face. Like how a pile of owls looks like a pile of... Here's a pile of barn owl chicks. But my hands, the art wouldn't art. I don't know what was wrong with me. I just couldn't get animal proportions to work for me no matter how hard I tried. I even tried again later after I had finished the art for this video to see if maybe it was just an art block thing, but nah. I'm going to have to practice drawing creatures more often. I've been doing humanoids for too long, I've lost all my skills. So with a very heavy heart and great disappointment, I had to give up on my best idea. So I started over with a completely different idea. Lady Justice. Lady Justice is a personification of the moral force that guides the judicial systems. She's almost always depicted as wearing a blindfold and a toga, so I used those as my biggest points to build off of. I decided to give Sera a wing skirt too. Her wings are bigger and stiffer, so the shape of it is very different than Emily's. Sera is a kind but very serious character. Emily is a free spirit. I wanted to reflect their two contrasting personalities in their wings. Emily's feathers are all very rounded and soft-looking, while Sera's feathers are drawn sharper and more angular. She's still got those soft, round, downy feathers in the insides of her wings, but the majority are longer, more rigid flight feathers. I gave her about half the hair she has in the original show. She's got the top layer only, but the longer bottom layer is absent. This was to improve the silhouette. I love girlies with long hair, but when all the girlies have long hair, you lose a lot of negative space. Negative space can be just as important to a silhouette as shapes. Since we've already got 6 wings to deal with, giving Sera long hair on top of that kind of muddies up the design a little bit. Not that I'm saying that the original is bad or anything, they did it just fine. I just think it could have been improved a little by removing the bottom layer of hair. I didn't want to completely cover Sera's face like I did with Emily's, so I decided to give her a veil instead. The face covering thing in my AU is going to be a modesty cultural thing amongst the seraphim. I think that all of the seraphim are either blind by choice or have their eyes somewhere else on their body, like how Emily has her eye in her chest. Since Sera's top wings are so big, it's more practical for her to have a veil instead of using the wings like most seraphim do. It's also why all of the exorcists wear masks. They're required to follow seraph modesty standards while on business for heaven. So here's the lore. Sera is the Lady of Justice. Emily is the Lady of Mercy. They were directly appointed by God himself to fill those roles. As the Lady of Justice, it is Sera's job to make certain that all human souls are properly sorted into the correct kingdoms. When a human dies, their soul is sent to purgatory, a world between worlds. It is placed directly in the center of existence, equal distances from heaven, hell, and earth. Sera and her quorum of judges preside over purgatory. They spend all day sorting the souls. They start by weighing a person's heart against one of their own feathers. If the heart weighs the same or less than the feather, then they will be released into purgatory for further judging. If it weighs more than a feather, they will be taken to spirit prison for further judging. Souls that weigh less than a seraph's feather will get into heaven. The judging that comes after is to determine which of the 3 kingdoms of glory they get into. Souls that are heavy are either heavy because of guilt or sin. It is possible for someone to feel guilt without sin, and also sin without guilt. Further judging is required to determine whether or not that guilt is supposed to be there. They'll weigh everything good you've ever done against everything bad you've ever done, and that will determine whether or not you get into heaven or hell. When the series starts, the only exceptions they'll give to any rule is if the sin was necessary for your survival. Then and only then will your actions be granted any kind of mercy, and even then it'll still be a case-by-case argument. Emily is in charge of mercy. She mostly concerns herself with the affairs of currently living beings. Her role is to make certain that every human gets opportunities to do good, and also to make sure that everyone gets warnings when it's time for them to make some serious changes to their behavior. She works a lot with the cherubs and human angels that want to help their descendants. Emily deals a lot more with Earth, while Sera deals a lot more with Purgatory. They're supposed to work together in all things, but clearly they're not doing that. It's natural to split up the workload as the work becomes more demanding. The more human souls that go down to Earth at a time, the thinner the two sisters are stretched. This is what has been leading to some problems in the system, namely a lack of justice on Earth and a lack of mercy when it's judgment time. The effects of a lack of mercy, I think, are obvious to all of us. There's so many reasons why someone might be driven to do something awful they might not have otherwise done. There's so many people being sent to hell who could have changed, who could have done better if only they had the opportunity. The lack of justice on Earth is just as bad. The lack of justice has created an environment that encourages sin and discourages the idea of divine judgment. We humans are really bad at seeing the bigger picture. Too frequently we focus the majority of our attention on the here and now without thinking about long-term consequences. So there not being any sort of justice coming from heaven for the majority of humanity's existence is really bad. I'm not suggesting they open up the sky and have angels start showing up all the time. That defeats the point of faith, and I'm going to have faith still play an important role in your afterlife. Faith is belief in something you can't see, combined with acting on that. So in order for that to exist, not having any concrete proof of heaven and angels is essential to preserve. But Sera could still stand to, curse people a little more. Give them real bad luck or something. So for the system to be fixed, they're gonna need a lot more employees. Sera and Emily need to work together again and stop hiding things from each other, and they're going to need a whole branch dedicated to helping redeem people. You might be wondering where God is in all of this, because he does exist. A little bit of a tangent here. I'm not going to be writing Jesus into this because I really don't feel comfortable using his name and image for a stupid little fanfiction. It feels blasphemous. I say all this because I saw someone complaining about his absence in one of my comment sections, and I want to make my stance on this clear. Is it blasphemous to include him? Is it more blasphemous not to? I don't know. I'm only human. I'm not a perfect person. Personally, I would be more comfortable never mentioning him by name, but I can't just not have God in there. I really don't like the idea of there not being at least one divine, omnipotent being governing existence.
Anyway, in this universe, we are going to have a singular, nameless, perfect, omnipotent being responsible for creating and maintaining all of existence. He is a being that exists outside of time and space. He created the seraphim and other heavenborn to help him manage the humans, so he doesn't have to be responsible for everything. Could he do it all on his own? Yes, but he likes having helpers. He also likes to give all of his creations plenty of room to grow and change and become better on their own. God in this universe is responsible for all motion. Every single chemical process, every single rule of science, he's responsible for all of it. Without him, the rules of science would break and existence would cease. He's busy making sure that every single process functions properly, from something as small as an atom to as large as galaxies. Those are responsibilities so complex and fine-tuned that he can't let anyone other than himself manage them. Social issues like justice and mercy are far simpler in comparison, even if they can be emotionally exhausting. This means that these are tasks that he can confer to other people. So in case you were wondering why he doesn't just come down and fix everything, it's because he's busy keeping the metaphorical lights on, and B, he wants to give his creations the opportunity to be fully independent, which means fixing their own problems. As far as his design goes, I wanted to be as biblically accurate as I could with this. The Bible says that humans are made in the image of God, so what I wanted to do is I wanted God to look like whoever is looking at him. Whenever you see him, you perceive a perfect version of yourself.
but obviously I can't I can't really draw that the way that I want to because, you know, everyone looks different. So instead I made his I made his skin rainbow. I like tried to make him look like this like I wanted to make him look like he was made out of a substance that is everything all at once. I don't really know how to describe it. Just use your eyes. It also says in the Bible that no one can see his face. There are some exceptions to this rule, but generally people can't see his face unless they have been changed in order to see it. So I covered his face with the star that appeared when Jesus was born. I thought a star would be cute, and it is. It's cute, but like in kind of a scary way. I don't know. I don't know how to speak without a script, and I forgot to script this far. For his outfit, I thought I would go with just something simple. I put the most detail into his halo. I did want to use a lot of Christian imagery, even if I don't want to make him into Jesus. I still wanted to use some of the imagery. So I made his crown into a cross shape with some little vines wrapped around it, so he looks more alive. The crown also has thorns around it as a reference to the crown of thorns. The last thing I added was holes in his hands, feet, and sides where he's still bleeding. I believe he's... In order to make it possible for people to repent, Jesus went through kind of a lot, which is understatement of existence. I want to leave the lore surrounding my version of God a little unclear, but I still did. I think the atonement still happened. The atonement is so necessary that there's no way that I can't not include it. So I did give him the wounds that Jesus had after he was sacrificed. So, and those wounds are eternal. They will always be there. So he's in constant pain on top of everything else he has to go through to make sure that his creations are safe and loved. More than anything, I wanted him to exude like a comforting, loving presence. I'm not sure if I quite succeeded. Let's start with God. I don't remember who said it, but I remember seeing at least one comment that said I should make his skin space instead of rainbow to fit more with his theme of being everything and everywhere all at once, and I agreed with them. When I picked rainbow for his skin, I was still thinking more about people and the colors that people are and can be and whatnot than I was about his whole universe thing. My reasoning for things is weird, don't question it. I masked out all of the places I wanted to be space and plopped in an image of what I wanted. The problem was that it didn't look the way I wanted, so I deleted all of it and stepped away for a really long time. When I came back to it, I masked it all out again, and this time decided to do the painting of space myself instead of using copyright-free images like I had before. I didn't want to ditch the rainbow, so I put a clipping layer over my mask, painted in a quick pastel rainbow, lowered the opacity to make it really subtle, and after that I used a star brush to roughen the stars, lowered the opacity, did a second layer of stars, lowered the opacity but less, and then hand painted in a couple larger, brighter stars in various places. For Sera, the only thing I wanted to change was her liner. I wanted all of my angels to have colored liner like they do in the show to indicate that they're glowing just a tiny bit. This was not an easy task because the original file died with my old computer, so I had to painstakingly scribble all over the liner on her body, wings, and hair. I decided on a darker bluish gray for the majority of her body, but did a darker brown on her skin. The bluish gray didn't contrast enough with her skin for my taste, but a darker brown looked terrible everywhere else, so I decided, screw it, 3 line art colors, skin, clothes, and everything else. really didn't need any changes. It's rare that you get a design right the first go, but I think I did an especially good job with Emily. I guess I could have removed the long hair in the back to improve the silhouette, but I still wanted her to look like Hazbin's Emily, so I left it the way it was. Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I don't have a good intro. The first 2 episodes of the second season of Hazbin Hotel are out now, and they were, certainly something. So far we've been introduced to a total of 3 new important characters, Abel, Baxter, and the Speaker of God. Abel I already designed in this video, Baxter I care so little for that he might as well not exist to me, so the character we'll be redesigning today is the Speaker of God. I actually really like her. She's incredibly kind and loving in a way that isn't overly childish like Emily and Charlie. Her personality is just a breath of fresh air, and the way she acts implies a lot about the god figure that Mimsy has confirmed we'll never actually see. I'm pleasantly surprised and extremely relieved that God is being treated with the respect and sacredness he deserves. It's heartwarming to see that a show as sacrilege and terrible as Hazbin Hotel, written by somebody who is not religious, can still see the value in treating sacred things with some level of respect. Regrettably, my praise for this character ends there. Conceptually, I'm just not really feeling it. She's supposed to be the Speaker of God, which is great, but why is this random bint here instead of, Gabriel, God's messenger? If anyone should be the Speaker of God, it really ought to be the Archangel Gabriel. I think her design is also fairly weak. It's not awful or anything, it's just that there's a lot of detail on there that doesn't really tell you anything about the character. The only thing that really screams Speaker of God here is the scrolls on the end of her dress. Everything else is kinda nothing. I think her hair is kind of weird. It's giving Natsuki from Doki Doki Literature Club, where she looks like she's wearing 2 wigs. The details up here on the hair feel kind of random. There's a lot of petal-shaped motifs almost, but that doesn't really tell you anything about her either. Her eyelashes are insane in a way that makes her look sharp and dangerous, which conflicts pretty starkly with everything else in a way that it doesn't seem to be intentional. And weirdly enough, her shirt is incredibly plain, but not in a way that lets your eyes rest there. There is not a single part of her design that feels like it was put there on purpose except for the scrolls, which themselves feel like a very last-minute inclusion. The only thing that makes her feel special is that she's really big. If I were trying to fix this, I would get rid of that blimp on her head and from there try to include the scroll motif more presently in her shape language to make those scrolls feel more like a natural inclusion. But I'm not fixing this design. I don't usually do fixing. I am full-on replacing her with Gabriel because I believe in patriarchy. I've actually been wanting to design Gabriel for quite some time, but didn't think I would actually get a chance to do that. I already had a pretty solid idea in mind of what I wanted to do. I've wanted to create a species of heavenly creatures that look identical to statues of angels, kind of like weeping angels, except the similarities stop past their appearance. I wanted Gabriel to be one of those. I noticed that a lot of statues of angels look very feminine. Even the male ones have a feminine softness to them that I really like. This also gives me an opportunity to subvert stereotypes by drawing a man who appears more feminine, but not making him any less masculine. I think it's really regressive that men that are born with certain physical characteristics are perceived as less masculine because of the way they look, usually in ways they can't change, like the nose, eyes, shape of the jaw, width of the shoulders, or even just height. While I was designing, I was actively trying to make him look soft and elegant and loving. I also wanted him to have lots of swirly shapes in his design. The shapes that I referenced are all stylistic little doodads that were used on old biblical text. I don't know what you would call them though, because they're not technically a part of the words, but they were used to make them look extra pretty. Angels are almost always depicted as wearing loose-fitting robes with a lot of draping fabrics. What I decided to do was to give him a main robe that's fairly simplistic, then more decorative drapery over top of it that contains the decorative shapes. This is supposed to be reflective of how ancient scripture was written. The word of God itself is simple and straightforward, it only seems complex to outsiders because they get distracted by the oldness of the language or the beauty of the way it's presented. The wings were very difficult to draw. I don't usually work in really detailed swirly patterns like this. The way I draw things is usually very sharp, so I did have to trace one of the borders to really get myself familiar with the way that my hand is supposed to move in order to create those shapes. If I were animating this, the wings would not flap like regular bird wings. If they move at all, it would be tweened rather than animated by hand, which would give it more of a stiff feel to it, which fits perfectly with Gabriel being a living statue rather than a normal animal. His halo, I made a scroll, translated directly. He is not human, so it would be weird if I gave him the usual floating metal circlet, and he's not a seraphim, so the more detailed crystal ones aren't right for him either. He has a regular crown, so I didn't need to give him a halo. I think that the statue angels wouldn't usually have halos, but Gabriel is in a position of power, so he gets a little special one. Something else I had an idea for was to include Metatron as his helper. Metatron is the scribe of God as described in Jewish and Islam mythology. I was going to make him like an advanced text-to-speech machine because his name sounds like Megatron, which entertains me, but after doing some research about him and where he's mentioned in the scriptures, it became very clear to me that he's not real. The scriptures that are said to be about him are very clearly about Jesus and have been grossly misinterpreted, and it made me really uncomfortable, so I removed him. He does not exist. Metatron is not a thing, which was disappointing to me because I really did want to draw him as a fat bird machine. So I had an idea of how I could still include this fat little bird that I wanted to draw. Guess who's appeared as a bird and is also considered one of God's messengers? The Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost doesn't really have a physical form as far as we know because he has to be everywhere all at the same time. The only time his appearance has ever been described is when he appeared in the form of a dove during the baptism of Jesus Christ. So I drew a very round, rotund little dove with an olive branch in his mouth, and he's so cute and I love him. The more round a bird is, the more perfect they are, like a dumpling. He's so cute, he's my favorite character, and if you don't like him or consider him unnecessary plushie bait, you're wrong and I hate you. Now, colors. Just like how I have a very strict set of rules on colors for my sins, I have the same thing with my virtues. My old chart is a little outdated though. I redid it a few months ago after doing some more research and realizing that I had made a few mistaken assumptions that I needed to change. For example, I thought that the Archangel Michael and Adam the first man were two different people, but while I was reading my scriptures, I discovered one itty bitty line in Doctrine and Covenants that clarifies that they're the same guy, and then I looked back at my chart. I've already designed Adam, and his main color is yellow, which at the time I had dedicated to charity, but that doesn't fit because if Michael is any of the virtues, he's going to be diligence. I also realized that Sera is probably a shorter version of Zestial, which means that Emily, by extension, is probably the short version of Remiel, so I decided to redo my whole chart, including changing the names of some of the virtues until I came to this. I also included some descriptors next to the names to make it more specific because a lot of the virtues overlap. So for example, moderation, also known as temperance, includes chastity under its belt, so now we have our new colors. I have also decided that the names of the 7 virtue angels are actually titles that translate directly into the word of their virtue in the heavenly tongue. So Michael is a title, not Adam's name. Gabriel's color was decided long before I knew what he would look like. He is the virtue of faith, which is orange. I really don't like the color orange. I feel the same way about it that I do about purple. It's really easy to make it clash with other colors. It can be really difficult to find a shade of it that doesn't look cheesy, for lack of a better word. It's just kind of difficult to work with when it's being used as more than just an accent color. Now that I'm thinking about it, all of the secondary colors are hard to use and easy to make ugly. Green, orange, and purple. They all suck. Point is, I was not excited until I looked back at my Speaker of God reference and realized, hey, she's got orange on her. And the reference that I used specifically had some shading on it that made it look like a sunset. So I thought I would go for a late sunrise palette. I wanted him to be very light-skinned because he's made of marble, but bright white was too harsh, so I tried to go for like a milky, creamy white instead. Angelic line art is always colored, and gold technically counts as an orange, so I used my usual gold color for that. That way I always have a reference point for all of the colors to match on. I snatched an orange from her for his hair, and temporarily for the wings, though I did change this later. Brown is usually either a shade of red or orange, so I included it along with some very pinky oranges and salmons. I also eventually caved to my own desires and gave his wings a gradient. This was also to serve to separate his hair from his wings so he didn't feel too top-heavy with a singular color. I made the bands around his arms and the straps on his sandals gold, and yeah, pretty straightforward after I got out of my own way. I'm sure you've no doubt noticed the cracks on his skin. Those are there to make it look a little bit more obvious that he's made of marble. I clipped a texture to his skin later to also help, but the cracks are what's really obvious. The cracks are also there to imply to the viewer that though this man is very soft and sweet and loving, he's also pretty darn hardcore. He got these cracks during Lucifer's civil war with heaven, which I think helps to make the world just feel very lived in, and like there's a lot of history to it. We will probably never explore that war in detail because there's, you know, it's a war that could take up a whole season's worth of episodes just to get through everything that probably happened. But I do like having like the implications and consequences of it being there to like make the world feel alive. To add to this, I made his instrument a war horn that looks like it's made out of an animal horn. I think this does a good job of implying that once that horn is sounded, for some people it's going to be the greatest day ever, and for others this means great suffering. The last thing I added was some wings on his shoes like Hermes to really push that messenger theming just a little bit farther. I think that the design worked just fine without them. I was planning on calling him done right there, but I thought they would be a good thing to have anyway. When you're designing a character, every time you add a detail, you should ask yourself, does this improve my design or does it dilute it? There's only so many things that the human mind can process at the same time. If you overcrowd your design with detail, you give the viewer too many things to process, which dilutes the effectiveness of the important parts. On the other hand, though, adding a few extra details that maybe you don't necessarily need can, if done right, improve the effectiveness of other details. The wings on the shoes make you think of Hermes, the messenger of the Greek gods. They tie in very well with the scroll halo and the horn, all of which are also related to communication. After that, the brain will process the swirling shapes of the clothing associated with medieval inscriptions. It makes you notice all of the bits that communicate messenger first, while at the same time de-emphasizing the cracks on his skin, making their processing into the brain a bit more subconscious. Every character design is a game of trade-offs. If you emphasize one thing, you de-emphasize another. So when you're designing, you should be keeping in mind what your goals are, what you want to say. Keep circling back to that goal, and it should help you keep everything unified. As far as writing goes, I don't think I would change too much. The way that the Speaker of God was written was very simple but really effective. She is, by far, hands down, the best written character in all of Hazbin Hotel, which is both incredible and impressive and honestly really sad. She fulfills her purpose perfectly. She's not meant to have complex moral quandaries or go through complicated arcs or change in any significant way. She is a plot device, a microphone to tease the overarching themes of the show, and a window into the philosophy and rules that govern heaven. She's ethereal, she's mysterious, and she's used perfectly. No hamminess, no jokes, no cringe, no heavy-handed clunkiness, no insincerity to ruin the emotion, just simple, ethereal mystery. Simple, effective, stolen. Mine now. That's all I have for today.
Hello everyone, my name is AJ, and I don't have a good intro. Today I'll be redesigning Katie Killjoy from Hazbin Hotel for my AU, the bed and breakfast for former baddies. Speaking of which, the first episode of that is out and you should watch it after this video. Don't ruin my impressions, please! Katie is a minor antagonist in the original. She's a news reporter who works for Vox Tech. She's very aggressive, quick to violence, extremely arrogant and prideful, and for the cherry on top to make sure you know she's bad, she's also homophobic.
We will be keeping all of this. I absolutely loved her in the pilot. She's just so awful. In the show proper, she's played by Brandon Rogers, so she kind of just becomes Blitz all over again. They made her a lot sluttier in the show proper, and I don't like that, so we'll be removing that, or at least toning it down. Her design is alright. It's nothing special, but I like it well enough. The only two things that I don't like is the skirt on top of the pants. I think it looks a teeny bit strange, and she's got earrings but no ears, which I think looks kind of weird. And in fact, that last part like really bothers me. I do love her nasty teeth, though. They are hard to look at in the best way possible. She's also supposed to be a spider, but you can't tell even remotely until she goes full demon when she's angry. I will be changing that as well. In my AU, a lot of sinners are very animal-like or difficult to look at for a variety of reasons. The more human a person appears, the more attractive they're considered to be. I want Katie to be really hot by Hell's standards, so I kept her face very human. She's still missing the nose, but everything else is in about the right place. She's got 2 eyes, 2 ears, a mouth with flat teeth. That's pretty darn good. In the Hazbin art style, she's really stupid skinny. My art style is very different, so the exaggeration isn't quite as intense, but I did want to keep her very stick-like, scarily skinny again, to mock like beauty standards for women that do TV. I thought it might be fun to make her a little bit scarier though, by making her a spider center-like creature so that her body connects right into her abdomen, and then there's a bunch of legs down there. I only gave her a 6 so I could keep the abdomen small, and she's got a pair of arms still, so technically she has everything she's supposed to have. I also gave her hands that are a little too long. For my story concept, I was thinking that she's more of a recent sinner, probably hasn't been dead for more than 5 years. When she was alive, she was one of those Christian extremist Bible-thumping people that got famous off of controversy and rage bait, but not that famous. Her fame didn't have any staying power. She had about a month where people knew who she was, and then she got hit by a car, crushed like a bug, and everyone forgot about her a week later. In the first episode of BBFFB, it is established by Charlie in a one-off line that Katie Killjoy is a stage name. It's something that Katie calls herself. The real name that Lucifer gave her was Jane Doe, since no one actually knows who she is, only the characters she puts on. She creates fake identities for herself because underneath, she doesn't have a personality that anyone would find interesting enough to make her famous. Now that she's in hell, she's doubled down on all of the worst parts of her character to drum up controversy, with all the Bible thumping she used to do kind of falling to the wayside. There's no point. Everyone in hell is already there, so there's not much point in fear-mongering about that, and she wasn't that good at fear-mongering about hell anyway. Instead, she's doubled down on bigotry, and since the landscape of hell is so different from Earth, this has worked out really well for her. The majority of new sinners don't survive their first extermination day, so a very large portion of the population of hell is on the older side. The farther back into human history you go, the more bigoted the people are. So hearing from someone who's younger working in these newfangled mediums of entertainment reflecting their opinions back at them is really appealing and draws in new viewers from older audiences that were previously unfamiliar with the medium. I consider this kind of grifting to be fairly lazy, so I thought the best sins for her to have would be sloth and pride, and I specifically used more of a cyan blue for fraud. It still takes work to grift, even if it is the lazy person's strategy, and it is inherently dishonest to do, so I think fraud fits. I didn't want to abandon the blonde, though, even if gluttony isn't one of her sins. Not all of the colors on a sinner's body actually mean something, but it took me quite a bit of fiddling before I finally landed on a combination that I liked. I wouldn't say it's perfect. I would have liked to have included that yellow as a few details on her lower body as well to really tie it in, but I couldn't figure out where to put them. Maybe I'll fix it later, not in this video, but if I do fix it, it'll be fixed before the episode goes up. Her abdomen was looking a little plain, so I decided to put some stripes on it, which I eventually changed to be a sigil. I was thinking that every sinner has a sigil that is unique to them. This can be used to summon them if you draw it and say their name. If you're just some guy, they get the choice of whether or not to respond, but if you own them, they appear. That's why sacrifices are so important when you're trying to summon a demon. It's what gets their attention. These sigils will be attached to a sinner in some way, but they're rarely in a place that's easy to see. Katie is kind of odd for having a sigil that's so easy to see and in a place that's so hard to cover. For more examples of where sigils can can appear. Alastor's sigil is on the back of his radio, which is covered in skin. Husk's sigil is his nose and whiskers, so it's hiding in plain sight. Pentious's sigil is under his hat. Vaggie's sigil is in her eye. Angel's sigil is on his right flank underneath the fur, and Charlotte's sigil is displayed all over her house. Sigils are also displayed on spirit sheets. A spirit sheet is going to look different from person to person. They always display the name of the demon, their sigil, and a list of their sins, if they're a sinner. A simple scroll is traditional, but not always the case. Husk's spirit sheet looks like a piece of scrap paper, and his sins are written in code, since that's how Mafia people used to communicate with each other. Nifty's spirit sheet is structured like a medical document. Alastor's is like a script. Angel's is like a magazine. Pentious is like a blueprint. The list goes on. Returning to the task, Katie would not be complete without her Tom. I think Tom Trench might be one of the best center designs in the show because you know immediately what he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be a fly, and the reference to trenches in his last name make it pretty obvious that he died during World War I, probably because of some kind of gas attack. The name Tom is meant to be like Peeping Tom because he is a pervert, but he is also fairly passive and easily bullied. I really like the design. I really like the name. Maybe it's not the most appealing or iconic design ever, but it's very expertly put together and pairs very well with Katie. My concept for my AU is that Tom Trench owns the little news station and has been hosting it for a really long time, but he's boring. He's super boring. He's a classic, he's safe, and appeals well enough to older audiences, but that older audience is dwindling and gets smaller every year, so eventually he has to concede and bring in new talent to help him out. I was thinking that he hired Katie to be his assistant because of her looks, then when he realized that his business is starting to fail, he brought her in to be a co-host with him, and she was so much better at it than him that now he has to keep her no matter how awful she is to him. And she gets meaner and meaner the more time that goes on, so while technically he is her boss and he can fire her, she still outranks him. I had a lot of fun drawing Tom. I wanted to make him look even more pathetic and fly-like by giving him proportions more similar to said bug, though they're not perfect. His body is very Gumdrop-esque. I thought I would give him 4 legs at the bottom of that stupid little body, kind of like a creeper. I kept the hair the same, though I have to admit it is not the easiest thing for me to draw. I also kept his little suit, but I don't think pants would work on him, so he's Donald Duck now. My reference picture of a gas mask had these almost like beehive patterns in the eyes, and I thought they looked really cool, almost like a camera shutter. I thought they'd make his eyes look unique, so I kept them. The nose part of the gas mask in almost all of the pictures I was able to find had it hanging down, and I preferred that. That does mean that it covers his tie, but oh well, sometimes sacrifices have to be made. I imagine that his face has the texture of like a burlap sack or some kind of rough cloth, and if you touch him too hard, you can feel the wet meat underneath it. Just make it a little extra gross. I chose not to give him proper hands. Bugs have these little things at the end of their limbs. I don't know exactly what they're called, but they take the place of those bad boys. For colors, I went with grays for his suit, brown for his skin and cloth, and his sin is perversion, which is an offshoot of lust, so he is a pink, and I thought a lighter pink would suit him very well. I actually really like him and feel bad for him. He just looks so pathetic that I feel bad for having created him. He looks like he would tip over if you looked at him the wrong way. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and a special thank you goes out to the patrons: JRDS, CDN Redneck 05, Immortal Jesse, Mercer Scott Holt, Stephen Drake, The Fun Guy, Honey, Chase Johnson, QB, Barbecue Bacon Burger, Ren Eileen, Lunar Resident 23, and Silent Savvy. You are all the greatest. Thank you again so much for watching, and don't forget to bully the like button until it's submissive and breedable. Bye-bye!